Chapter 5:12. Butterflies dance and bees fly for a season, flowers bloom and wither are always sad. Don't ask why the spring breeze blows, the heart is calm, the green hills and flowing water can be heard. Time passes quickly, like bubbles. Enjoy to your heart's content, fate comes and goes. No regrets in the mortal world, make up in the mirror, take care, which woman knows how to comfort her life. Li Yi played the violin there, singing as he played. Li Longji was only responsible for listening. Some of the palace maids and eunuchs recorded the score, while others wrote the lyrics. Now they cooperated very well, each knowing which line to record. After playing and singing once, Li Yi did it again, letting the palace maids and eunuchs proofread it. After everything was sorted out, Li Longji sighed, took the two dark wooden violins from Li Yi, and left in a hurry. Li Yi looked at the palace maids and eunuchs' melancholy expressions and was satisfied. Sure enough, music was not divided by nationality or race. When he brought over normal music, the people of the Tang dynasty could understand it. Just like the first time he came into contact with music like Moonlit Night on Spring River and The Fisherman Sings at Night, it was easy to accept. Also, the first time he heard the opera Carmen, that the Matador song, and Habanera were also no problem. As for the South American song Lombarda, after listening to it, he wanted to listen to it again. After the song was delivered, Li Yi continued to eat. Li Longji left without finishing his meal. When Li Longji arrived at Baifu Palace, everyone did not eat, as if they knew he would be back soon. They were still eating hot pot today, so they did not have to worry about others tasting the food cold. Li Longji looked at his two sisters, opened the score, thought for a while, and gave the lyrics to Empress Wang. Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian came to Empress Wang's side, one on the left and one on the right. Li Longji began to play the violin prelude. When it was time to enter the lyrics, he did not sing, but just hummed. After the first performance, the second time, a queen and two princesses sang at the same time. I have a flower, planted in my heart, a bud waiting to bloom. Day and night, I eagerly await those who have the heart to enter my dream. I have a flower, and the fragrance of the flower fills the branches. Who would come to search for its whereabouts? Women's flowers sway in the mortal world, women's flowers sway gently with the wind. Once you've loved, you'll know how heavy you are. Once you're drunk, you'll know how strong the wine is. Flowers bloom and wilt, but in the end, they'll be empty. Women are like flowers are like dreams. With the accompaniment of the violin, Princess True Jade had already sung 2 lines of tears. Princess Jinxian's eyes were red as she pursed her lips and stopped singing. Noble consort Lu sighed as she listened. Sigh. Why is that young man's song so tear-jerking? He really understands women's hearts. The others felt the same way. Why did this song sound so uncomfortable? Just as everyone was immersed in sadness, Empress Wang suddenly said, "It was copied. The one that was copied can't be found." Ha 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 ha, Li Dan laughed loudly. Yes, I've heard of it. He killed it and buried it, but I don't know where it's buried. Princess Jinxian's eyes turned back and forth. He only composed 1 song. My sister and I are 2 people. We agreed on one between the 2 of you. Li Longji did not agree. No matter how much he doted on his sister, it would not do. How could Li Yi casually write poems and songs for others? Every time, there was a purpose. Today, a princess came, tomorrow, a princess, and the day after, a duke. Was there no end to it? After eating, the 2 princesses each made a copy and took it away. They returned to their own monastery to find someone to sing it for them. The 2 violins were also taken away. They had violins and cellos, and they also found someone to make a piano. Ever since Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai's play came out, rich people wanted to get a new instrument. The next day, before noon, the song Li Yi copied, Women's Flower, spread throughout Chang'an. Last night, someone actually went to Pyongkong Square and sang the song. Many girls in Pyongkong Square wiped their tears. Xinyan sat in front of the window and looked at the fallen leaves in the courtyard outside. She softly read, Fate does not stop, like the spring breeze, women are like flowers, flowers are like dreams. Sigh. Political Affairs Hall. He must be bored to the point of writing such decadent songs all day. Yao Cheng finally found an excuse to criticize Li Yi. He wrote it for the two princesses. Now, the girls in Pyongkong Square are even more partial to him. Lu Huaishan seemed to be a little jealous. The lyrics and songs seemed to be specially written for the girls in Pyongkong Square. What do you think? What if I proposed to betroth Princess Jinxian to Li Yi? Yao Cheng suddenly came up with a bad idea. Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan immediately looked at Yao Cheng as if they were looking at a dead man. Prime Minister Yao, I didn't hear anything. If you want to bring it up, go ahead. I don't know. Zhang Shua picked up the teacup and went back to the room. I've been seeing and hearing things recently. Maybe I'm sick. When should I ask Li Yi to treat me? Lu Huaishan followed him back to the room. He didn't even want the teacup. Humph. Yao Cheng grunted and left resentfully. He didn't dare to bring it up with Li Longji. Once he did, it would be over and there would be no follow-up. Li Yi from the Li family Zhuangzi didn't think about anything else. He was practicing on the Turk corpses in the dissection room. How can I send the dead back quickly in the middle of a war? There's no psychological barrier to practicing on the enemy's corpses. Li Yi sutured the broken heart. He failed. His skills were not good. Another reason was that the corpses had been soaked and frozen for a long time. The heart was not fresh. He pondered about digging up other people's corpses. He had done it in the past, but he couldn't do it again. Of course, if he could save another one, it wouldn't be a problem. But other than children, who would bury them in a hurry? Li Yi knew that Wang Xing wanted to dig up more corpses. In Wang Xing's opinion, as long as he could save 1 out of 1,000 corpses, he wouldn't be guilty. Wang Xing had already gone to the Su family's mansion in Lantian County to see Sun Er 4 times. Each time he went, he brought gifts. He personally dug up the little guy and rushed all the way to the Li family Zhuangzi. Do you want me to bring some equipment to preserve corpses to the border? If my soldiers are injured, I can treat them. If the enemy is dead, I can practice. If they're alive, I can also practice. Li Yi envied the field doctor. Under limited conditions, he dared to use any means. On the battlefield, if the stomach was cut open and the internal organs were injured, he would practice directly. Or if the head was smashed, dig a hole and bury it. It couldn't be saved. However, if the lung was cut open, artificial lungs could be put on and then the human lung could be sutured. He needed assistance, but there was no guarantee that he could be saved. I also need to recruit imperial medical students. As the industrial system slowly advances, the skills of the doctors in the industrial area will improve. Li thought about the 50 nurses in Zhuangzi and the 30 from the Imperial Medical Department. He felt that the number was too small. He planned to take 80 people to the battlefield in rotation, but Zhuangzi couldn't do without him. If he left, what if a minister was dying? I'll open the door and bring in more patients. Let them familiarize themselves with various operations in Zhuangzi. The theoretical foundation can be improved later. Li put the Turk corpses back and made a decision. Coming out of the hospital, he found Song De. See what diseases the people in Chang'an are suffering from. One day. Let's start with 5 people. I can't guarantee that they'll be cured if they're seriously ill. Dongzhu, if you can't save them, it'll damage your reputation as a miracle doctor. Song De was anxious. No one will care how many people you kill. They'll only spread the word about how many you save. Li shook his head. He wasn't worried. Chapter 513. Porcelain bottles for making canned food. Don't want other patterns, just blank porcelain. Burn it for me. On a kiln in Lantian County, Zhangsun Xian urged the owner. The soil in Lantian County was suitable for making porcelain, so there were many kills. In addition, there was good coal, so they spent their own money to dig the coal and stew it. Then they used the coal to make the kiln, which saved money and labor. The kilns took turns without stopping. After one kiln was finished, the second kiln was immediately burned. Zhangsun Xian guarded this kiln for several days and didn't let others make other utensils. The base must be a porcelain base that could make canned food. He didn't ask for beautiful patterns, as long as it could be made into canned food. He hoped to make a lot of money from canned food in winter, although others were also making canned food. Li Yi, I won't trouble you for the time being, although I already have a lot of confidence. Zhangsun Xian had been thinking about losing money. He didn't do a good job in tricking others. When others took advantage of him, he felt unbalanced. He had figured out a way and thought it was very useful. He would make money from canned food in winter and then look at it. Li Yi, who he was thinking about, began to accept patients. 5 patients a day, and Songda went out to inquire. Songda went to medical centers and medicine shops to inquire about who had an illness that was difficult to treat. He went to the other person's home and drove back to Zhuangzi. There were those who suffered from serious infections, appendicitis, respiratory infections, gastrointestinal discomfort caused by parasites, and tuberculosis. Li Yi couldn't make the medicine himself, so he used his life to exchange for medicine. Curing one person could increase his lifespan by a lot, so it was basically equal. It was estimated that this was a theoretical problem that people could contribute to society as long as they were alive. Songda secretly found 5 people a day and didn't publicize it. He also asked the people who were treated not to tell others. He was afraid that if it was publicized, many sick people would run to the Baishui Bridge to beg for medical treatment. Chang'an was so big. People were sick, born, and died every day. Li Yi couldn't cure them even if he was exhausted. On the Double Ninth Festival on September 9th, there were already 21 people living in the main hospital of Li family Zhuangzi. The others who were cured had already left. So far, not a single patient had died in the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi, on the other hand, had died. 2 more people had passed away. They were old and their bodies were not functioning well. Even the Li family Zhuangzi could not survive. Li Dongzhu, do you want to climb a mountain? Songda came over early in the morning and asked Li Yi if he wanted to climb a mountain. He was still holding a stick of dogwood in his hand. He wanted to plug it into Li Yi's head. I'm not going, I'm not wearing it. Continue to look for patients. Everyone is very enthusiastic now, Li Yi said to the 80 nurses. When he was performing the surgery, the nurses were not enthusiastic at all. They were all scared out of their wits and just kept cutting into the patient's body. The nurses also had to pull the retractor, stop the bleeding, and wipe their sweat. The smell of blood filled their noses. Every time Li Yi operated on someone, he had to patiently explain everything, even if the speed of the surgery was slow. But until now, he had not let any of the nurses perform the surgery. He also did the deep debridement himself. The patients with tuberculosis were in a separate room. The nurses wore masks and fearfully delivered medicine to them. They only left after the patients had stabilized and were no longer contagious. The main hospital and the hospital were filled with the smell of disinfectant all day long. Songda, who did not manage to insert the dogwood into Li Yi's head, left regretfully. Li Yi was about to go to the main hospital to do a ward check when a junior manager ran over. Dongzhu, someone is here to sell cows again. But that cow is a dairy cow. The place where the milk is produced has lumps and broken. I'll go and take a look. Li Yi was tempted when he heard that there were cows. He did not kill cows himself. He only bought cows from others. During the summer, if there were no dead cows nearby, he would not be able to buy them. He had a few old cows sent from the Zhang family village in Zhuangzi. He had been raising them. Actually, they could be killed. They could not do any work. The people in the Zhang family village were rich. The cows were old and could not kill them. Li Yi also did not kill them. If it was a cow that was specially eaten, he must kill it for the sake of eating meat. Li Yi felt that the farm did not lack the money for fodder when the oxen were old. He wanted to keep it for the villagers to see. Look, I don't even kill an old cow, let alone a human. Unless it was someone else's cow, they would kill it themselves and send it over. Thinking of eating beef, Li Yi went to the bridgehead of the Ba Bridge. The 1,000 bull guards took turns to protect the cow. It was indeed a cow that produced milk, but it was not a cow that was specially raised. The cow was surrounded and looked at its owner from time to time. Li Yi squatted down to take a look. Sure enough, there were lumps and holes in the cow's indescribable parts. He got up. Okay, I'll buy this cow. Remember not to send live cows for us to kill in the future. Take it in and pay. Li Yi agreed. The other party took the money and left happily. The cow looked back. After not seeing its owner for a long time, it seemed to have accepted its fate. Dongzhu, do you want to eat beef tonight? The steward felt that he could drink a mouthful of beef soup. Eat you. This cow is very useful. I'm still thinking about whose smallpox, no, pea sores. Then inoculate it on the cow. Then, through extraction, cultivation, and detoxification, we can cultivate a low-toxic vaccine. Then, we can cut it on the human body and directly obtain the smallpox virus from the human body. It's too troublesome to deal with it. Li looked at the cow that was not in a good mood and said. At this moment, this cow was a treasure in his eyes. He could extract the vaccinia virus. He had the equipment and knowledge to prepare the vaccine. When there were a lot of cows, he would inoculate them. He wanted to start, but he was not in a hurry to give it to others. So far, he had not heard of a large-scale smallpox outbreak. Raise it well. Don't milk it. Wait for it to recover naturally. This is not a specialized cow. After instructing, Li Yi went to check the room. The slightly sick cow was taken away and placed in a separate place to be fed. In the afternoon, Li Yi found the cow. The others helped to look after it. He extracted the vaccinia fluid and put it in a special box to be sent to the hospital. This time was enough. After that, he would cultivate it in the hospital's culture room. After that, it could be used by humans. If the people of the Tang dynasty were all inoculated and brought the cultivated virus to spread to the enemy, Li Yi mumbled and shook his head. No, he could not do that. It should be used on the soldiers at the border to target the people in the southwest and northwest. They are likely to be infected. Li Yi had the first target to test the smallpox vaccine. Even if he could not control the side effects, he did not have another medicine to use with the vaccine. He could only endure some of the consequences. The soldiers at the border did not know that they would become test subjects in the future. Li Xiandao commanded the troops to fight more and more smoothly. He was not in a hurry to attack. Other than preparing for battle, the soldiers also helped the locals with some small chores. The people in Zhicheng's residence all knew how to work. When there was no war, they would farm and participate in other chores at home. The idea was given by Fan Fan. They used the local products to feed the army. For example, they could fish in the river. They could pick wild vegetables and hunt. When the Southwest barbarians sent troops, they also needed logistics. They were not invincible in the forest. If they were bitten by snakes and mosquitoes, they would still be bitten. Chapter 5:14. Lure them to attack. We'll wait for them to tire us out, Fan Fan suggested. Li Xiandao didn't listen. Fan Fan couldn't do anything either. Neither of the two troops could command the other. Baggage for 50,000 people. We rely on the local fishing, hunting, and picking vegetables. Li Xiandao hesitated. If they didn't settle it for a long time, there wouldn't be enough to eat. If it's food, get the rear to deliver it. Tell the shoe salt merchants that the things they send will be recorded. When we return to Chang'an, the Li family Zhuangzi will make up for it. We don't just need meat for hunting, but also fur. Li Dongzhu said that it's not easy for ordinary hunters to hunt, but it's more convenient for the army. Fan Fan offered a compromise. Li Yi wants fur. Li Xiandao understood. When the army hunted, they would bring the fur back to the winged knights, and Li Yi would accept it. The shoe salt merchants were in charge of logistics and would settle with Li Yi when the time came. Yes, there's also the iron-eating beasts. Li Dongzhu wants them alive. He said that those things are black and white. They're bears that eat bamboo and sometimes meat. Fan Fan mentioned Li Yi's request when they were out. It's not easy to catch a live bear. When Li Xiandao heard about capturing a live bear, he was afraid that the soldiers would be injured. Use nets, dig traps, and chase them away. As long as you bring a live bear back, Li Dongzhu will give you 10,000 yuan. It's best if there's a male, female, and child. Fan Fan stretched out one finger. 10,000 jeans. That's easy. When Li Xiandao heard the amount of money, he realized that all the problems weren't a problem. They eat bamboo. Bring more bamboo, Fan Fan reminded him. Sure. On the way back, there's bamboo all the way. I don't believe that they won't eat other bamboo when they're hungry. Li Xiandao waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. This time, he wasn't worried that the imperial court would say that he was delaying the battle and wasting money. There was an advantage to not taking the initiative to enter the enemy's territory. There were fewer casualties. There were hot air balloons in the sky and 1,000 winged knights on the ground. If the southwestern barbarian army did not attack, everyone would just wait. In any case, they had already taken advantage of the situation before. For a moment, the troops under Li Xuandao's command stood guard the moment they heard that they weren't going into the forest. Then, with the help of the hot air balloon, they would look for a safe place to hunt, catch fish, and so on, and their morale would soar. They didn't want to go into the forest. It was uncomfortable. There was water on the leaves of the forest. It was wet and there were so many mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. They weren't afraid of fighting, but they were worried about losing members in non-combat situations. In these few days, the Southwest barbarians were indeed at a disadvantage. When they rushed out, they were met with the military forces of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers of the Southwest barbarians found that they could not achieve their goal of sneak attacks at all. Instead, they were ambushed by the military forces of the Tang dynasty. After some analysis, they found that there was probably something wrong with the thing flying in the sky. At this time, Tubo, who had asked the Southwest barbarians to cooperate in fighting the Tang dynasty, finally sent a message. He told them that in the Tang dynasty, there was something called a hot air balloon. It could fly in the sky, and there were people on it who could see the situation below. The tribes of the Southwest barbarians were enlightened. No wonder they were always at a disadvantage. After some discussion, they decided that since they would be discovered during the day, they would go out at night. At night, they could see the light of that thing, but they couldn't be seen by the people on it. They didn't want to light a torch. They organized themselves and wanted to fight fiercely. They wanted to rush out together under the cover of the night. It would be better if there was no moon in the sky. At night, the Southwest barbarians moved out. The winged knights, who were observing the situation below with night vision goggles in the hot air balloon, noticed something. They quickly found a place away from the wind and quickly wrote on a piece of paper. At the same time, they drew a simple picture and shot it down with arrows. They only had one night vision goggles. Otherwise, they could also see what was happening above. Shoot! Whoosh! 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 The frontmost troops of the Southwest barbarians who rushed out and arrived at the military camp were attacked by a dense rain of arrows. The arrows were accompanied by fire arrows. The fire arrows ignited some hay on the ground that had been soaked in oil. The hay was mainly used for lighting. Now that they were prepared, the Tang dynasty soldiers were in high spirits. Other than those who were defending, some of them went around the area where the Southwest barbarians were charging and ran to the back. At night, they couldn't see clearly how the arrows were flying. The charging troops of the Southwest barbarians felt that the people around them were falling one by one under the moonlight. Then, the sound of horse hooves came from the left and right. It was obviously a cavalry charge. The troops panicked. No one wanted to face the cavalry directly. But there were still people who held long weapons and squatted on the ground. One end of the weapon was stuck in the ground and the other end was slanted forward. They were waiting for the charge to come. Whoosh! 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 Another rain of arrows. The winged knights didn't charge at all. They were mounted archers. Only idiots would charge in. A charge would kill many people and horses. The cavalry had inertia when they ran, and the range of the arrows was long. A row of cavalry finished shooting, turned their horses around, and ran parallel to each other. After running for a while, they turned back. The cavalry behind them rushed up and shot again. After an hour, the southwest barbarians finally understood that the sneak attack had failed. The enemy was prepared and retreated. They would be safe once they entered the forest. Those who ran fast would go in first. Those who ran slow would face the cavalry's arrows from behind. Since they couldn't see, they just aimed in a general direction and shot. In the retreat, the southwest barbarians fell one by one. They finally understood that fighting at night was more disadvantageous for them. When the front group retreated and the front group retreated, the Tang army that had gone around in advance to ambush them attacked. As they shot, they shouted in southwest barbarian language, "Those who surrender will be spared." When the sky brightened, the Tang dynasty soldiers ran to sweep the battlefield. When they saw that the southwest barbarians were almost alive, they treated them. The dead were piled up together. Those who couldn't be saved were given a quick death. Li Xiandao rode a memorial and rode a fast horse to Chang'an. At this time of the year, Chang'an was not as warm as the southwest. It was cold in the morning. The street sweeper hummed, "I have a flower that grows in my heart." No one understands true love. Today is the 15th of September. Li hasn't done anything for many days. Zhang Shua thought of the time after returning from Xingqing Palace. Don't be afraid. What did he do last year? Did he do anything? He can't be thinking about things all day long. Lu Huaishan said with a hint of guilt. He was also worried that Li Yi, who hadn't appeared for several days, would suddenly make a big move. Yao Chong frowned. The noodles made by the Ministry of Revenue are selling well. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue counted part of the profits to the imperial court and divided the rest among themselves. Hearing Yao Chong mention noodles, Zhang Shua said in a muffled voice, "The other ministries are not happy. They feel that how can a ministry of the imperial court do business? What does their displeasure have to do with the merchants? It's obvious that they didn't get the money." Bai Gu said that this is an attempt by some administrative department to develop a second industry, processing. Lu Huaishan said something that everyone understood. Li Yi suffered a loss this time. He didn't do a good business but had to curry favor with Bai Gu. I heard that noodles can make more than 100 yuan a day. When Yao Chong talked about noodles, he was a little gloating. At the same time, he was also dissatisfied that Li Yi was good to Bai Gu. He gave other ideas and even gave money. The Ministry of Revenue's flour has to be exchanged with Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi can make some money. Zhang Shua also felt that Li Yi suffered a loss. Chapter 515. The moon is round tonight. Li Yi stood at the gate of the courtyard and looked up at the sun. Eunuch Ziyu thought for a moment and echoed, "Dongzhu is really amazing. The noodles in the Ministry of Revenue are selling well. Have the people accepted it?" Li Yi thought of the noodles. It's more cost-effective than the people grinding the noodles themselves and making noodles. Grinding the noodles requires grinding. The price of buying noodles is not low. Bai He commented on the noodles from behind. Even if you buy noodles, you have to cook them. It's troublesome if you don't open the fire at home. Let's help the people who have trouble cooking noodles. Li Yi finally revealed his true intentions. Before noon that day, the people from Zhuangzi brought things to the Shushine children. A pottery bowl, a pair of chopsticks, a bamboo board, and instant noodles wrapped in fringed paper. At noon, the children went to the houses of the various workshops and asked if they had boiled water. If they didn't, cold water would be fine too. The workshops were so big that it was impossible for them not to have boiled water. They didn't have it, but the temples also had it. People saw the Shushan children first wash the pottery bowl, bamboo board, and chopsticks. Then they opened the fringed paper bag and took out a square made of noodles. They put the square into the bowl. They poured hot water and covered it with the bamboo board. It didn't take long for the child to pick up the bamboo board. The fragrance in the bowl floated out. There was the smell of spring onions and meat. They used the chopsticks to flip the noodles a few times. They lowered their heads and drank a mouthful of soup. Then they picked up a few noodles and sucked them into their mouths. What is this? Can the noodles be cooked with boiling water? Just for a little while? Some of the curious onlookers came forward and asked for others. Li family Zhuangzi instant noodles. It's cooked and can be soaked in cold water. If it doesn't work, you can chew it dry. The Shushan children said what the farmers told them when they delivered the instant noodles. How much is this? Sure enough, someone asked about the price. It's twice as expensive as noodles, but you don't have to cook it yourself. There's still flavor in it. The salt and everything else are all added. The Shushan children drank another mouthful of soup as they spoke. The hot soup tasted better. How do you make it? Put other things in the noodles, cook them and dry them. That won't do. Burn it. Put it in the pot. Didn't you say that it was fried? Yes, fried. Won't it be cooked after it's fried? Almost. The Li family Zhuangzi is willing to use oil. It's already expensive to blow it up yourself. It's cheaper to make more. Knead the dough first. When you knead the dough, put in the other ingredients to make noodles and fry them in oil. That's it. Ask the Li family Zhuangzi when they're selling it. Buy one and try it. The news spread among the people in Chang and that the Li family Zhuangzi had made a kind of noodles that could be chewed dry and could also be soaked in hot or cold water. Most importantly, it was cheap. It was twice as expensive as the noodles sold now. It was fried with salt, chopped green onion, and star anise powder. Take one piece with you. It's much better than fried noodles and dry pancakes. Thus, the Ministry of Revenue sold noodles and helped the commoners accept the lifestyle of buying noodles. The Li family Zhuangzi's instant noodles were also accepted and even better. I knew he didn't have good intentions. In the evening, a group of people ate dinner in the Prime Minister's private room in Heavenly Earth. Bai Gu felt helpless. The Ministry of Revenue spent a lot of effort to promote the noodles a few days ago. First, they sent the noodles to the officials' homes. When others went to the officials' homes and saw that it was good, they followed suit and bought the noodles. Naturally, they couldn't charge money for the noodles given to the officials. As a result, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue only got a share of the money once. Not only was it tiring, but it also made other officials dissatisfied. The censorate sent many impeachment papers to the higher-ups. The Li family Zhuangzi was smart. He waited for the ready-made instant noodles. When he took them out, they thought it was good. He was a minister. How could he not see this? Let's eat. Try this instant noodles. Yao Chong picked up another upside-down bowl and looked at the noodles in the bowl. Sure enough, there was a fragrance. The noodles looked good. He picked it up and took a bite. Yao Chong nodded. Yes, it's indeed convenient. Instant noodles, good name. Long Zhe, don't mind. It's twice as expensive. There will be people who won't be willing to buy it. Lu Huaishan comforted Bai Gu. Bai Gu shook his head. Do rich people lack money? When they find something better, who would want to eat noodles? It has no taste. Long Zhe, the Ministry of Revenue should also learn to make it. Zhang Shua gave an idea. I can't. It's too troublesome. I have to buy a lot of ingredients and fry it. Look, the color of the instant noodles is a bit whiter than the noodles. Baigu pointed at the instant noodles. He knew that it would take a lot of effort to make it whiter. Yao Chong recalled the color of the noodles in the Ministry of Revenue and admitted that there was a difference. He drank another mouthful of soup. Ask him again if there's any other way to make money. Let's first pay taxes on the instant noodles. He instigated Baigu to collect taxes on the noodles in the Ministry of Revenue. The price was only half of the price of the instant noodles. The instant noodles were obviously profitable. He went to Li Yi to ask for money. No, he will only pay taxes if there are profits. What should I say? I'll only take his taxes. He promises to tell me that he will lose money selling instant noodles. Baigu was not fooled. First, he would not be able to collect taxes. Second, he would offend people. In the future, he still hoped that Li Yi would give him ideas. At most, he would sell the noodles to a farther place. See, I told you. If he doesn't do something every few days, he's not Li Yi. Lu Huaishan was also superstitious now. It's good for the people. Baigu felt that he was being tricked, but he still admitted that instant noodles were delicious. In Chang'an, many people did not open fire. Li Yi in Zhuangzi was also eating instant noodles. He had eaten it several times. To be honest, he did not like to eat it. Whenever he thought of instant noodles, he felt uncomfortable. The people of his time did not treat instant noodles as a proper meal. They only ate instant noodles when they had no choice. Unlike that country in the peninsula, which was very rich, they ate instant noodles as if they were eating something good. They had to cook it and set up a pile of plates. It was very ritualistic. In his opinion, he would rather eat instant noodles and stir-fry dishes if he had the time. When more people like to eat instant noodles, it will promote the flour processing industry. The small hand-shaken flour mill does not seem to have a lot of output, but it can also provide people with a job. Li Yi was telling the palace maids and eunuchs his plan. He was not trying to trick Baigu. He just wanted to help the flour and test if the porcelain crushing part was useful. If it was useful, he could even use old bamboo to make the outer part of the hand-shaken flour mill. The middle part of the mill would be made of porcelain and the other parts would be made of iron. In winter, other than chiseling ice, there was nothing to do. He would shake the mill alone at home. The flour shaken out was still a source of income. Nowadays, wheat was often used to cook. It was good to eat wheat rice occasionally, but after a long time, it would not taste good. Otherwise, why would the people grind wheat into flour? If the rice was not delicious, they would make it into rice noodles. Dongzhu, in that way, the price of things will increase. Qing Song pondered. When wheat was ground into flour, the person who made the flour would make more money. The same amount of wheat would make more money. Yes, slowly, the price will increase. In the end, it will be balanced. This is the problem of currency depreciation in the process of social development. To solve this problem, we need better production technology to transform into productivity. Li Yi expressed his appreciation to Qing Song and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 5:16. Quick, make a few more plates of fine grinding. Be quick, I want to sell noodles. Zhang Sun Exayan found an opportunity again. It was the idea of the aides. The 4 aides were very competent. When they were selling noodles in the Ministry of Revenue, they found out about the situation. Where would they get so much flour? They could grind some by themselves, but they needed a lot of flour to sell. When they waited for the Li family Zhuangzi to make a move, they understood that it would be the world of wheat milling in the future. Before the other big businessmen reacted, they would make a little money first. They couldn't expect to learn how to make instant noodles, but they could make handmade noodles or sell the flour to others. As long as they spent money to hire people to grind the flour, buy the wheat, and hire servants to grind the flour. Even if the profit was only 5%, it was still a 100% profit. The aides didn't know that they were gradually understanding the power of capital. Ordinary people couldn't afford to make so many mills, let alone hire many people. Without enough capital, even if the opportunity to make money was in front of them, they could only watch it disappear. If they borrowed money to develop, it would be troublesome if they lost money. The next night, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Li Qingqi went to Zhuangzi. Empress Wang wanted to check the child's body. She came every once in a while to see if he was poisoned. The little guy was asleep, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat anything. Li Longji and the other two insisted on eating instant noodles. Li Yi fried instant noodles for his sister-in-law's nutrition balance. There were meat, vegetables, carrots, and fried goose eggs inside. Brother Yi, I didn't expect instant noodles to be eaten this way. Li Qingqi found it novel. Wasn't it the same when we ate fried noodles in the past? Li Yi was distressed. Why would they eat instant noodles when they could fry noodles? It only took a few minutes to boil the noodles underwater. Could it save 3 minutes by putting instant noodles in boiling water? Instant noodles are more chewy than handmade noodles. Li Qingqi disagreed. That's because instant noodles have a large proportion of gluten and 2 layers are ground down on the outside. In fact, it's almost a capital to sell these noodles. Li Yi told the truth. The noodles were different, and they had to rely on the manpower of the villagers. In addition to the technical staff, the villagers were more trained to be managers. This included the 100 villagers who had just returned from Hunan Prefecture. They had all received training. In Luoyang, the villager commanded others to do their work. He was responsible for guiding and supervising them. Gradually, he got used to organizing people and cooperating with others. When he came back, he sold the chickens, ducks, and pigs. In Luoyang, he added another 5% to the great merchants coming and going from Chang'an, using copper coins and silk to exchange for Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. They returned with the exchange coupons and lost 5%, saving time and transportation costs. Their labor couldn't be calculated according to the labor of ordinary people. When converted into the production of instant noodles, there wasn't much profit. Li Longji did not care about profits. He thought of the same plan of Zhangsun Xian's advisors. Brother Yi, it's easier for a rich businessman to do other things than a poor person. Yes, the power of capital is reflected in scale. Li put down his chopsticks. He finished his plate of fried noodles and left a plate for himself. He picked up the yellow wine beside him and took a sip. Capital lies in guidance. The great families now use their capital on land. The great merchants also have a lot of land. As long as someone is selling it, they will buy it. Empress Wang swallowed a piece of meat. Agriculture is the foundation. It involves the lowest level of human needs. Survival and having food to eat is enough. Agriculture is also the foundation of war. How can we fight without food? Industry is also the foundation of war. At the same time, industry can help agriculture and research better fertilizers. What we need now is to change some people's thinking. We need to change our focus from the amount of land to the amount of land produced. Li Yi explained the relationship between the primary and secondary industries to the 3 of them. He spoke slowly and told the 3 of them some things. The development of the secondary industry should be the needs of foreign wars and the primary industry. And the increase in the production of cotton, hemp, and silkworms in the primary industry would promote the expansion of the secondary industry. The entertainment in the tertiary industry of the service industry was an additional demand for a certain group of people to satisfy the needs of the primary industry. The financial industry of the service industry was a supplement and promotion of the primary and secondary industries, as well as the war. There was no good or evil in capital itself. It was just that in the pursuit of more capital, it would inevitably show more of its evil side. That was why there was tax. Tax was to use a portion of capital to support the primary and secondary industries, and to assist in the war. As for the employees of the 3 industries, their income determined the distribution of social work. Everything was moving and not fixed. What the imperial court needed to solve was to balance the interests of the employees of the various industries. Otherwise, they would not worry about scarcity and would worry about inequality. Li drank wine from time to time and talked nonsense. The three of them did not eat. Empress Wang wanted to drink wine a few times, but the palace maid beside her handed her juice. Li Longji realized that after knowing Brother Yi for so long, he finally saw a powerful ability today. Brother Yi explained the matters of the country clearly. He understood it as soon as he heard it. It turned out to be so simple. What will Brother Yi do in the future? He was worried about marrying someone else as his wife. As for Princess True Jade and Princess Jinxian, not to mention that the two sisters were older than Brother Yi, the people they interacted with were not good enough. His own daughter. If he gave his daughter to Brother Yi, then he would not be Brother Yi. It felt awkward. How should he address her? Could Brother Yi solve that emotional problem? Li Longji's mind was filled with thoughts of finding a wife for Li Yi. He could not become someone else's son-in-law. How dangerous was that? These are just some superficial descriptions. There are deeper problems entangled together. The financial industry existed the moment bartering appeared. It was just that no one thought much about it. Paper money will promote the development of the financial industry. It is more convenient, more beneficial, and harder to control than copper coins and silk. Li Yi was instilling information bit by bit. He was afraid that his eldest brother and three would not understand if he said too much. Brother Yi, do you know anything about the financial industry? Li Qingqi drank a mouthful of wine and smacked his lips. I know a little. The financial industry is a double-edged sword. You can't control people's desires. The prosperity of gambling lies in this. I will explain it to everyone when I need it. Li Yi was not willing to talk too much about the financial industry. In any case, he was now in control of the issuance of the exchange coupons. According to historical records, if he did not issue the exchange coupons, 2 years later, the imperial court would impose a compulsory ratio of silk to copper coins. This meant that the amount of silk had increased and it began to depreciate. If the depreciation of silk was left unchecked, the monetary system would be in chaos. No one was willing to accept silk and would exchange it for copper coins. The more they exchanged, the more the value of silk would depreciate. The compulsory exchange ratio was related to the increase of the currency of silk. Silk could not be used for a long time. If it got wet or caught fire, the losses would be great. The Kaiyuan age was a result of controlling the currency ratio. It was based on the stability of agricultural products. It was not stable. In the Kaiyuan age, a large amount of wealth was concentrated in the hands of a few people. The polarization between the rich and the poor accelerated the process of land annexation. Chapter 517. The moon on the 16th was still very round. It was still rising slowly before midnight. The farmers on the night shift wore an extra layer of clothes. The weather was even colder. The cucumbers and eggplants in the vegetable field were ready to be harvested in a few days. Many cucumbers and eggplants were still very small. The farmers were waiting for the frost to come. After the frost, the most obvious change was the eggplants. The eggplants would become very sweet. The small eggplants that were 1 inch long could be picked and rubbed with their hands. Then, they could be eaten raw like fruits. All the migrant workers entered the new building. The windows were covered with paper. Standing on the terrace by the river, they could see that many families had lit candles. Occasionally, some families placed the candles in the wrong place. Through the window, they could see people. There were children writing, women knitting, and, whose family was that? What were the men and women waiting for? That chat. The building next door is for students to live in for free. Zhuangzi no longer provides food, brushes, ink, and paper. Li Qingqi pointed to the building next to the migrant workers and said that the students were treated badly. There is still porridge in the morning. At least they won't starve to death. Zhuangzi newly bought land has a lot of greenhouses. As long as they are willing to work, they can live on. Li Longji couldn't sleep at all. His heart was filled with what he heard during the meal. It was not that he was in a hurry to find a solution when he encountered a problem. It was that he knew what the problem would be before it happened and knew how to deal with it. The relationship between various industries and various practitioners was simple and clear. When listed out one by one, it was countless times better than the previous fragments. Thinking like this, Li Longji's brows relaxed. With Brother Yi, I feel at ease. I'm not in a hurry either. I was always afraid that something would not be done well and make the Tang dynasty unstable. Now the fund can always operate. Li Chengqi had a goal in life. He was not afraid of causing trouble and being suspected by his third brother. Compared with Li Yi's set of things, what he did was just a small part of it. Counting on the money from football, the Workers' League, the E-League, and the seaside business to rebel, unless there was an army outside that could defeat the Winged Knights. No, it wasn't just the Winged Knights. There was also Brother Yi. Brother Yi wouldn't sit by and watch a rebellion happen. Brother Yi wanted stability. I wonder how the war in the southwest is going. After Li Longji was no longer worried about the development of the Tang dynasty, he thought of the problem of the barbarians in the southwest. Perhaps it won't be too bad. Third brother, are you worried that the Winged Knights will suffer too much damage? Li Chengqi knew that the Winged Knights were precious. I'm just afraid that they'll recklessly charge in and think that they've learned something great. They'll recklessly fight the enemy head-on. Li Longji didn't deny it. He could accept the deaths of the Winged Knights, but he couldn't accept the fact that there were too many deaths. If other people saw this, they would think that the Winged Knights were not strong enough, and some people would start having other thoughts. They are very smart. The people trained by Brother Yi all have different ideas from others. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqi comforted. Speaking of training, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Longji smiled and looked at the other end of Baqiao with his binoculars. There were torches at the end of the bridge. Some students had just moved in and didn't have money to buy oil and candles. They didn't want to sleep, so they ran to the end of the bridge to read. It was cold, but there was no problem with safety. There were also Qianyo guards who took turns to train at night. In addition, there were also people who were preparing to set up stalls tomorrow. They arrived before dark and slept beside carts or poles. If they didn't have many companions, they would be afraid to walk at night. People who lived a little further away chose to come out during the day and go to Baqiao at night to sleep until dawn. When they sold out, they bought what they needed and stayed for one night. The migrant workers and the Zhang family's village also had markets. The people outside couldn't cross the bridge, so they could only wait for them to go out. They communicated with each other and exchanged what they needed. They could also use exchange coupons. There were very few copper coins and silk in circulation in Chang'an. The Li family Zhuangzi released 300,000 yuan worth of exchange coupons one after another. Only those who had too much copper coins and silk still used the original currency. Especially silk, no one wanted it anymore. If they accidentally dirted it, no one would accept it when they used it as currency. One piece of cloth after another was placed there. Sometimes, they didn't know how much money they had. Most of the copper coins and silk were sold to merchants who came to Chang'an to sell things. Some foreign merchants also exchanged some coupons. They didn't expect to use them elsewhere, but they could use them as money when they came to Chang'an in the future. Third brother, go back. There is still a court meeting tomorrow. Li Chengqi felt cold and advised Li Longji to rest. Let's go. Li Longji was not sleepy at all. He was full of energy. It's on fire. It's on fire. Put out the fire. A voice came from afar at night. Li Longji finally frowned. He carefully identified the direction of the voice and looked over with binoculars. There was indeed a fire. However, it was not in Zhuangzi. It was still some distance away from the dock. How could there be a fire there? Who moved things to that place? Then, He saw a group of Qianyo guards rushing over and lighting torches. Some of their torches had not been lit yet. They ran and matched their torches with other people's torches. In the light of the fire, people were pushing carts and carrying poles. "What's going on?" Li Longji asked loudly. One of the winged knights hiding in the dark jumped out. "Your Majesty, it's okay. It's probably a drill." A few days ago, Li Dongzhu said that it should be torturous. Li Longji continued to look through the binoculars. The fire was burning. Was it a wooden house? He didn't know what was inside. Anyway, the fire was very big. The Qianyo guards were spraying water against the flames. Some of them seemed to have taken a long iron hook and stretched it over. A part of the wall of the wooden house collapsed, and the people above fell down. The fire was slightly reduced, and more people sprayed water forward. After more than a quarter of an hour, only smoke was left. The fire in the place where the fire was burning was extinguished. At this time, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu asked people to build a house with broken wood during the day. There is hay inside." Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief. "It's really torturous. Let's go to sleep." This time, he was sleepy. The next morning, Li Yi woke up early and went to check on the patients. When Li Longji and the others were about to leave, Li Yi brought over 10 iron hand-operated flour grinders. "Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, take these and use them when you go back. If you want to eat whiter flour, you have to grind it and then move the flour below. If the flour below is black, you have to grind it for a while more before moving it away. The color of the flour depends on." Li Yi explained how to use the flour grinders. As they ground, they produced flour. According to the time, the color of the flour produced was different. In 2 days, the porcelain flour will be produced. If it's good, prepare to rent or sell it to others. Li Yi explained his arrangements. Last night's topic was the general direction of the theory. When it was put into practice, it was the advancement of various small technologies. When many small technologies were transformed into productivity, the energy would change qualitatively. This time, the rich will definitely eat the whitest flour. The rest of the flour will be for the ordinary people. Empress Wang looked at the things and listened to Li Yi. She wanted to eat the last flour. It's not good to eat it all the time. Different wheat has different tendons. They can be mixed to make the skin of cakes and fillings. Li Yi added. Chapter 518. Quick, go check the cowshed and stables to see if there are any leaks. I remember the sheds in the sheep house had cracks last time. Have they been mended? The stewards of the Li family Zhuangzi ran and shouted. At noon, the clouds came. They thought it was going to snow, but it turned into rain. Without any warning, bean-sized raindrops began to fall with a pitter-patter sound. The farmers were not afraid of the rain themselves, but they were worried about the livestock and poultry. Why is it raining so heavily in Chang and this month? Li Yi stood on a high platform by the river and looked at the Zhang family village, the workers' residential area, and the stall on the other side of Baqiao in the rain and fog. According to the Gregorian calendar, it was now the 22nd of October, and the current lunar calendar was the 17th of September. Zhuangzi's heating boiler had been tested and was ready to provide heat at any time. A large amount of coal was prepared and sent to the greenhouse to be heated. Looking through the binoculars, there was no reaction from the Zhang family village. It seemed that the situation was good. No one was outside the workers' residential area. They were all hiding. At the stall, the stewards sent cloth, bamboo hats, and straw raincoats. The Qianyo guards braved the heavy rain to help cover the items. Dongzhu, the wind is blowing. Everyone else was wearing raincoats, but Tao Hong was holding an umbrella. The wind was blowing and the rain was heavy. Her umbrella was useless. You go back. Li Yi glanced at her. I have to change into this beautiful raincoat. I thought the wind wouldn't blow. Tao Hong muttered and went back to the courtyard alone. Add ginger water and send it to the stall owner. Li Yi said. Gu Yan ran behind him to make the arrangements. This rain is not good. The ground is too wet. If it snows and freezes, it will directly freeze a layer. Li Yi hated winter rain. Whether he was in the south or the north, he felt uncomfortable when it rained in winter. Except for the southernmost area, where winter was not cold at all. If it was Hangzhou, it would be cool when it rained in winter. I'm afraid that if it continues, some place will suffer a disaster. Cui Lu whispered. Don't talk nonsense. If there really is a disaster, I'll send you to block the breach. Li Yi said to Cui Lu. What can I do on my own? I threw him in and he ran away. Cui Lu stuck her tongue out behind Li Yi. Lantian County is the most vulnerable to disasters. Send someone to check on the situation. If it really doesn't work, stop all other work and focus on repairing houses and clearing ditches in the village. Li Yi gave another order. The cub ran away and found someone to ride a horse to Lantian County. Drunken Immortal Tavern was located in the county town of Lantian County. Usually, the people they interacted with the most were people from the county town. There were still villages in Lantian County. Their location was the most dangerous. Of course, if there was a disaster, the government would organize a rescue team. If the house could not be saved, then there was no need for it. When the government couldn't do anything, they could only flee. The people ran to other places. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to eat. The most terrible thing was that the things in Chongping warehouse were embezzled by the officials. When they needed to release food, there was no food to release. Even if they killed the officials, there was no food. The rest was money. A large pile of copper coins, gold, jewelry, and silk was taken from the officials' houses. I'm still waiting for a few days until the frost comes. Then, I'll buy a large number of cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, and lentils from other people's farms. Li Yi was annoyed by the rain. He was ready to make side dishes. Like last year, he specifically picked the small, frosted dishes and added shrimp oil. It was the same as his Jinzhou side dishes. They had a special taste and were different from the shrimp sauce. If the purchase price was slightly higher, the people who grew the vegetables would not leave them to make salted vegetables. Unfortunately, there were no kidney beans or Japanese ginger. Japanese ginger was called Jerusalem artichoke. However, there was a better screw vegetable, which was the pagoda vegetable. He chose the small ones and put them together to make salted vegetables. Li Yi considered waiting for the rain to stop. He would advertise in the newspaper and ask people to send the side dishes that had been washed by the rain in advance. Otherwise, the side dishes would be ruined after being stained by the rain. It was different from the frosted side dishes. At this time, Zhuangzi had already made ginger sugar water for the villagers to drink. He also used a flatbed cart to push a large wooden bucket to the bridgehead of Ba Bridge. The people who set up the stall began to be modest with the Qianyo guards. They wanted to let the other party drink first. The Qianyo guards did not have bamboo hats and straw raincoats. They helped in the rain. If it was in the past, the Qianyo guards would probably be sick from the cold if they were drenched by the rain. Now that it was fine, the Qianyo guards had been training like the other 14 guards. They were next to the Ba River. At night, when it was cold, they would swim. At this moment, the heavy rain was like another swim. What a good soldier! Your Majesty is indeed the best Majesty. Yes, compared to before, don't talk nonsense. The retired emperor is still alive. Anyway, he's better than before. Drink quickly. After drinking, the Qianyo guards can drink. If we don't drink, they won't drink either. Everyone, take care of the thatches, bamboo hats, and straw raincoats. When the weather clears, place them neatly so that the Li family Zhuangzi can take them back. Everyone, go and transport coal. If it gets cold again, light a stove here to warm it up. It's not easy to have a place to sell things. As the person who set up the stall spoke, he picked up the bowl and the ginger sugar water. This sugar was brown sugar. He didn't put much. Some of the Qianyo guards returned to their tents, while others were still standing guard. When they heard the people's praise, they were also happy. They definitely had the winged knights. Their status had dropped, and His Majesty did not pay much attention to them. Now, they had made His Majesty proud. The people said that His Majesty was good. The rain continued to fall. It did not look like it would clear up. The mining in Lantian County stopped. The people who were forced to mine were confined to small houses and were not allowed to come out. The others followed Li Yi's instructions and ran to the village below. Those who had water in front of the courtyard quickly cleaned up the ditch and quickly drained it. Those whose houses were leaking rain put up a ladder and temporarily changed a mat for them. Then, they used a bamboo board to block the rain. This could only be cleaned up properly when the weather cleared up. Now, it could not be cleaned up even with mud. There were those who were relatively wealthy. Those whose houses were covered in tiles and also had water leaks. They brought out hot soup for the workers. Only then did the workers go over to help change the tiles. At night, the rain did not stop. When Li Yi ate, he felt very depressed. He did not eat much and went to the inpatient department to take a look. When he came back, he met Wang Xing, who ran over. "Brother Yi, something happened at Wei River. Just now, people rushed over from Wei Nan County. They are resting in the shed I set up in front of the imperial plantation. They said that the water level in Wei Nan is rising quickly. It's in the county. Some people's mud houses look like they can't hold on." Wang Xing told Li Yi the situation. He continued, "I made a lot of money, but I didn't do anything good for the people. I only dug up someone's grave to save a child. Money is useless. I want to sell something in Weinan." Li Yi looked at Wang Xing. When Wang Xing was uneasy, he asked, "Brother Wang, are you sincere?" "I'm paying. What's there to be sincere about? Even if my heart is fake, the money is real." Wang Xing nodded. "Look at this rain, it doesn't look like it's going to stop. I'll write a memorial. Send it in for me." Li Yi did not say that Wang Xing was not sincere. He admitted that Wang Xing was right. "Why do you care what I think? I'm really paying." "Okay, I'll think of a way to send it in from the Forbidden Garden." Wang Xing agreed. Li Yi came to the desk and unfolded the paper. He did not need to grind ink. He poured some ink into the inkstone and dipped the brush in it. Then, he put down the brush and changed to another piece of paper. There was a special paper for writing. He was an official. If it was another place, the place would send him some paper regularly. There were also some that did not. Chapter 519. Li Yi was a third-rank official. In the Li family Zhuangzi, no one dared to covet his things. There were patterns on the paper, but it was not Xian paper. The name of the paper was Xianzhou of the Tang dynasty. The paper produced there had been used by Chang'an for a long time. Later, Xiancheng County's paper became better than other places and became famous. Later, people only knew about Xian paper, but not Xiancheng. Xian paper was not only produced in Xiancheng. It became the name of a type of paper, including Shu Xian and Xing Xian. Li changed the paper, picked up the brush and wrote, "Winter rain, water is hard to estimate. Wei River County is low and wet. Travelers are worried, and the people in the county are suffering. Just as the private army has been trained for a long time, the winged knights are looking forward to." Li stopped writing, threw the paper aside, and wrote again, "Weinan County may have a flood. Send the winged knights to save it." Done. Li stamped it and handed it to Wang Xing. Wang Xing, who was watching from the side, he looked at the discarded piece of paper and then at the piece of paper in front of him. He reached out and took the piece of paper. "Brother Yi, give this to me. I'll send it over now." Wang Xing preferred the first one Li wrote. As for the one with the stamp on his hand, what was this? It was just a sentence. Wouldn't it be a joke if the officials saw it? Thank you, Brother Wang. Li Yi stood up and urged him. Wang Xing pulled a few pieces of paper and wrapped the memorial. He put it in his pocket, put on his raincoat, and ran out to call a few people to ride to the Forbidden Garden. It was difficult for others to break into the palace at this time, but he had no problem. It did not take long for him to reach the Forbidden Garden. The city gate was closed. He found the winged knights outside and told them the situation. The winged knights helped to call down the gondola. He climbed up and was hoisted to the city wall. He then went to find Yang Si-sun and told him that Li Yi had sent a private memorial. Yang Si-sun did not dare to delay and took him to find Gao Lisher. Only by finding Gao Lisher could he find Li Longji. Li Longji was not with Empress Wang. He was with Yang Guipin. Yang Guipin was the mother of the later Tang Suzong, Li Heng. Previously, Yang Guipin's child had been raised by Empress Wang. Before Empress Wang became the empress, she was the crown princess. If they didn't have any children, they would want to get a child to protect their position. At the same time, there was a tradition that they could adopt a child, but they could also have children themselves. Empress Wang was also very good to this child. She treated him as her own child and took care of him. However, she did not have a child. Now that Empress Wang had a child, the little guy was taken back by Yang Guipin. Empress Wang wanted him when she was pregnant. No matter how good others were to her, it was not as good as her being by his side. Li Longji spent the night at her place. The two of them talked sweetly and were about to go to bed when Wang Xing came. Since they were all eunuchs, Li Longji did not hide anything and called him in. Wang Xing took out the second memorial written by Li Yi. However, he accidentally took out the first one. He picked it up and put it back. What is that? Li Longji was curious. It was written by Li Dongzhu. It was not written well, so I kept it. Wang Xing replied with a bitter face. At the same time, he handed over the first memorial written by Li Yi. Li Longji first looked at the one with the seal and then looked at the one without. He shook his head. My brother Yi, you are clearly talented, but you are not willing to use it. You can go back. Yes. Wang Xing retreated. He did not even mention the paper that belonged to him. There was nothing left. He would ask Li Yi for another one later. After Wang Xing left, Li Longji put away the two memorials and looked at Yang Si-sun. Immediately transfer 10,000 winged knights to the Li family Zhuangzi. They will listen to Jinzi Guanglu Li Yi's orders. Li Longji ordered. At the same time, he threw out a sign. Yang Si-sun caught the sign. Your Majesty, what about the logistics? Li Longji looked at him. Don't you know that the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi is the strongest? Bring them there. Don't worry about anything else. Yes. Yang Si-sun quickly lowered his head and took the sign to transfer the troops. Your Majesty, I think Wang Xing likes Li Yi's words. Yang Guipin did not look angry at being disturbed. Today, she finally knew how important Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi was to the emperor. Even the current prime minister, Yao Chong, could not send a private message. He could only come himself. Li Yi wrote a letter in Zhuangzi and sent it directly to the imperial harem. It was a private letter requesting the transfer of troops. His Majesty saw the words as if he saw the person. He gave 10,000 winged knights. In the private memorial, there was only one sentence. The key was that the emperor did not say what the 10,000 soldiers were to do. He sent them out to let Li Yi do as he saw fit. What if Li Yi made up a lie and said that someone wanted to harm the emperor and transferred troops to attack? This kind of private memorial cannot be seen. I stayed behind to protect Wang Xing, Li Longji explained. He looked at Yang Guipin again. My brother Yi will not turn around and lead the winged knights to attack the imperial harem. If he wants to kill people, he can do it himself. There is no stopping him. Your Majesty, is there any problem with his logistics baggage? Yang Guipin was once again certain of Li Yi's ability. If the enemy besieges the city and we can't stop them, I will take you to Brother Yi's place to hide. Li Longji was not worried about Yang Guipin. I heard that he also composed a beautiful song for Princess Yuzhen and Princess Jingxian. I always sing it. Yang Guipin changed the topic. Sing it for me now. Li Longji carried Yang Guipin to the bed. Yang Si-sun took the token and ran out to the imperial harem to transfer 10,000 winged knights. He hurried to the Li family Zhuangzi. Not long after Wang Xing returned, he told Li Yi how much money he was willing to contribute. 5,000, I can take out 5,000. I can't bear to give more. Wang Xing made a palm gesture. He had made quite a lot of money. The moment he opened his mouth, he had given 5 million yuan to someone else. He handed over money and benefits to the people in the imperial plantation. He could casually take out 5,000. At this time, anyone who wanted to transfer him away would be his enemy. Brother Wang is benevolent. Li Yi didn't care about 5,000. He valued Wang Xing's willingness. While the two were talking, Yang Si-sun arrived. Li Yi went out and the 10,000 people took up a large space in Zhuangzi. They were also riding horses. Fortunately, it wasn't one person riding 3. After Yang Si-sun handed over the token, he left with his followers. Li Yi took out a loudspeaker. Prepare tactical backpacks for the brothers, as well as shovels and fart balls that haven't been blown yet. The villagers moved quickly and sent the items over. Shovels, pickaxes, tactical backpacks, and fart balls made from pigs and sheep. Bundles of rope, packs of instant noodles, tarpaulins, and so on. At the same time, they called out to the villagers who had rested. Li Yi then shouted to the 10,000 winged knights. There's nothing to say. There's a lot of water in Weinan County now and the rain hasn't stopped. It's very likely that there will be danger. You are His Majesty's private army and should be used at the most critical time. Now, put down your weapons and don't ride horses. Come and get your things. We'll set off. Yes. The 10,000 winged knights shouted in unison. The 10,000 people divided into different camps and went to get their things. After getting their tactical backpacks, they took out leggings and tied them up. They weren't allowed to ride horses and could only march on their feet. They knew what to do. 10,000 horses were brought over. Without anyone to take care of them, the horses needed to eat and rest. After the winged knights finished packing, Li Yi got into his ambulance and ordered, "Follow me." Chapter 520. Weinan County wasn't very far from the Li family Zhuangzi. It was more than 70 li away. They needed to cross a river. The winged knights didn't wear light armor or carry too much weight. They didn't carry crossbows, bows, or arrows. It was considered a normal march. The 3 of them took turns to carry a shovel or pick. The other things were loaded in the car. The car was also loaded with tents and food for the horses. In the past, the winged knights would carry 20 kilometers of full weight every 10 minutes. Li Yi had provided a way to count the kilometers. Now that they were farther away, they carried less weight. Li Yi didn't pursue speed. In the heavy rain at night, the non-commissioned officer ran very energetically. Don't get wet. The winged knights will run over. Just treat it as training. Don't rush into the houses or people. Li Yi sat in the car and kept muttering. He didn't want to bring people over to provide disaster relief. It would be best if he found that there were no major problems and then helped to repair the houses. Li Yi took out a lot of rechargeable flashlights for the team to use. The winged knights didn't run very fast. Li Yi felt that they could cover a kilometer in 5 minutes. It was fine to maintain this speed, even if it was a kilometer in 6 minutes or 10 kilometers in an hour. They reached their destination in 3 hours. The Tang dynasty was less than 500 meters. If the winged knights couldn't even finish a 3-hour march in the heavy rain, they would be useless. Li Yi felt that he could get off the car and run, but he didn't. He was going to save people. Drowning people were secondary. More importantly, people with scratches in the water would be troublesome if their wounds got infected. The team didn't talk as they ran. They just listened to the sound of their footsteps. It was booming when they were far away, but it was pia-pia when they were close. Don't worry. Save your energy and adjust your breathing. After an hour, Lee wandered in the car and took a nap. He looked at his watch and shouted through the car's loudspeaker. The team still didn't make a sound. The footsteps were still so orderly. However, the people running at the front kept switching back and forth. They were considered to be in the lead, and the others just had to follow the rhythm. Being in the lead was the most stressful. None of the infantrymen of the Tang dynasty knew about this, and Li Yi specifically taught it to the winged knights. It was easier to deal with a large army, but if a small army of 100 or so people did not adjust their leaders, it would affect their combat effectiveness. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a village in Weinan County. There was indeed water in the village, and in some places, the water was up to their ankles. However, the Wei River didn't burst, and it was still filled with water. The people in the village had low standards. Now, they were groping around in the dark to find something to block their way. If the water entered the house and soaked in it for a long time, the house would be ruined. The village chief, Jingdalan, did not sleep. He led his men to check the situation from house to house. He held an alcohol lighter and a candle in his hand. He was the village chief and also the wealthiest person in the village. It was because he was rich that he was chosen to be the village chief. The large families in the area had the surname Qin. Many of them combined were not as rich as Jingdalan's family. Xiao Yi is a widow in the west of the village. She's the only one. Bring 2 children and go take a look. Why is it raining in winter? Jingdalan did not care about his image at all and directly called her a widow. A group of people surrounded him and rushed to the west of the village. When they arrived, some people were holding lanterns and umbrellas. They could vaguely see someone running out. Then, the house collapsed, and the splashing water reflected the light of the lanterns. At this moment, they saw a woman holding a child in each of her arms. Her back was facing the direction of the house. Xiao Yi, don't be afraid. We're coming. Jingdalan shouted. He did not care about anything else and rushed out from under the umbrella. He was rich and could bribe the village chief. However, he did not have much influence in the local area. The people there were from the Qin family. Therefore, he had to pay more to gain the support of the villagers. Otherwise, he would be taken down. When the house collapsed, the water was pushed up and surged, covering a woman and 2 children in an instant. In an instant, it retreated and surged again. Jingdalan ran over and stood between the 3 people and the house. He opened his arms and half-squatted to withstand the waves. The 2 children were so scared that they cried. The woman comforted them in a low voice. Xiao Yi, let's go to another place. It's too low here. When we rebuild the house, we have to pad it up. At least 2 feet high. The village will build it for you. Jingdalan was afraid that the woman would think about the house, so he first talked about repairing it. The others also ran over and helped carry the children and shelter them from the rain. Under the light of the lanterns, the woman used her hand to stroke the hair that covered her face and smiled. Thank you, everyone. It's okay, it's okay. I can do it. I can do it alone. When everyone looked at her, there was pity in their eyes. Jingdalan was about to speak when everyone felt the ground tremble. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound. They were stunned. What was that sound? Was it a breach? A flood? No, the sound was too uniform. While they were in a daze, a bunch of light shone over. They raised their hands to block their eyes. Report, there's someone outside. One of the houses collapsed. The soldier at the front who was looking with a flashlight shouted first. Following closely behind, the sound was transmitted to Li Yi's car. Get ready to poach people. Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker in the car. Get ready to poach people. Get ready to poach people. Get ready to poach people. Li Yi's order was transmitted back. The team at the front had arrived. How many people are in the house? The battalion commander who shouted just now pointed his flashlight at the water and asked loudly. There's no one, just the three of them. A widow and two children ran out first, Jingdalan shouted excitedly. He saw the word on the person's chest. It was a big word, Fei. Move, this person came out. Move, enter the village. The battalion commander did not move and went around the people in the village. The team at the back continued to go around until the ambulance appeared. A circle of lights flashed around the ambulance. 6 illegal horses were pulling it. When Jingdalan and the others saw the ambulance, they immediately knew who was coming. They were the people of Ji County. How could they not know that the Li family Zhuangzi's car was Li Dongzhu's? The soldiers at the back continued to move forward. They did not need to stop in this village. It was enough to leave some of them. There were 10,000 people, 200 people stay here. Choose a high ground, set up tents, and boil water. There are 3 people here who need to be settled down. I'm not sure what will happen next. Li Yi ordered in the ambulance. He put on a raincoat and got out of the car. Tao Hong turned on a flashlight. At this time, she was not beautiful and did not wear a beautiful palace dress. Li Yi came to the 2 children who were still crying. One of them was 5 or 6 years old, and the other was 2 or 3 years old. I'm Li Yi. Is anyone hurt? He glanced at the 2 children and then looked at a young woman who was about his age. The 2 children suddenly stopped crying and looked at Li Yi. Wah! Little Yi, who was smiling and saying that she was fine, burst into tears. Jin Ju ran over and hugged little Yi. Seeing their mother crying, the 2 children cried as well. It's not a big deal. It's just a house that collapsed. Let's stay in the tent first. When the weather clears up, we will build a new house. The Tang dynasty has funds. Li looked at the pile of houses and knew what was going on. His eldest brother had funds. Let him pay for the construction. Otherwise, how could they survive the winter? Freeze to death. The people at the back chose a place to set up the tents. Some people even ran into the tents to light the charcoal. Li Yi got into the car and followed the team. He did not need to care about this. Chapter 521. The winged knights sped up and appeared in the various villages of Weinan County. They set up tents and prepared to eat. When they saw that the houses were not sturdy enough, they quickly brought the people out and abandoned the things in the house. Leave quickly, don't. We came with Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu. If Dongzhu gives us anything, Dongzhu will give it to us. The winged knights did not want to go in and help move things. What if the houses collapsed? They shouted and mentioned Li Yi's name. This method was really useful. The people whose houses were not sturdy immediately ran away. It would be best if the houses collapsed. They did not trust others, but they approved of Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Weinan County Magistrate, Deputy Magistrate, Registrar, and County Lieutenant were still sleeping. The other Registrar and County Lieutenant were organizing people to deal with the possible disaster. Weinan County was Ji County. There were 2 students from the Li family Zhuangzi. The 2 of them did not dare to sleep peacefully. If something big happened, how would Zhuangzi explain it to Li Yi when they returned to Zhuangzi? When the winged knights appeared, the 2 of them looked at each other, thinking that they did the right thing. Li Dongzhu actually came personally. If they were to sleep now, the consequences, Li Yi's car came over and stopped in front of them. The 2 of them went up and cupped their hands. Dongzhu. Li Yi got out of the car and asked with a serious face, where are the other officials? Sleeping, they said they were fine. The registrar student replied. Brother Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Brother Sun is also tired. Li Yi knew them. It was hard for him to remember 220 people, but he could remember 42 people. This one was called Zhou Yu, a registrar in Weinan. The other one was called Sun Ling, a county lieutenant. Dongzhu, 4 houses in the county have collapsed. The people in 3 houses escaped, but the last one did not. We will lead a team to dig them out. There are 6 people in a family. The others are fine, but an old man's leg is broken. The county magistrate, Sun Ling, was in charge of the county's armed forces. He gathered the bailiffs. The bailiffs took a lot of money from him and drank with him all the time. At the crucial moment, they came in handy. Bring it over for me to take a look. If it's simple, let the imperial physician at the back treat it, Li Yi said calmly. Not long after, an old man was carried over. He put on the equipment and took a look. There was no need to take a picture. There are no broken bones. Hand over the back, set the bones and put on the splint. After Li Yi finished looking, he didn't care anymore. This was simple. The imperial physician would be able to heal the hand by touching the bone. First, he would place a board on the hand, and then see if he needed to place a plaster. The winged knights inspected the situation one by one. If they found that the house was not sturdy enough, they would persuade them to leave. The people in the county were very cooperative. They didn't say that they had to die in their houses. Those were the old people who couldn't bear to part with their houses. Now that Li Yi had arrived, the people knew that he was kind and charitable. If their houses were gone, they could just build new ones. The winged knights set up tents one after another in the rain, and the farmers went in to get busy. Report, urgent report. Huazhou's Zheng County is under water. The people from the Yamen are here for help. A man from the winged knights came over and shouted to Li Yi. Li Yi stood there and paused. He checked the information. Where was Zheng County? Very soon, he found out that it was only about 20 miles away from here, less than 30 miles. Winged knights, put down the tactical backpacks and shovels. Blow a fart ball. Only bring the fart ball. Force march. Destination, Zheng County. Quick. Li Yi returned to the carriage and gave the order. Yes. The winged knights who weren't assigned a mission understood and forced the march. This distance, under the heavy rain, must be reached within half an hour, even if they had already run more than 70 miles. With the fastest speed, they ate half a piece of hardtack with water, blew a fart ball and hung it on their waists. They took off their shirts and rushed out bare-chested. Second echelon, move out. Force march. Li Yi ordered again. Another group of people followed with tactical backpacks. Their speed was slower than the previous group. The person who came from Zheng County asked for 2 horses. Li Yi lent them 2 flashlights each and they ran towards Chang'an. Follow the convoy. Let's go. Li Yi didn't expect Weinan County to be fine, but there was a problem in Huazhou. He didn't have an assault boat or a car, so he could only rely on the winged knights to walk. Zheng County and Huazhou didn't break through either, but there was a lot of rain on the mountain. In autumn, the fallen leaves almost filled up the ditches, and the speed of drainage couldn't keep up with the speed of the water. The grass was yellow and couldn't hold water. Who would have thought that it would suddenly rain at this time? Li Yi checked the information. There were many times in November and even December when Shaanxi still had water. In February at the beginning of spring, the ground was still frozen. However, there was a lot of snow last year, and the weather suddenly became warm. The snow melted, and there was a flood. He knew that the Russians had the most snow-melting floods. As long as no one dies, everything is easy. Don't risk your life for the little things at home. Li Yi didn't rest or close his eyes. His adrenaline secretion increased, and he was in a state of excitement. He couldn't wait to use a teleportation spell and run over to Zheng County to tell them not to take anything and run. People were smarter in his time. Houses, furniture, and water, as long as they survived, it was fine. At first, some people didn't want to leave, and even went back, thinking that they could save their family property. Later, the situation didn't happen again. The old man and woman were trapped. As soon as the firefighters arrived, they would be carried away. Everyone wanted to get over it. There was only hope if they were alive. Also, they could receive pensions, and the government would subsidize them during the reconstruction. Li Yi's ambulance arrived at Zheng County. It didn't go any further. There was water in front of them. Someone used a cloth to block the front of the flashlight. The light wasn't so strong, and they started to feed the horses. The horses were tired too, but even if they died of exhaustion, they would still listen to their master and work before they died. It was the same for many cows. At the same time, cows were also sensitive. They would know when their master wanted to sell or kill them. Only donkeys weren't pitted. Sometimes, donkeys would throw tantrums and refuse to work. Some donkeys had to be blindfolded when pulling the mill, or they would find out. Fuck, you want me to turn in circles? I quit. Cows and horses didn't. They just turned. Were they stupid? No, they weren't. They were smarter and knew that their master needed them to do that. Therefore, most people who raised horses and cows would sell them when they needed to kill them and let someone else do it. Those who raised donkeys would hire a butcher to do it at home. You've worked hard today. Eat more. I'll give you raw goose eggs and duck eggs when we get back. Li Yi was wearing a raincoat and standing beside the 6 horses that were pulling the carriage. He looked at the horses eating in the rain and said with heartache. The horse was indeed hungry, and it ate noisily. From time to time, it would look at Li Yi with its big eyes and snort. The winged knights were looking for people in the villages of Zheng County. They shouted and swam towards the direction where there was a response. Some people were hugging trees, and they untied their balls and gave them to the other side. When the sky started to brighten, the city gates of Chang'an opened. The messenger rushed in and went straight to the imperial city. Before the court meeting started, they handed the official document written by the county magistrate of Zheng County to someone else and sent it to Yao Chong. Chapter 522. Yao Chong received a request for help from the Yamen of Zheng County. After reading it, his ears buzzed. It was already winter. They were hoping for snow to cover the winter wheat. Then there were the many greenhouses in the capital. When the weather got colder, the ice on the river would thicken. They would organize people to dig the ice to earn extra income. Of course, there would be more ice sculptures and ice lanterns this year. This was already a routine. Helping the people earn money was left behind by Li Yi. Why was it raining? If it was raining, then so be it. The sky wasn't clear yet, and the rain was slightly lighter. Fortunately, it wasn't a court assembly. Otherwise, everyone would have to hold umbrellas outside. Yao Chong was worried. He briefly explained the situation to Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan, who had rushed over after him, and then went to court. Li Longji was in good spirits. Clearly, he wasn't tired last night. When the morning court started, before anyone else could speak, Yao Chong stood up. Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Zheng County in Huazhou sent a request for help. He said that the mountains and rivers converged. Zheng County has a lot of rain, and the people's houses have been washed away. So far, we don't know how many people have been affected. He has already asked for help from the government of Huazhou. He also felt that Chang'an is close to Chang'an, so he ordered people to go to Chang'an overnight to ask for help. Yao Chong looked worried. He didn't want any place to be affected. Li Longji took the letter from the county magistrate of Zheng County, looked at it, and asked the officials, "Do you have any plans?" Your Majesty, you can order the government of Huazhou to send people to help. You can order the county magistrate of Zheng County to settle the victims safely, someone stood up and said. Your Majesty, Chang'an should mobilize resources. At the same time, let the Ministry of Revenue issue a document to open up Huazhou's Chongping warehouse for relief, someone else said. Your Majesty, report, Weinan County Magistrate Hu Shiwei. It's raining heavily in Weinan. The county magistrate and his officials can't sleep at night. They stopped people from helping overnight. So far, no one has died from the flood. Huang Men ran in from outside. He could not find Yao Chong, so he could only go directly to Her Majesty. Your Majesty, the county magistrate of Weinan County, Hu Shiwei, should be credited for organizing a rescue team at this critical moment. Some officials who were related to Hu Shiwei saw the opportunity and quickly spoke up. Reporting. Jinzi Guanglu Dr. Li Yi accused Weinan County Magistrate Hu Shiwei of neglecting his duties and not worrying about the people. The county is flooded with water, the people have destroyed their houses and collapsed buildings, the county magistrate sleeps soundly, the people are worried about the cold weather. Another small yellow door ran in to report. The officials in the imperial court were dumbfounded. Why is Li Yi impeaching someone? Wasn't he very honest? The person who had just spoken up for county magistrate Hu Shiwei was drooling with his mouth wide open. Your Majesty, how did Li Yi know about Weinan County? He must be. Another person who had a good relationship with Hu Shiwei said. Reporting Jinziguang Lu Daifu Li Yi's report, Your Majesty, Huazhou's Jing County is safe. Your subject is in Jing County to rescue people. Houses collapsed and people died. Your subject has already dealt with it. 29 people drowned. 28 people were saved. The last one is still unconscious. His heartbeat is normal and he is breathing on his own. His brain injury is unknown. Fractures, scratches, and other minor injuries have been treated. His life is not in danger. Tents were set up on high ground in the county. When Your Majesty received the urgent report, the people in the county should be eating breakfast. The winged knights that Your Majesty sent should be the first to rush to Weinan County. When they heard that Huazhou's Jing County was urgent, they rushed there. It took them less than 8 hours to travel 100 miles on foot. At dawn, they slept in their clothes and ate some compressed biscuits. A third small yellow door ran in and read the report. This was completely different from the style of the impeachment of Weinan County Magistrate Hu Shiwei. The impeachment used flowery words, but when it was done, it was all plain words. Li Longji looked at the official who hadn't finished speaking. The official raised his sleeve to cover his face and stepped back. His left foot tripped his right foot and he fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone understood that Li Yi actually brought the winged knights to the rescue last night. Li Yi went out personally, and the winged knights ran more than 100 miles. What else was there to say? Hu Shiwei was finished. It was Li Yi's first time impeaching an official. He was always good with all the officials. He even gave things to the soldiers guarding the city gates, including the bailiffs. Who hadn't received benefits from him? Those who could make him angry and impeach were guilty even if they weren't guilty. How angry must he be? I request that Weinan County Magistrate Hu Shiwei be thoroughly investigated. Lu Huaishan took a big step forward and assisted. Your Majesty, please summon Hu Shiwei to Chang'an, Zhang Shua added. The matters of the common people must be investigated. Yao Chong directly decided, using the word investigate. He always wanted to find trouble with Li Yi, but that was a special case. He was used to it. He also knew Li Yi's personality. Even if there was a little bit of understanding, Li Yi wouldn't impeach him. Li Yi didn't even know Hu Shiwei. Why would he need to find trouble with a Ji County magistrate? Since Li Yi was unhappy, Hu Shiwei guaranteed that there was a problem. Yao Chong wasn't in the mood to deal with Li Yi at this time. He had to deal with official business. He would deal with it when it wasn't official business in the future. The three prime ministers all spoke the same. Even if the others had received benefits from Hu Shiwei, they didn't dare to say anything. Your Majesty, is it because Jinzi Guanglu physician Li Yi is there and the two counties are fine? Wei Zhigu spoke up. He emphasized the words Jinzi Guanglu physician. Li Longji looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong gritted his teeth. I request that Jinzi Guanglu physician Li Yi be promoted to Guanglu physician. I second that. Bai Gu expressed his support. Even if he felt that he had been cheated over the matter of the noodles, he still had to speak up for Li Yi. Thus, a group of people who understood the situation agreed with the motion. They understood. Last night, Li Yi was able to bring the Winged Knights out. The Winged Knights were Her Majesty's private army. Li Yi was able to make those proud soldiers listen to him. It was obvious that he could command them. He helped 2 counties in a row, especially Huazhou's Jing County. They had asked for help, and Li Yi had actually taken care of it. What did it mean to travel 100 li in less than a night? Rescuing civilians could be done so quickly. Sending troops to war was also the same. The Winged Knights were able to travel at this speed even when they weren't on horseback. If they were on horseback and the weather was better, wouldn't they be able to travel all over the capital office in one night? With 30,000 Winged Knights gathered together, how many soldiers could defeat them? Her Majesty was showing off her might. As expected, Li Longji had a smile on his face. He couldn't help it. Look at my soldiers, this is all they have. If they weren't as good as horses, who else could they be? Who wouldn't be convinced? They weren't allowed to whisper behind their backs. If they had any thoughts, they had to say it out loud. Let's talk about other things. Li Longji was in a good mood. He looked at the officials and spoke. Otherwise, Gao Lisher should be the one to say this, everything can be reported. Several people from the censorate shrank back and didn't say anything. Previously, they wanted to impeach Li Yi. They didn't want to impeach Li Yi. They just wanted to make their presence known. Impeaching Li Yi for not reporting the livestock in the manner was a simple matter. They didn't dare to impeach Li Yi for issuing currency coupons, even though they knew that this was a big matter. If they wanted to seek death, it was easy. Why did they have to find it on Li Yi? The Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of livestock. The government didn't have an account book. If they impeached him, it would show that they, the censorate, were qualified. They couldn't do it now. Li Yi wanted to be promoted. They could think about it later. In any case, they could impeach him for not knowing the number of livestock. Chapter 523. Let's go. It's time to repair the road. 50 yuan a day and 2 meals. In Chang and City, the people who usually worked part-time received the news that the road was being repaired. They called out to their companions. The heavy rain turned into a light drizzle. Occasionally, it would stop, as if a gust of wind blew and raindrops fell. Li Yi stayed in Zheng County and needed to mobilize resources from other places. Chang and City was the place with the most resources. He wanted to find people to work on the road from the pier to Zheng County. He hired all the people in Chang and City and Weinan County. The local labor force in Zheng County would work as relief for the disaster. He hired people to work at a high price of 50 yuan a day. The people in Chang and City ran to the canal and took a boat to Zheng County. The government office of Huazhou was in Zheng County. Zheng County belonged to Gua County. Last night, the main officials of the government office were drinking in a restaurant by the canal and watching the rain. In the end, they all drank too much. When the county magistrate of Zheng County found that the situation was not good, he couldn't talk to his superior about serious matters. He gritted his teeth and reported to Chang and City for help. At this time, he and the provincial governor of Huazhou were watching the villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi of Baishui instructing people to do things. Their subordinates were also transferred. Li Yi said that he was a third-rank official, which was higher than the provincial governor. Therefore, he promised benefits to the bailiffs without asking for their consent. The bailiffs saw that it was disaster relief and they could get money, so they agreed. The county town of Zheng County was better. There were fewer damaged houses. The people in the village who were soaked went to the county town. Some people had more houses. Li paid for the disaster victims to live in first. There were also tents, but there were not enough. Some of the winged knights were sleeping, and some were in charge of guarding. If someone stole or robbed during the chaos, they were responsible for killing. They could kill without weapons. The provincial governor of Huazhou and the others still had the after-effects of being drunk. Their heads, stomachs, and throats were uncomfortable. The disaster victims lined up to eat in the tents that were temporarily used as canteens. None of them were in good condition. Some people started to wipe their tears while eating. How could they survive the winter without their houses? Let's go to the county to buy grain from the people who have a lot of grain. Li had slept for an hour, so his eyes were a little bloodshot. Dongzhu, they've raised the price. It's more than double the usual price. The junior manager complained. We'll buy it even if it's a price increase. It's a market economy. Let's see who raises the price and write down the name. Even if it's 10 times the price, we'll buy it first. Li said that it was a market economy, but he asked for their names to be recorded. The other party saw an opportunity and wanted to profit from the country's calamity. It was a fair trade. There was nothing wrong with it. However, he had a blacklist. Even if he suffered a loss today, in the future, he would have a chance to make up for it. He's awake. The person who fainted from drowning in Dongzhu is awake. He said he wants to vomit. When Li Yi stood at a high place and looked down at the situation below, an imperial physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau ran over and reported happily. He probably hit his head before he drowned, so he has a slight concussion. It could also be that he drank too much water due to lack of oxygen for too long, so his stomach is empty. Li Yi's ambulance did not have any equipment to check for brain injuries, so it was impossible to determine if there was any bleeding in the patient's head. As for the concussion, the equipment could not detect it. Looking at the situation, the patient woke up naturally and had his own consciousness. He just wanted to vomit, which did not seem to be a big problem. Continue to give him oxygen. Ask him if he wants to drink soup. If he wants, feed him half a bowl of egg soup. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was amazing that a person did not die. The main reason was that all the rivers did not burst, otherwise, many people would have died. Most of the houses were flooded with water and collapsed because of the mud and grass. The water flow was not fast, so they could find something to hold on to in the deep water, such as holding a tree. The imperial physician went to arrange. Li thought of the victims' homes and said to Huang Bai beside him, "Remember to remind me about the construction of the cement factory." "Got it, Dongzhu." "Are you going to spread the technology?" Huang Bai nodded. "No, the cement burning technology cannot be spread. We can only let others buy the cement from the cement factory." Li waved his hand. He was afraid that the cement burning technology would be learned by Tubo and then used to build the city. The cement walls were not necessarily stronger than the walls mixed with rice milk, but the construction speed was faster. Thinking of building a city, Li suddenly had a new idea of using cement in war. He was going to talk to his eldest brother and third brother. "Don't worry, the house collapsed. It's not a good house anyway. Can a good house be damaged by the rain?" The farmer comforted everyone in the tent when he was getting food for the victims. "How can we survive the winter? After the rain, it will freeze in 2 days." The victims were worried. If it was summer, they would also be worried. Building a house required money and time, and there was also work to do in the field. "My Dongzhu will build a new house for you with bricks and tiles." The farmer said what Li Yi asked him to say. "Such a great kindness, I can't bear it. He can bring people to save us. It's already a great kindness. I can't afford it." When the older victims talked about Li Yi, their eyes were filled with gratitude. "It wasn't our Dongzhu who saved you. It was His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights. His Majesty heard that the rain was heavy and was worried about Weinan County, so he sent the Winged Knights to help." "Who knew that you're Jing County?" "County Magistrate Liang." The victims said the county magistrate's surname. "Yes, County Magistrate Liang Chun." He sent an urgent report to Chang'an. After passing through Weinan County, the Winged Knights ran to Arjing County. The farmer continued to speak according to the arrangement. He could not give the credit to Dongzhu. Yes, it was His Majesty's Winged Knights. The Winged Knights can really run. They ran over shirtless and tied the life-saving thing to us. Yes, they are good swimmers. They dragged us and swam so far. After saving us to a safe place, they were so tired that they lay down and fell asleep. It's heartbreaking to see them. His Majesty is the one who loves the people the most. His Majesty has strong soldiers. We can rest assured. The people who were affected by the disaster were led to praise Li Longji. Seeing that there was nothing for them to do, the officials of Huazhou went back to find a way to sober up so that they could submit the memorial. At the same time, they prepared to invite Li Yi for a drink in the afternoon or evening to discuss. County Magistrate Liang Chun did not go back. He knew that the people in the state government were dissatisfied with him. He was the county magistrate of Huazhou, so he bypassed the state government and asked for help from Chang'an. It did not matter how the people were. The key was how the people in the state government would look in His Majesty's eyes. He had touched the taboo of officialdom. He did not have any good ideas. He did not say that the officials in the state government were drunk. He only said that Zheng County was affected by the disaster. The people in the county were affected by the disaster. If he could not save them, it would be considered an incompetent disaster relief. The officials in the state government would push the blame to him. In other words, it would not end well if he did not go beyond his rank to ask for help. He thought it through. If a lot of people died, he would not be able to keep his position. If he went beyond his rank to ask for help, he could just go to another place and continue to be a county magistrate. Ming residents, what should we do? The deputy asked. Ask Jinziguang Lu, Dr. Li Yi. Liang Chun looked at his deputy and knew what the other party was thinking. If he was arrested, the deputy would probably take over the position of county magistrate. He walked towards Li Yi as he spoke. When he arrived, he looked at Li Yi carefully. Li Yi showed a rare smile. County Magistrate Liang, you sent the news in time and saved a lot of people's lives. Your contribution is not negligible. It's all up to the provincial governor. Liang Chun wanted to distribute the credit. It has nothing to do with them. I know they were drunk last night. I want to impeach them. Li Yi interrupted Liang Chun. Chapter 524. At noon, the rain stopped and the sun could be seen in the sky. It was so big and round. The matter of Zheng County had just begun. Disaster was disaster, but the aftermath was the most important. The winged knights of the Li family Zhuangzi were dispatched. They rode on horses and ran on the muddy road to pass on the news. The grain merchants in Chang'an took out grain and sent it to Zheng County. Some of it was sold to Li Yi, and some of it was donated to Zheng County. They were smarter than the wealthy families in Zheng County. They knew that offending Li Yi would not end well. Today, they cooperated with Li Yi to deal with the aftermath of the disaster. Only then could they receive benefits from Li Yi in the future. Other than Weinan County, there were 20 counties in the capital government. The other counties requested to open kilns to burn bricks and tiles. Li Yi wanted to race against time to rebuild the collapsed and uninhabitable houses in Zheng County. He was the one who paid for it. There was Wei River and water transport there. There were many things that could make money. No one supported outsiders moving in. If he built houses, he believed that the people would agree to rent the land. For lunch today, Yao Chong and the rest ate in the political hall. They did not run out. They were waiting for news. They were waiting for the people they sent to report the situation of the disaster. They did not trust the people in the provincial government. Li Yi's impeachment memorial came before noon. He impeached Provincial Governor Huang Chenrui, Deputy Governor Gao Wenba, Senior Governor Tian Xian, Sima Ding Junrun, and a group of officers. He impeached them for ignoring the heavy rain, ignoring the people's lives, neglecting their duties, singing and dancing, partying, and getting drunk. The main officials of a county were drinking there. They did not want to be caught in the act. If it was someone else, he could bribe the other party to shut up. Li Yi wanted to bribe him. Oh my God! How much money would it take to make him change his mind? Of course, there were people in the upper echelons who could pressure him. For example, they knew Yao Chong. It was not like Yao Chong had not helped others before. Yao Chong did know him, but they were not close. They could not be close. Li Yi usually interacted with His Majesty the most. When dealing with the officials of Lantian County, Li Yi did not even impeach him. He didn't seem to like using his official position. Now that he was continuously impeaching him, it seemed like he wouldn't rest until he was dead. Li Yi is indeed close to the people. For the sake of the people, he is willing to offend an official. Lu Huaishan agreed. Is there an official that he doesn't dare to offend? If 100 officials from the court can intercede on Huang Qinrui's behalf, His Majesty will be able to banish the 100 officials. Zhang Shua had no pity for Huang Qinrui and the others. Serves them right. They were drinking and watching the rain in such a heavy rain. Also, you guys are unlucky. Get someone else to investigate. You guys have already gotten off work at night. If drinking doesn't affect your work the next day, who cares? Unfortunately, you ran into Li Yi. You don't care when I get off work? When the enemy attacks, you still want to sleep at night? The inspection team of the Tang dynasty has already gone there. Just wait to be captured and sent to some remote place. Yao Chong drank a mouthful of soup. The winged knights are good soldiers. As for me, the Minister of War. Sigh. He could imagine how strong the winged knights were. First, he ran to Weinan County to check on the situation. Knowing that the disaster in Jing County was serious, the non-commissioned officers did not stop and rush there again. They could still save people when they reached the place. When there was a battle, they ran for more than 100 li in 8 hours and could immediately fight when they reached the place. If they were used to chase down the scattered infantry, the enemy would be finished. If they could chase for more than 100 li, the enemy would probably be exhausted to death. If they occupied a strategic location at the same time as the enemy would be 80 li away while the winged knights were 100 li away. The result would be that the winged knights would arrive first and complete the battle deployment. The three of them chatted and ate slowly. There were still a few mouthfuls of food left. Li Longji sent someone to find them. When they arrived, Li Longji gave them tea. There is too much water in the village of Jing County. The winter wheat is soaked in water. When the water recedes, there will be a large number of dead seedlings. Should the rent be reduced next year? Li Longji thought of the wheat in the field as he ate. The wheat had already been planted. During the drought, the weather was good and they should be watered. Now, there was no need to water them. They were all soaked there. He had learned it in the Li family's farmstead. Watering and soaking were two different things. I think that Li Yi should have other ways. Lu Huaishan could not think of a way himself, but he believed that Li Yi could. Zhang Shua glanced at Lu Huaishan and thought to himself, you are confused. In such a situation, it would be too late to build a shelter. Yao Chong was more direct. Your Majesty, why don't you send someone to ask him? I think he can arrange it. Should the officials impeached by Li Yi be punished? Li Longji asked another question. He knew that asking the three prime ministers about how to help the people deal with the soaked land was useless. The prime ministers could only deal with simple situations. Brother Yi would have to deal with sudden and severe situations. He was not sure how to do it, but Brother Yi could do it. Your Majesty, I think he should be punished severely. Lu Huaishan gave his opinion again. I agree. Li Yi is finally impeached. If the punishment is too light, it will damage Li Yi's prestige. Zhang Shua agreed with Lu Huaishan's words. Li Yu. Yao Chong gave a place. He did not even arrange for Hubei. He arranged for Hunan. In the eyes of the officials of the Tang dynasty, sending them there was a very serious punishment. Yuezhou was next to Dongting Lake. It was the Bailing County that Tingzijing was guarding. When the officials were exiled there, they would seek death. Okay. Li Longji felt that it was a good idea. Throw them there and let them suffer. Li Yi, who was commanding in Jing County, did not know that the officials he impeached were sent to Dongting Lake. Otherwise, he would feel that those people had benefited. What a good place. If he went there, he could earn more money. While he was eating, the winged knights were also eating. After a morning's rest, they were full of energy. Since they were soaked in water last night, no one fell sick today. The winter wheat is finished. Li Dongzhu, do you have a good plan? Guozi and Li Yi eat together. I can't do anything about the grain production. The people's income will increase instead of decreasing. It's easy. It's just a county. They don't lack this bit of grain. Li Yi ate a mouthful of fermented bean curd and chatted with Guozi. Zhuangzi sent a lot of pickled vegetables and fermented bean curd. There were no other dishes. Everyone was busy. There was no meat in the lunch. Canned meat in bamboo tubes could only be sent at night. It could only be stored for 2 days. There were also cured meat, dried fish, and dried vegetables. When cooking, they were placed on top of it. It became stewed rice with dried vegetables and cured meat. The distance was too far. Unless Zhuangzi was desperate, he could only send it slowly. Dongzhu, can you let the people of Jing County earn money at this time? Guozi looked at Li Yi as if he was looking at a god. What else can I do? Reduce the rent next year? Reducing the rent seems like a good idea. But who will take care of the people's own share of the grain? Li Yi did not want to end the matter with just a tax exemption. This was not a business. If there were losses, it would be fine as long as they did not collect taxes. The people had to eat. If there was no more grain and you don't collect rent, they would still have no food to eat. Unless there was a Chongping warehouse, it was a Chongping warehouse. It was a Chongping warehouse, not a Chongping warehouse. Li Yi felt that it was too embarrassing for him to come all the way here and still need to open a Chongping warehouse to provide relief. I am going to lend the grain to the affected people first. Then I will help them earn money. After I earn money, I will use the money to repay the borrowed grain. Their grain had been washed away by the water. Li Yi told Guozi his plan. He was not going to give the grain for free. He had a lot of money and was doing good. Chapter 525. Arrest them. Before dinner, the Huazhou provincial governor failed to invite Li Yi and met him. They saw the first Tang dynasty inspection team led by Li Rizhi and Lu Youqiu. Both of them were scouts. They came to arrest people, then sealed the accounts and the treasury. Li Rizhi and Lu Youqiu were still familiarizing themselves with their new positions. They were only responsible for Li Longji. The other inspectors of the Tang dynasty had nothing to do with them. They were above the other officials under His Majesty. The two of them knew what Li Longji meant. He didn't want to give them too good positions, but he also thought that they had done meritorious deeds. He was afraid that they would take things too hard. Therefore, he set up a separate department and gave them a lot of power. It was the first time they were used today. They knew a few officials in Huazhou. So what if they knew them? They used to be above them, and now they could still deal with them. Since they were going to be exiled, they naturally had to search their houses and see how many good things they could find. The more good things and money there were, the bigger the problem was. Huazhou's leadership team was wiped out in a wave of grievances. The two of them were in charge, and they would deal with the state affairs. I finally understand what our regiment is for. Lu Youqiu looked at the past official documents and said to Li Rizhi. Li Rizhi nodded. I know. We arrested a group of people. When there are more people in the regiment in the future, it will be easier to help deal with local affairs. The two of them understood. They were all experienced officials. What about the local affairs if they arrested people? They had to wait for Chang and to arrange for people to arrive. During this period, they needed the local stability. After they arrested people, they could stay in the local area for a while, waiting for the new officials to take over. They were familiar with the process of the imperial court and had experience in the local office. There would be no obstacles for them to connect up and down. Let's see if Li Yi has time tonight. Let's have dinner together. Lu Youqiu opened a few documents and frowned. He saw the problem. He was too greedy. If it were another inspector, he probably wouldn't be able to find the problem. He understood. Okay, I've long wanted to meet this amazing young man. It's said that no problem is a problem in his hands. How arrogant. Li Riji knew that it was Li Yi who instigated the first patrol group to appear. At the same time, it was Li Yi who mentioned his name that His Majesty pulled him into the group. When they arrived at Chang'an, they realized that Li Yi was really something. If he had money, he could help the people earn money. Donating 100,000 taels at a time during a war, he simply didn't see money as money. Chang and Chengzhong used the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. He could issue currency privately. Moving the emperor's private army tonight was as easy as moving his own Zhuangzi's Zhuangzi. He had to see what kind of person the other party was. He was so powerful that he defied the heavens. Could it be that he wanted to rule the world? During dinner, Li Yi was invited to have dinner at the provincial government office. The food was provided by him, and he didn't drink. Previously, he had accused others of drinking, but now, he was drinking. Old Li, have you been waiting for a long time? Li Yi brought food over and greeted Li Riji and Lu Youqiu with a smile. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other. Sure enough, they were familiar with each other. Bai Gu was called Old Bai when they first met. Now, it was their turn. How dare you, Li Yi? Do you know your crime? Lu Youqiu asked with a straight face. That's enough, Old Lu. Don't learn from Old Bai. Look at what I brought for you too. Li Yi opened the lid of the rectangular basket that he brought over. I just arrived last night. It's not convenient to transport things in Zhuangzi because of the disaster, so I'll just have a bite. Li Yi said as he took out the dishes. There was a plate of dried cowpeas fried with bacon shreds, a plate of steamed dried fish, a plate of preserved eggs dripped with vinegar, a plate of fried eggs with Chinese tune sprouts, and finally, a plate of cushion carp soup. The main dish was rice with garlic, eggplant, pickles, and fermented bean curd. Actually, if I wanted to eat something good, the farmer would send it to me. But looking at the people, I really can't eat anything good. So I just have a few bites to fill my stomach. Li Yi laid out the dishes. He took a salted egg and cut it into 3 portions with a knife. The oil even dripped out. The two of them looked at each other again. They felt that Li Yi was showing off. There were 4 dishes, one of which was his soup, pickles, and salted goose eggs. How could this be called making do? What do the people in the disaster eat? Lu Youqiu raised his eyebrows. It's the same. As I said, I'm embarrassed to give them special treatment. I want to share the joys and sorrows. Li Yi looked sad. The people don't feel bitter, do they? Li Riji looked at the dishes and wondered what was bitter about them. The houses are gone and the furniture is broken. How can it not be bitter? Li Yi arranged the plates and chopsticks. Yes, it's bitter. The two of them said at the same time. But did the bitterness of not having a house have anything to do with food? It's enough for the people to have wheat rice and pickles. Li Yi was afraid that Li Yi would spend too much money and lose too much. Li Yi nodded and then shook his head. It's fine to cook wheat porridge, but I have to give them confidence. If I say that I can help them solve their winter problems, they have to believe me. Li Yi explained why he gave the people in the disaster good food. The people who were eating outside were just like Li Yi said. They ate the 4 dishes and the soup and didn't dare to eat more. They ate a small mouthful of the dishes and a big mouthful of rice. There were meat and eggs in the dishes. In the past, when there was no disaster, they couldn't be seen during normal times. The people in the disaster ate better. They wanted to cry. Everyone, eat the dishes. Otherwise, who will eat the leftovers? We didn't have time to transport too much fresh meat today. We can only make do with one bite. Don't worry. Starting from noon tomorrow, there will be good food. Dong Zhu said that eating too much cured meat is not good for the body. The farmers were persuading them with the same tone as Li Yi. When the people heard this, they wanted to cry even more. It had nothing to do with the disaster. Today's dishes were only made with one bite. Do you usually eat this in Zhuangzi? A man in his 30s with a slightly swollen forehead asked the farmer next to him. Who usually eats this? There are dozens of dishes. When there is cured meat, the kitchen will only make a little. Otherwise, there will be leftovers. No one likes to eat it. Also, this dried fish doesn't taste as good as fresh fish after steaming. The best way is to roast it. First, soak the dried fish, brush it with sauce, add some cumin, and serve it with wine. We also eat very little of this century egg. You can't cut it with a knife. You have to use a rope to strangle it. Dong Zhu said that there is no lead in this century egg. The disadvantage is that it takes a long time to solidify. There might be bacteria, so you have to use aged vinegar. The farmer introduced the food and talked about many things in Zhuangzi. When the people in the disaster heard this, they felt that the people in the Li family Zhuangzi were living like immortals. In the Li family Zhuangzi, they only needed to work according to orders. They didn't need to care about anything else. Moreover, if they were hungry in the middle of the night, they could look for food. Therefore, when Dong Zhu said that he can help you, you don't have to worry. Zhuangzi has money and things. The farmer finally said the most important thing to give the people in the disaster a sense of confidence. In the disaster area, the people were first comforted and then thought of ways to solve the problems. In the end, the work was done by the people. They were not enthusiastic and couldn't help even if they were exhausted. The people in the disaster area did not understand Li Yi's strategy. They only felt that this year's winter would not be a problem. In the future, they would see what Li Dongzhu arranged. They would definitely follow his instructions. Children who were sensitive to adults' emotions became lively. After eating a few mouthfuls, they went to play with their neighbors' children. Chapter 526. Small boats traveled back and forth on the canal one after another. Cattle were loaded onto the boats and transported to Xing County. The bricks and tiles from other counties were loaded onto the boats one after another. Li Yi's Workers' Alliance and Yi's Alliance sold the furniture and clothes they made to Li Yi at cost price. For the people in the disaster areas, there was nothing left except for the fact that they were still alive. Li Yi sold these things to them at cost price. There was no need to pay them now. They could only pay them back when they made money. The cattle went to the fields. Every family affected by the disaster contributed 1 mu of land for the winter wheat. The water gradually receded, revealing the small seedlings on the ground. Many of the seedlings had died in the water. The ones that didn't die had rotten roots and yellowed seedlings. Don't worry about the original land. We'll plant as much as we can next year. Now, we'll plant the greenhouses. The farmers of Li family Zhuangzi said to the people who returned home after the water receded. What about the houses? Some people saw that their houses had turned into mud and asked with a sobbing tone. Others will build the houses for you. You'll live in tents for the time being. We'll provide you with a honeycomb coal stove. Move your furniture and food in. You'll have to pay for everything in the end. You'll have to put your fingerprint on it. My family Dongzhu didn't earn a single cent from you. They even paid for the transportation. The farmers made things clear. It wasn't that Li Yi couldn't afford to pay. He just didn't want to. Except for the past few days when they didn't have a place to live and food to eat, he was doing charity. Now, when things were delivered, the people had to pay. Those who had broken arms or legs and didn't have labor at home had to plant greenhouses on 2 mu of land. They hired others to help them. Strings of garlic were sent over. They had to plant garlic in the greenhouses. In addition to garlic, there were also small stalks of garlic. They were the wild vegetables in the box that Li Yi loved to eat. He had collected a lot of them in Zhuangzi. He had planned to eat them in winter. Now, he took them out and soaked them in water. The small stalks of garlic had already dried, so he didn't collect the seeds. After soaking them in water, some of the small stalks of garlic would sprout again. They could be harvested 1.5 months later. Before the small stalks of garlic were harvested, the people planted garlic sprouts. When a batch of garlic sprouts couldn't grow, it was time to harvest the small stalks of garlic. Under normal circumstances, garlic sprouts could be cut when it was half a month old, and then it would grow again. If they were planted in the soil, they would grow faster, and at the same time, they would be able to grow more. That is, the greenhouse should be ready. Fire path cultivators would enter and last for half a month. Then, they would start to sell garlic sprouts. They would sell at most 4 batches of garlic sprouts. They would not care about the garlic sprouts and harvest small garlic sprouts. Whether a small garlic stalk in winter was valuable or not depended on who was selling it. Let me handle this. I haven't finished copying the medical books. There's a group of people in Zhuangzi waiting for me to attend class. Today is the last day. I won't be coming tomorrow. Li Yi complained to Li Rizhi and Lu Yu in the provincial government office. The two of them were so busy dealing with the state affairs that they called Li Yi to the yamen. Various counties in Hua State had sent them to the governor's office, wanting to organize some activities, promoting coal in winter, and asking for state funds to repair old and lonely houses. Li Yi was analyzing all the messy things. He wanted to see if the local government really wanted to do it, or if it was just for the sake of corruption. This included some cases that needed to be retried. The documents provided evidence, witnesses, and material evidence. Li Yi dealt with them according to the laws of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, he saw through a few of the local government's plans. When he had time, he also instructed the county on what to do. For example, there were many wild boars in Huayin County. There was little food in winter, so they ran down the mountain and dug the ground to eat the sprouts. The local people could not stand it. It was very tiring to hunt wild boars, and they were worried that the wild boars would not walk into the hole. Li Yi gave an idea. He told the county magistrate to order the people to dig the hole first and then plant the dried bean sprouts in the hole. At the same time, he stir-fried the beans. He crushed the beans into powder and put them in the hole. The wild boars had sensitive noses. When they smelled the beans and saw crops, they would naturally rush over. Huayin County was close to Jing County. He told the county magistrate that the wild boars caught and sent to the Li family Zhuangzi could be sold for a high price. He dealt with the state affairs quickly. Li Rizhi and Lu Yu were surprised but did not think much of it. They had been provincial governors of many places. This was the first time they saw an official in the provincial government giving ideas to the local government. Things like trapping rabbits, pulling a net to catch sparrows, and using a sturdy bamboo ring to catch pheasants, etc. Li Yi wrote the solution to the county. The pheasants did not know how to retreat. They tied a sturdy bamboo ring to the roots of the trees and put some grains in it. The pheasants ate and put their heads in it. Then, they tried their best to move forward and could not get out. There was also the problem of ice forming around the well in winter. After the ice was shaved off, a layer of oil could be applied. This way, it would not freeze and could be easily knocked off. He also told Liang and Xiago that there were many pine trees in the two areas. He asked the people to collect tree oil. If they collected enough, they could also sell it to the Li family Zhuangzi for money. Huayin had a total of 3 counties and 1 county. The arrangements were made for each county. Li Yi rejected the proposal to organize people to develop the Kong bed in winter to hatch chickens and ducks. He told them to wait until spring next year. How would they raise the hatched chickens in winter? What would they eat? There were still 2 days left. It was October. Li Yi did not want to stay any longer. In Huayin, except for the accounts and inventory, all other government affairs were finished. Li Yi's work efficiency was comparable to that of 4 government officials. He was the provincial governor, chief of staff, chief of staff, chief of staff, and the army. At the same time, he could also direct the post-disaster reconstruction. Now that Li Yi said he was tired, Li Riji and Lu Youqiu realized that they were even more tired. The two of them couldn't figure out how Li Yi could handle government affairs so easily. Were the young people nowadays so powerful that they could not be reasoned with? Xiao Yi, with your ability, you can be the provincial governor. Lu Youqiu felt that he could not be compared to Li Yi. Really? Old Lu, help me arrange it. I want to be the provincial governor in Yuezhou. I am a secondary grade 2 official. I am a high-ranking official now. Exiling Huang Qinrui is better than me. It is such a good position. I am in charge of Dongting Lake and the river. If I go there, I can guarantee that the local people's income will double in 3 years and triple in 5 years. When Li Yi talked about Huang Qinrui and the others, he was unhappy. Why did he have to send them to Yeyang Tower? Was Yeyang City in Hunan a poor place? What a joke. And Hubei, why did they choose that place? In history, Lu Youqiu was exiled from Hangzhou to Qinzhou in Hunan. He felt that it was not good. He was so angry that he got sick and died. Yuezhou was rich in water transportation and fishing resources. From the Yangtze River, they could enter the canal. From the canal, they could enter the Yellow River. Then they could take the Yellow River and send the goods to Chang'an. Ships of processed products from Dongting Lake were all money. Lu Youqiu did not know that Li Yi was telling the truth. He felt that Li Yi was cheating him. After a moment of silence, he said, "If you go back, will the winged knights go back too? The winged knights are not my soldiers. Guazi will take care of them. If your majesty wants them to go back, they will go back." Li Yi removed himself from the situation. This winter, how about carving ice lanterns in Huazhou? Li Riji asked. Who are you showing them to? Old Li, you have to adapt to local conditions. Chang'an can do ice lanterns and tourism, but not other places. Using local resources reasonably is the most important thing. If the same trick is used elsewhere, it will harm the people. Li Yi said to Li Riji with a serious look. Li Riji gritted his teeth and nodded. Chapter 527. One day before the 10th lunar month, Li Yi left and returned to Zhuangzi. He left 50 villagers to take care of things here while the rest returned. The winged knights withdrew 9,000 men, leaving 1,000 men to train and maintain order between the two counties. Lu Youqiu and Li Riji had to stay for a few more days to wait for the new provincial governor and other officials to arrive. The county magistrate was promoted and became a senior official. Li Yi praised him for doing the right thing. The matter did not go through Li Longji, and Yao Cheng did not bother about it either. The Ministry of Personnel issued the official document. We're finally going back. My Shang-er is still waiting for a checkup. Empress Wang hugged the little guy happily in Baifu Hall. Li Jianyao's big eyes were more lively now. Not only could he turn around, but he could also sit up. His little hands grabbed something and wanted to stuff it into his mouth. Li Yi did not exchange for gum and cut carrots into strips for the baby to bite. When the adults were eating, the baby would reach out to grab the carrots. Normal families did not allow children to grab the carrots. Most of the time, the child would cry and the adults would say things like they could not eat the carrots and their hands would be dirty. Empress Wang was not like that. If the child wanted to grab the carrots, she could grab them as long as they were not scalded. The little guy grabbed something and stuffed it into his mouth, but spat it out not long after. When he grabbed the rice and noodles, his hands and clothes were all over and he was drooling. Even so, Empress Wang allowed him to grab the carrots. It was nothing more than wiping his hands and changing his clothes. Li Yi said that the child wanted to know what it was, what it tasted like, whether it was edible, and whether it was delicious. San Lang, look at the documents sent by Li Riji and Lu Youqiu. Li Yi can handle the affairs of a province with ease. Isn't it a pity to keep him in Zhuangzi? Imperial concubine Dolu mentioned a matter. He can't go out. If Zheng County was not next to Weinan, I would not have allowed him to stay there for a few days. Li Longji refused to arrange an official position for Li Yi. Empress Wang kissed her son and said, "Uncle's talent is not something that can be tolerated by a single prefectural magistrate. Even if we are all under the same school, it won't do. Isn't that right, Shang-er?" Ah. After being kissed and hearing his nickname, the little fellow hurriedly expressed his position. "Look, my Shang-er knows everything." Empress Wang naturally understood her son's words. "Let's eat. Do you still want mutton?" Li Longji boiled a piece of mutton, blew on it and sent it to the little fellow. The little fellow moved backwards. He had already grabbed and tasted it, and it didn't taste good. Moreover, if he rubbed his face with oil, it would be uncomfortable. It was not as fun as nibbling on carrots. She licked the carrot stick with her tongue. It was still a little sweet. She did not want this thing. Come. Have some tofu. I'll blow on it until it's cold. Have a bite with the hot pot soup." Li Dan turned into a child for a moment, her face full of smiles. He picked up a piece of tofu to warm it, placed it on a spoon, and used chopsticks to crush it bit by bit. He then scooped some soup to test the temperature and brought it to his grandson's mouth. The little fellow opened his mouth and half a spoon of tofu went into his mouth. He chewed on it and danced around, causing a lot of tofu to fall out. Brother Yi said that if you feed the baby during meals, the baby will be happy. This is called the satisfaction of participation. Li Longji explained the situation. He knew how to raise a child now. When he had children with other women in the past, he only liked them when they were clean and did not care about other aspects. When it was Li Jianyao, he even helped change his diapers. In his heart, this was not only a child, but also not only his son. It represented the legitimacy of the imperial power. The birth of the child could be said to be a reversal of the situation. There were fewer matters in the imperial court, and no one dared to mention the empress being childless. The adopted son of Yang Guipin had been sent back. There was no need for him anymore. Including those in the imperial family, who dared to say that the throne was not rightful behind his back. Li Longji glanced at his son from time to time, and the meal was finished. On the 30th of September, the family of 3 arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji did not care about the imperial court meeting tomorrow. Li Yi slept for a total of 16 hours after he came back yesterday, and he was so sleepy that he felt sleepy. Now that he was awake, he felt like he would lose sleep at night. First, he pricked the child and did a blood test to see if he was poisoned. The results were good. There was no poison, and the child was very healthy. You can try to play with him more. For example, push him down when he sits up. He'll find it interesting and get up on his own. Also, let him touch something taller with his hands and put it on a gentle slope for him to play with. Don't worry about him getting hurt. His body is soft now. Practice his kicking and he'll be able to crawl after that. Li Yi carried the child skillfully with one hand and used the spoon to crush the egg soup in the bowl with the other. When he was about to feed the child, he explained the situation. The baby had already forgotten who pricked him and took his blood. Now, he was staring at the egg soup with his big eyes, and saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi, can the solution you gave to the people in Jing County be used in other counties? Li Longji saw that his son was fine, and he talked about politics. In winter, the people in Chang'an will naturally raise garlic and bean sprouts. The same kind of things from other places will not make much money. The advantage of the people in Jing County is their scale. Compared to the people in Chang'an, they have more land to use. If they are transported to Beijing to sell the garlic sprouts, the price will be lower. I'll wait for the small garlic sprouts to grow. Small garlic sprouts can be made into pickled vegetables with some salt. No other pickled vegetables can compare to them. Not everyone will like to eat them. Small garlic sprouts can be used as stuffing. It can replace chives and garlic sprouts. Li Yi did not say whether other places would work or not. He only said that the garlic sprouts in Jing County were auxiliary and the small garlic sprouts were the main ingredient. Whether it works or not does not depend on what is produced locally, but how it is sold. The soy sauce recipe has been spread out, and everyone knows how to make it. Li family Zhuangzi's soy sauce is still more expensive than other soy sauces. It is 3 times higher. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi sells soy sauce, the supply will still not meet the demand. Li Yi has tasted other soy sauces before, and there is no difference. However, the people feel that the Li family Zhuangzi's soy sauce is better than other soy sauces. Li Longji was deep in thought, and Li Yi fed the egg soup to the baby. He fed the baby bit by bit, and his hands trembled. He stopped when the baby ate a little. The baby did not spit out the spoonful when he fed the baby. He even licked the spoonful, and it was clean. It was a sense of accomplishment. Ah, ah. The baby moved his limbs and looked at the people he knew. Li Yi quickly nodded. That's great. Give me a kiss. Smack. The little guy was even happier. He wanted to express that he ate it very cleanly. After getting the feedback, he was very happy. Brother Yi, are you going to use cement to build their houses? Li Longji thought about the problem of branding and changed the topic. It's the same with yellow mud. Speaking of cement, third brother, is it difficult to unify the weight and size of our catapults when making the projectiles? Li followed the topic and talked about the situation of the war. For the defense of the city will find craftsmen to carve stones. When the stones are gone, they will put whatever they want. You mean, Li Longji realized. Yes, the size and shape of the stones used to make the catapults can be changed. When the cement is firm, it will be standard stones. Chapter 528. Third brother, urgent report from the southwest. Li Yi was trying to feed the baby a mixture of vegetables and meat with a little sugar when Li Qingqi ran over. The little guy was waiting with his mouth open and drooling. Suddenly disturbed, he turned his head and looked over with a puzzled look in his big eyes. In less than 2 breaths, he turned his head again and continued to wait for the baby to be fed. Li Qingqi saw the baby and gave him a big smile, but the baby ignored him. He said to Li Longji and Li Yi, third brother, Brother Yi, there's news from the southwest. 2 dispatches arrived at the same time. The first batch encountered rain on the way and was delayed. Brother, what did they say? Li Longji sat up straight. We won. We won consecutively against the southwest barbarian troops. The salt merchants of Shu cooperated fully and transported countless provisions for military needs. The general of the Right Vanguard Guard, Li Xiandao, stopped his troops and turned to help the local production. At the same time, they hunted, fished, picked mushrooms, and caught pandas. Brother Yi said they are called pandas because they are iron-eating beasts. The southwest barbarians went out to fight, so their logistics were difficult. They couldn't outlast our military forces of the Tang dynasty, so they frequently looked for opportunities to attack. Every time they attacked, they would be detected in advance by the hot air balloons. Li Xiandao calmly arranged the winged knights to shoot in the open. Our casualties were minimal. The southwest barbarians lost more than 20,000 soldiers, and more than 7,000 of them were captured. Li Qingqi talked about the contents of the report sent by the general of the Right Vanguard Guard with a smile of exultation. It was a war, so the fewer casualties on one side, the better. Uncle, why are they called iron-eating beasts? Empress Wang was happy and curious after hearing it. They can also be called pottery-eating beasts. There are pandas in a large area of Shu now. We all know that warhorses need to be fed with salt, otherwise they won't grow well enough. Pandas also want to eat salt. Sometimes they go to other people's houses, and there is always a little salt in the pot when cooking food. There is also salt in the pot. Pandas want to eat it, so they lick it. But bears have the strength, so they break the pot or pot. Others look from afar and think that pandas eat iron, so they are called iron-eating beasts. Li Yi explained that pandas don't eat iron, but lick the salt. Even livestock had to be fed with salt, not to mention the giant panda that had finally found salt. Do iron-eating beasts eat humans? Empress Wang still had questions. They don't eat living things. Pandas are timid. They usually think that you are an enemy and bite you. After biting you to death, they will leave. When you're really dead, the pandas will come back to eat. Feed them fresh meat, they don't really like to eat it. If you cook it, they'll eat it happily. Brother Yi, do you have a plan for the war in the southwest? Li Longji did not care about pandas. What he cared about was the war. As long as you hunt a lot of wild animals there, you can dry the fur and some whips and bring them back. It's actually profitable. The most profitable thing is actually the captives. I've reserved all of them and they'll be sold to me. I'll pay for them. If they wanted someone to work for them, other than providing them with a meal, they would also have to pay them. If you don't pay for using captives, isn't that saving money? Especially captives from war, they have good physiques and strength. Li Yi continued to talk about the war. He asked the other party to try their best not to die, and the shoe salt merchants cooperated. He would settle the accounts later and use the captives to work for free. Uncle, how much did you pay for the captives? Empress Wang wanted to change the topic again. 50,000 yuan. Pandas are more expensive. I just want to raise them. 10,000 yuan for one, and I want them alive. Li Yi stated the price. The current 50,000 yuan was a little higher than the 50,000 yuan he bought back then. There was no way to measure it. It was not even possible to use the price of food. The price of food had changed too much. The price of food when he first came was almost 6 times higher than the price now. Even if the 50,000 yuan was equivalent to the 100,000 yuan he had back then, he could buy an employee who only provided food and simple lodging. He could earn back his capital in 2 years. Li Yi could even use meat as an incentive. Even if he could earn back his capital in 3 years, it was worth it. Brother Yi, you're exchanging money for lives. Li Longji understood. His brother Yi was giving him all kinds of money. His purpose was to let Li Xiandao stabilize and not rush to attack. It's not like the Tang dynasty is taking the initiative to attack the southwest. I'll wait for you to come. I have 50,000 soldiers and enough logistical support. You want to waste my supplies? Without Brother Yi's support, Li Xiandao did not dare to waste time. There would definitely be people in the imperial court who would accuse him of shrinking back and wasting money. Now, the Ministry of Revenue did not have to pay. The salt merchants of Shu kept sending things. Baggage for 50,000 soldiers was borne by Brother Yi alone. If the merchants of the Tang dynasty each took out half of the money, the Tang dynasty could sweep through the Turks and Tubo. Collect business tax. We must collect business tax. Li Longji said what was on his mind. Once again, he felt the power of capital. A single person could decide the outcome of a battle, and there would be casualties on his side. And this person had just dealt with the disaster in a county of the Tang dynasty. He treated his soldiers and people with such tenderness, trying his best to balance investment and output. Then, he went to the extreme when dealing with enemies and corrupt officials. He impeached them. Brother Yi, do you think the 3 prime ministers should be impeached? Li Longji thought of Li Yi's bribery and felt very conflicted. No, they are indeed capable. Third brother, I understand what you mean. I hate evil as if it's my enemy, but I also bribe people. I impeach officials, not for myself, but for the people. I don't bribe them for myself. I don't ask them to do anything. I don't need to make money through them. Impeaching officials really makes me angry. Bribing the prime ministers and ministers is for the sake of integrity. Li Yi was calm. Was it right to bribe people? From a legal point of view, it was not right to guarantee. Was it right to impeach? From a legal point of view, It was not a problem. Scattered officials were also qualified to submit petitions. Moreover, many officials in the Tang dynasty who had resigned still kept their positions as scattered officials. When they encountered problems, they would also submit petitions to the prime ministers. For example, Jia Wan had applied for retirement. When he retired, he was a Jinziguang Lu, a scattered civil official. When they encountered problems, they asked him, and he immediately gave advice and then re-employed them. It was the same for his scattered civil officials. I can impeach as long as I have a name. What if Yao Chong was in Huazhou at that time and drank with us and didn't care about Jing County's affairs when he was drunk? Li Qingqi asked a question that he thought was difficult to answer. Impeach. Whoever impeached there, if His Majesty was there, I would also impeach and let His Majesty issue an edict. Li Yi answered decisively. At the same time, he looked at Li Longji. Third brother, if that's the case, can you find a way to protect me? Yes, I will protect you even if I have to risk my life. Li Longji was also straightforward. Uncle, those people are going to be exiled to Yuezhou. Life is not easy. Empress Wang felt that it was too serious and changed the topic. Sister-in-law, to be honest, that place is a good location. The officials didn't know how to use it, so it became a place of exile. There are abundant water resources, suitable for fishing, and convenient water transportation. If you give me the entire Shannon province, I can support half of the Tang dynasty's food consumption in 5 years. Li Yi was not modest at all. A Shannon province that governed 4 provinces in the Yangtze River basin. As long as he was allowed to recruit soldiers, he could control the local government in 5 years. The people would be happy. As for the officials, those who were obedient would be happy. Those who were disobedient would die suddenly. Chapter 529. Good news, good news, good news from the southwest. The Tang dynasty's soldiers are as fierce as tigers, and the southwest barbarians are as stupid as pigs. Good news. On the morning of October 1st, the paperboy ran and shouted. They ran and delivered the newspaper to the subscribers. The price of the newspaper was still 3 coins per sheet, but it had become 2 sheets. It cost 6 coins to buy 1 sheet. It was still printed on one side, and the other side was for others to write on. But the cost had decreased. A sheet of newspaper was no longer 15 or 16 coins, but 5 coins. A large amount of paper was produced, and the materials for making ink were also bought in batches. Nowadays, the newspaper spread to large areas such as the capital, Huazhou, Tongzhou, Qizhou, Fangzhou, and Shangzhou. Some businessmen wanted to buy or sell goods from other places, so they advertised in the newspaper. 1/3 of the 2-page newspaper was advertisements. The price was different depending on the number of words, position, and color. 300,000 copies of the newspaper were printed in Zhuangzi every day. Including the advertising fees, each copy earned more than 1 coin, less than 2 coins. 1 coin was 300 coins. 300 coins a day, 30,000 coins 100 days, and more in the future. Until now, the people still thought that the Li family Zhuangzi was losing money to them every day. When they heard about the good news, even those who didn't usually buy newspapers would buy 1 or 2 sheets. Then, they would compare it with pinyin. The people of Chang'an had learned pinyin in the past few months. But they still didn't understand the specific meaning of some words, so they had to read them out to understand the context. What was written in the newspaper today? The Tang dynasty's soldiers shouted and attacked the southwest barbarians in the middle of the night. Climbing over the mountains was as easy as drinking water. Yao Chong read the content of the newspaper and felt an indescribable sense of grievance. Shouting and attacking. Should he send a letter of challenge for a sneak attack first? The southwest barbarians could cooperate. And the southwest mountains could be as easy as drinking water. It's good to read it. Show it to the people. The people don't need to know the actual layout of the battlefield. They just need to win. Lu Huaishan was also laughing. The literary skills of the people who wrote the war report in the newspaper were terrible. He admitted that the people couldn't understand it because it was too literary. Look at the advertisements, one after another. Money. Zhang Shua was calculating how much money the Li family Zhuangzi newspaper could earn. Every location and word count had a price, and he realized that he was making a profit. When Yao Chong heard the word money, he was silent for a moment before replying, "The imperial court is currently training personnel. After the new year, they will be sent to various places. The money earned will not all belong to Li Yi anymore. Li Yi doesn't care about it. What he cares about is publicity. The role of the newspaper is to popularize his pinyin." In Chong and City, a large number of people could read newspapers, which was very impressive. In terms of education, Li Yi ranked first in the world. Now, we still need to market with pinyin. When more people learn to read, the pinyin can be removed. Lu Huaishan gave a positive evaluation. If it were anyone else, the imperial court would definitely commend them for their contributions. The Li family Zhuangzi should have a memorial arch, the kind with a gatehouse. Unfortunately, Li Yi was still a secondary second-rank civil official. Other than a salary, the imperial court didn't give him anything else. Li Yi didn't care about the salary. He didn't give him ice in the summer and charcoal in the winter. The Li family Zhuangzi's ice in the summer was more or less used freely. Moreover, their ice was cleaner than the ice in the river. They used well water to freeze it. Sometimes, Her Majesty used ice, and it was Gao Lisher who ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. The war in the southwest should end before the end of the year. The Ministry of Revenue should give Li Yi the provisions that should be taken. Yao Chong gave a fair opinion. Zhang Shua shook the newspaper, "That's right. If you want to give, transferring provisions from Chang'an and other places is indeed not as good as the current method." Li Yi contacted the merchants in Shu to raise the funds locally, and the Ministry of Revenue transferred it to Li Yi. This saves a lot of consumption on the road. Although it's mainly defensive and takes a long time, it doesn't consume much of the provisions. He was doing some calculations. Normally, the imperial court would say that it would be best to fight for a month and pay a huge price to drive the southwest barbarians away. What they needed to support was a month's worth of provisions. Now that they were slowly dragging it out, fewer people would die, and the pressure on the southwest barbarians would be great. Did the southwest barbarians not eat? Fighting for 4 months seemed to cost an extra 3 months' worth of money. However, transporting a month's worth of provisions would consume almost 3 months' worth of provisions on the road. At this time, Li Yi was using his personal connections to pay the final sum of money. Why? I'm afraid Bai Gu won't agree. He's in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and wants to make more money this year. Lu Huaishan thought that the difficult part was Bai Gu. The Minister of Revenue was the stingy type. Today, he needed money. Tomorrow, who would withdraw money? The Minister of Revenue had a headache. Let's ask. Yao Chong decided to discuss with Bai Gu and give the money to Li Yi. Before long, Bai Gu came over with the newspaper. He looked at the 3 people and said, "Now it's 2 sheets of paper. In the future, there will be 3 sheets of paper and 4 sheets of paper. There will be more advertisements." Since he became the Minister of Revenue, his mind had become full of floating money. He was calculating the development of Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper. Just like Zhang Shua, he noticed that the newspaper was beginning to make a profit. At that time, Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper will be reduced in price. 1 sheet of paper is 3 coins, 2 sheets are 6 coins. Maybe when there are 5 sheets, it will only add up to 5 coins. Lu Huaishan guessed Li Yi's plan. 1 sheet of paper is 3 coins. If it's too much, the people won't be able to afford it. Zhang Shua added, about the same. The exchange coupons can be printed on both sides. Naturally, the newspaper can be printed on both sides. Li Yi won't print it. He'll leave one side blank for people to practice calligraphy. If 5 sheets of newspaper is 5 coins, it's 1 coin for 1 sheet of paper to practice calligraphy. Bai Gu was stunned for a moment and nodded. Cut the big sheets of newspaper and bind them with thread. They can be used as notebooks. Bai Gu, I invited you here to discuss the consumption of provisions on the southwest battlefield. Yao Chong ordered someone to make tea for Bai Gu and got to the point. There's enough provisions. There's no need for the imperial court to allocate any more. Bai Gu pretended to be confused and refused to give. It's a big taboo to use private funds to raise the imperial army. Yao Chong reminded. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't have money now. Write down the bill. When the Ministry of Revenue has money, then give. Bai Gu agreed to give as soon as he heard Yao Chong's words. It's just that he won't give now. The Ministry of Revenue actually has money, but it's not enough. They can't owe others, but it's fine if they owe the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't lack money. You can write an IOU and send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. Yao Chong suggested a way. If they owe someone, then so be it. They have to write an IOU. Otherwise, how can it be considered a debt? Bai Gu revealed an awkward expression. If the Ministry of Revenue writes an IOU for one person, it will damage the imperial court's prestige. You want prestige, but you don't want reputation? Yao Chong said in a low voice. I'll discuss it with Li Yi later and choose a compromise. Bai Gu didn't want to agree, but he felt that it was indeed unreasonable. He decided to ask the person involved and see what Li Yi's intentions were. It's better to write an official document. Zhang Shua suggested. His Majesty the Li family Zhuangzi didn't want anyone else to go. Fine. Bai Gu remembered what His Majesty said last time and felt depressed. After discussing the matter of giving Li Yi money, Bai Gu pointed at the newspaper and said, treat it as a tax. We'll make money. The three of them were stunned. You're the Minister of Revenue, so everything you see is money. Yao Chong flipped the newspaper over and looked at the blank page. Write an official document and ask Li Yi if he's willing to pay. Yao Chong realized that the newspaper was about to make more money. He also thought about the imperial court. Deal. Bai Gu agreed again. Chapter 530. Old Bai even learned how to write letters. Is he treating me as a pen pal? That night, Li Yi received a private letter from Bai Gu, the Minister of Revenue. It did not represent the Ministry of Revenue. In the letter, there were two things. On the one hand, he complained that he was poor and said that he had no money. On the other hand, he wanted to give me military funds. What he meant was that he didn't want to give me an IOU. Li Yi understood. Bai Gu went around in circles and turned the conflict into words. He asked me if I should pay taxes on the newspaper. Of course. I can't pay. Li Yi shook his head when he saw the second thing. You can't pay? Li Chengqi helped to bring the letter over. It was winter, and there were oysters and other seafood to be delivered. I can't pay. The newspaper belongs to the education and military. It can provide more money for the relay station and help the people learn to read. Li Yi refused and gave two reasons. The newspaper did not belong to him. It was related to the mouthpiece of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, I need more money to organize people to do things. No matter how much advertising money the newspaper earns, it will take a long time for the things to be done. Li Yi had his own plans. He would use the money earned from the newspaper to do other things in the future. He turned around and said to Li Chengqi, brother, before the Yellow River freezes, see if you can freeze a batch of fish and shrimp from Laizhou and send it to Chang'an. How do you freeze it? Li Chengqi knew that frozen fish and shrimp tasted better than dry ones. No, the temperature is not low enough. The water freezes slowly. When the water freezes, the Yellow River will be almost impassable. You can wait for the weather to get colder and catch fish and shrimp from Bohai Bay. You can bring ice cubes to catch fish and shrimp and freeze them when you catch them. When you return to land, you can prepare a mixture of ice and water and put the fish and shrimp in. They will be frozen overnight. put them in sacks and transport them by land. By then, the weather will be cold and the temperature will be low. The ice cubes will be ice cubes when they reach Chang'an. Li Yi rejected the idea of using water to transport the Yellow River and changed it to land transport. The cost was high, and there were many rich people in Chang'an. Let me try. Li Qingqi was tempted, mainly because he wanted to eat it. Then, he pointed at the letter written by Baigu. Compensation for your military supplies. In the future, when you collect taxes, Zhuangzi should also call for rent adjustment. Deduct it from that. You can pay it when it's all deducted. Li Yi was familiar with such matters. Both sides would gain face, and the imperial court would gain an advantage. If the military funds were given out now, there would be money left in the form of loans. Every day, there would be quite a lot of money. Li Yi did not intend to take the money. He wanted the captives. 50,000 per captive was already a profit. As for the giant panda, it was currently a personal hobby. That's good too. Write a reply, Brother Yi. Li Qingqi also thought that the Ministry of Revenue had taken advantage of the situation. Li Yi quickly wrote a reply, telling Baigu that he didn't need to pay advertising tax. He also explained how to operate the military fund and handed it over to Li Qingqi. Big brother, do you know how to calculate by abacus? After finishing this matter, Li Yi suddenly asked. I know a little, but I'm not good at it. Li Qingqi was a little embarrassed. Obviously, what he knew was true. Recently, I have nothing to do, so I looked around. There's a set of mnemonics that can make it more convenient for people to calculate by abacus. Li Yi smiled, got up, and took out an abacus from the box next to him. There were 2 beads on the top and 5 beads on the bottom. In fact, calculating the relationship between weights doesn't necessarily require 2 beads on the top and 1 bead on the bottom. It's enough to multiply and divide by 16 using different calculation methods. However, addition and subtraction are easier to learn, so there are 2 beads on the top. 1 bead represents 5, and the other 5 beads below also represent 5. This way, addition and subtraction are faster to calculate weights. You don't need to learn more difficult methods. Li Yi first introduced the use of the beads. The 2 beads on the top were for beginners. At the same time, it was for larger calculations. The more beads there were, the more positions there would be. After that, he took out a few pieces of paper with tables drawn on them. He wrote addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and hexadecimal. 11 in hexadecimal was 11 and 12 was 12. I'm going to print this separately. It will be published in the newspaper, and the rest will be sent to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi put the table in front of Li Qingqi. He personally operated the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of the 2 systems. It was very simple, but his speed was slow. He was not proficient. He had never learned how to calculate by abacus. He learned how to calculate by abacus in elementary school. Later on, he stopped using it and forgot about it. Suddenly, he remembered that he had to look up information and ponder over it before he could demonstrate it to others. You're teaching such a secret method? Li Qingqi understood. It was indeed not difficult. Of course, Li Yi only calculated decimals and integers. Now, in the Tang dynasty, those who played with abacus had their own set of methods, and they would not easily teach others. At the same time, it also required a deeper foundation in arithmetic. There were questions, and one had to practice according to the solution in the question. Now that he had drawn tables on a few pieces of paper, he could understand it just by looking at it. After practicing a little more, he could basically do everything. There's one more thing that benefits the people. How many caddies is 1 tail? I'll write it now. This is 1 retractable 625, 1 tail is 0. 0625 caddies. This retractable is calculated only by retractable 1 place. Otherwise, it will become 0. 0625 caddies. 2 tails is 1 tail, 2 tails is 0. 01225 caddies. Then, he doesn't need to retract one place. 3 tails is 1 tail is 175 caddies. 3 tails is 175 caddies on the abacus. Actually, if you learn the mathematics that I taught in Zhuangzi well, you won't need it at all. Just take out a pen and calculate it. Mental arithmetic is also not a problem. Li Yi explained the formula and content of the 2 pairs of caddies on the abacus. He felt that he could do mental arithmetic for ordinary daily life. However, calculating the compound interest of a donkey's rolling interest would be difficult, unless he knew how to calculate by abacus. Mental arithmetic by abacus itself was to simulate an abacus in one's mind. It was like playing chess without looking at the chessboard. Anyone who knew how to play chess could simulate the opening moves in their mind if there were not many moves. The simplest explanation of compound interest was the stock market. When the limit rose by 10%, it was 10,000 yuan. Multiply by 1. It was 11,000 yuan. On the second day, it was 11,000 yuan multiplied by 1, which was 12,100 yuan. On the third day, it was still multiplied by 1. It was too tiring to calculate with a pen. After calculating for 100 days, his wrist hurt. As Li Yi thought, he shook the abacus back and forth. Then, he used his hand to draw the beads on the abacus. Brother Yi, rewrite it. Give this abacus and method to me. I will practice it tonight. Li Chengqi saw Li Yi's movements and felt that it was cool. He planned to learn it first, and then, the next morning, Li Chengqi's eyes were a little swollen. He didn't have time to use a hot towel to apply it. He hurriedly finished his breakfast and ran away. He first went to arrange the transportation problem before the Yellow River froze in winter. Then, he sent people to Laizhou to try to transport the frozen fish and prawns back. He wanted the Chidan people in Bohai Bay. The ice there was only thin ice in winter. After dealing with it, he went to the imperial city to find Baigu. He brought the letter. When Baigu saw Li Chengqi, his eyes were on the abacus under his arm. Minister Bai, the matter is settled. I will give you a reply. Li Chengqi passed the letter to Baigu. Baigu opened it and heaved a sigh of relief. This is a good idea. I can slowly deduct it from the taxes in the future. After reading the letter, he looked at Li Chengqi. King Song, why aren't you leaving? You still want a reply? Minister Bai, do you know how to calculate by abacus? Li Chengqi shook the abacus and placed it on the table in front of Baigu. Chapter 531. When Li Chengqi walked out of the Ministry of Revenue, his chin was pointing at the sky. With an abacus under his arm, he looked as though he was floating. Baigu respectfully sent him out with a few pieces of paper in his hands. Thank you, King Song. King Song is a great talent. Baigu stood outside the door and shouted. The others were puzzled. What is King Song doing? You're too kind. Li Chengqi continued to float into the distance. Baigu opened his mouth, but in the end, he held himself back. Shaking his head, he returned to his room. Not long later, King Song, who had taken the wrong path, turned around and left in a different direction. In the office of the Minister of Revenue, Baigu ordered someone to bring him an abacus and practice the formula on the table. Use the 2 beads on the table to calculate the weight and the other beads on the table to calculate the weight. Use the beads on the table to calculate the weight of the weight. Baigu muttered as he looked at the abacus. He realized that the formula was too useful. With this formula, the secrets of those who used the abacus would be rendered useless. An hour later, Baigu memorized the formula. Then, he brought the abacus and the table to the Political Affairs Hall. As soon as he arrived, the 3 prime ministers walked out of their respective offices. Did you find a solution? Lu Huaishan was the first to speak. Li Yi agreed to use future taxes to pay for it. This way, the Ministry of Revenue will benefit from it. Baigu spoke honestly. Is he willing to pay the advertising tax for the newspaper? Zhang Shuo was the second to speak. No. He said that the money is useful, and it has something to do with the relay station, intelligence, and education. Thus, we should take care of it. Bai Gou's expression was calm as he spoke. The three prime ministers nodded their heads in unison. They admitted that the newspaper matter was too important. To put it bluntly, the newspaper was in His Majesty's hands. They believed that if Li Yi said that the advertising fee was useful, it would definitely not be for the Li family's farm. All right. Yao Chong was also reluctant to give Li Yi a large sum of money from the Ministry of Revenue. The war was not over yet. Do the three of you know how to calculate by abacus? Bai Gou said as he placed the abacus back in place. The three of them, when it was time for lunch, the four of them went to Li Longji's place and asked to have lunch together. Li Longji gave him face and called Wei Zhigu over as well. When they arrived, Wei Zhigu was empty-handed, while Yao Chong and the other three each had an abacus under their armpits. Does everyone want to settle accounts with me? Li Longji was puzzled and joked. Your Majesty, Li Yi is a great talent. Bai Gou took out a few pieces of paper from his sleeve. We know. Li Longji was even more puzzled. Did Li Yi's talent need to be mentioned again and again? Wei Zhigu stood to the side in a daze. He didn't understand what was wrong with the four of them. Did they offend Li Yi? Your Majesty, please look at this. Bai Gou handed over the mnemonic formula. Li Longji took it and read it out loud. 1 up 1, 2 up 2, 1 down 5 to 4, 2 down 5 to 3, 1 down 9 to 1, 2 down 8 to 1. As he read, he stopped and looked at the four people's abacus. This is the mnemonic formula. Easy to remember and learn. Li Longji finally understood why Bai Gou praised Li Yi. Wei Zhigu said, Li Yi went to rob the accounts again. Ever since the double-entry bookkeeping method was introduced, those who were familiar with the four pillars bookkeeping method were no longer popular. Everyone has their own tricks. Once the mnemonic formula is out, all accounts, including apprentices, can quickly learn it. Even the common people can take a look. I'm afraid that's not the case. This method is simple. Do you all remember the Jiu Gu formula? Children can learn it. Li Yi might want to add the mnemonic formula into the mnemonic formula. Yao Chong understood Li Yi quite well. Anything that was simple would inevitably become the mnemonic formula in Zhuangzi. Li Yi wanted to spread it throughout the world. Pinyin was already considered a success in the capital government. Many large families could only watch helplessly. They couldn't do anything to stop it. Pinyin helped many people become literate. Even if this generation couldn't take the imperial examinations, they still had children. They could teach their children to read and wait for their children to take the imperial examinations. They could also find a small official position in the county. Looking at the proportion of people who took the imperial examinations, most of them were children of officials. The rest were also taught by officials every generation. Only a small proportion of them learned it on their own. The aristocratic families wanted to stop it, but they couldn't find a way. For example, they bought all the newspapers. The Japanese were amazing. They could print 300,000 copies a day. The Li family Zhuangzi would print the same. Very good, very good. Li Longji was happy. He ordered, quickly go to the Li family Zhuangzi and ask if they have the blood sausage made today. If they do, quickly bring it back and add more dishes for the officials. Gao Lisher ran away. The others were worried. There's nothing to do in the afternoon. Let's eat hot pot and drink some wine. Li Longji was in a good mood. He prepared to drink wine with the 5 officials during working hours. The next day, the mnemonic formula appeared in the newspaper. Sure enough, there were sighs and praises. Master, something happened at home. I can't learn the mnemonic formula from you. Disciple kowtows to you. In Chang'an City, a shop's accountant brought a young disciple to find him. As he spoke, he knelt there and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he got up and left. In order to learn the mnemonic formula, the disciple had been doing other jobs. The master didn't teach him. He had to wait. When the master was satisfied, he would teach him a little. It turned out that the young disciple was illiterate. Even if he was literate, he couldn't understand the 9 chapters of arithmetic. Now that he was literate, he read the newspaper with others and worked hard to learn pinyin. Today, the mnemonic formula appeared in the newspaper. There were so many of them. Since the master didn't want to teach, what was the point of learning? He found himself an abacus and self-studied according to the newspaper. Sigh. The master sighed. There was one less free labor. The key was that it wouldn't be easy to find free labor in the future. Li, you're harming people. Another accountant with 3 disciples was even more upset. In addition to being upset, he found that the mnemonic formula was easier to learn than his own. He quickly changed it. Soon after, the Workers' Alliance became busy. Many people wanted to buy an abacus and make it themselves. It wasn't easy to grind the beads. Dongju, the newspaper is sold out. Everyone still wants to buy more. Do you want to print more? Li Yi was waiting for a steamer. Songda came over while he was counting the time. Is it the mnemonic formula? The mnemonic formula is printed separately. 1 copper coin per copy. If not, the cost will be too high. The advertising fees have already been converted. Even if we print more, it won't cost us more. Li Yi was distressed about the cost of the newspaper. Since they wanted the mnemonic formula, they had to print it. Those people were too lazy. Why didn't they copy it themselves? Sure enough, people were very satisfied with the mnemonic formula. 1 copper coin per copy. Some people even bought 10 copies. In their opinion, copying was easy to make mistakes, but printing was guaranteed to be no problem. Moreover, they were all superstitious. As long as it was something printed by the Li family Zhuangzi, it would be faster to learn. For example, there was a child from a certain family who was studying in the family school. One day, he suddenly used the back of the newspaper to practice his writing. In less than half a month, his improvement was greater than the previous half a year's practice. There were many people who believed it. They even proved that their own children were the same. There were even some family schools that specially found newspapers for their children to learn and practice their writing. It was said that the effect was obvious. Unfortunately, newspapers were not easy to find. Li didn't care about what others said. His new research had achieved some results. The new method of making canned food didn't require the use of porcelain bottles. The new utensils needed to be used together. After that, he would look at the shelf life before promoting it. Chapter 532. Use a big net. Another big net. Cover it. Be careful. Don't get hurt. Don't hurt it. In the southwest region, a group of Tang dynasty soldiers were not fighting. They were catching pandas. Today, they encountered another one. The soldiers used a big net to catch it, layer by layer. When the panda stopped moving, they would transport it into the cage. The cage was made of thick wood. The thin wood could not stop the panda from biting. This is the 6th one. 60,000 yuan. Please raise it well. A battalion commander rubbed his hands after directing people to put the panda into the cage. In the past few days, they had caught 6 pandas, 3 male and 3 female. Among them, there were 4 big pandas and 2 small ones. The 2 small pandas were followed by their mothers. The soldiers felt that it was luck. In fact, this was the time when pandas were taking care of their cubs. Cubs were usually 2 to 3 months old. Catching pandas with cubs was the easiest. They covered the big net so that the big ones could not break free for the time being. Then, they grabbed the small ones and put them into the cage. When the big ones came out of the net, they went straight into the cage. Without waiting for them to come out, they closed the door and locked it. Let's send them back first. Send them back to Li Dongzhu. Also, we have 10,000 captives. 500,000 yuan. Another person suggested exchanging them for money. What if one of them died? I wonder if Li Dongzhu can take out 500,000 yuan. The soldiers of Zhichang's residence expressed their worry. 500,000 yuan was a number they did not dare to think about. It was too much. Don't worry. Li Dongzhu has money. It's just that we don't know where Li Dongzhu will settle the 10,000 captives. The place can't be small. The people of the Winged Knights guaranteed. They felt that as long as Li Yi wanted money, he would be able to get it soon. The printing of the exchange coupons did not count. The Li family Zhuangzi needed enough money to print the coupons. Battalion Commander Fan, do you want to send them over? Li Xiandao had the same idea. 10,000 captives and 6 pandas. The pandas were still manageable, but the captives needed to eat. If they were kept in captivity and not given enough food, they might fall sick from hunger. I'll send 200 winged knights, and General Li will send 3,000 soldiers to escort them. They still can't eat their fill on the way. When we reach Chang'an, we won't have to worry about them making trouble. Fan Fan was already more at ease with the Southwest barbarians. After continuous battles, the Southwest barbarians should have less than 30,000 men. Many of the Southwestern barbarian soldiers had already lost their morale. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be satisfied. The various tribes of the Southwest barbarians joined forces to send out their troops, but they didn't manage to snatch anything. Looking at the corpses and captives, there were more than 25,000 people in total. Among them, more than 10,000 people were taken captive, while their side only lost 400 people, and that was referring to those who were sacrificed. There was always an ambush, and it was the rain of arrows that covered them first. There were more than 3,000 people who were injured. In the past, less than 500 of the 3,000 people who were injured would survive. Especially in the southwest region, it was not easy to survive an injury. With soapy water, alcohol, ointment, and suturing skills, the brothers managed to pull through. More than 10 of them were injured and didn't make it through, but the rest were still alive. With the current situation of the war, it was believed that even if the Southwest barbarians knew that they wouldn't have a good time after returning, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The Southwest barbarians were also hunting in the mountains. Many of their people had died, and the supplies they brought back for the survivors were still unable to support them for much longer. Li Xiandao thought about it and agreed. Okay, we'll go back by land. There's no time to transport them by water. We'd rather starve the captives to death than have any problems. After discussing with the others, 3,200 people escorted more than 10,000 captives and 6 pandas and set off. The captives were tied up with ropes one by one, and they looked very obedient. They really didn't have the strength to resist. Each person was given a bowl of porridge a day, and there was no salt in the porridge. Without salt for a few days, they would lose their strength and vomit acid at the same time. If they were really hungry, they would be fed water until they were full. Afraid that they would spread diseases, Fan Fan came up with the idea to shave the captives' heads. The captives didn't have a good life before. Their weapons weren't as good as those of the Tang dynasty, and they had very little clothes. Some of them even fought bare-chested. Needless to say, they were all barefoot now. Anyway, there were thick calluses on their feet. They weren't allowed to carry food, and they had hemp ropes around their necks. One end of the hemp ropes was the animal skin they had hunted. There were also local medicinal herbs collected by the Winged Knights according to the catalogue, and Li Yi wanted them. Tell them that when they reach Chang'an, there's a big Dongzhu willing to raise them. Dongzhu treats the slaves well and gives them meat to eat every day. The Winged Knights were afraid that they couldn't express the other side's language clearly with the little bit of language they had learned, so they asked the local non-commissioned officer to be the interpreter. The interpreters ran over and shouted, and the captives finally had a little more motivation to live in their eyes. They didn't think that they could eat meat every day after becoming slaves, but being sold meant that they wouldn't be killed on the way. Battalion Commander Shen, that Li Li Dongzhu really gives the slaves meat to eat every day. After the interpreter finished speaking, one of them went to the battalion commander Xinyong and asked with a smile. The slaves bought by the Li family Zhuangzi are the same as ordinary people. Dongzhu never beat or scolded them. Those slaves became stewards and are very loyal. Xinyong thought about the situation of the Li family Zhuangzi and found that the slaves didn't look like slaves at all. If he didn't know the situation, he wouldn't know who the slaves were. Then these barbarians can enjoy a good life. The local soldier showed an envious look. They? Humph. Li Dongzhu treats the slaves well, and the slaves are the people of the Tang dynasty. If it's them, if they want to eat meat, they have to do work that can make them eat meat. Xinyong didn't think that any random slave could enter the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen and find their favorite food to eat. Li Yi, who was mentioned by the two people, was now facing 200 slaves. The newly bought slaves still haven't integrated into the Li family Zhuangzi's big family. Today, a female slave came to the canteen to eat. She was carrying a bowl of soup. She filled it too full and scalded her hand. She didn't dare to put it down, so she found the table and put it down. Then her hand was scalded and blistered. If the farmer next to her didn't see it, she would have endured it and secretly shed tears. At this time, the blisters on her hand were picked up by Li Yi. He applied medicine and didn't bandage it. It was already dry. Next time you encounter the same thing, let go of your hand, find a place where there is no one and throw the bowl away. My Li family Zhuangzi doesn't lack bowls. Look, your hand is injured. Won't it affect your work? If you stop work for a day, how many bowls can you get? Next time you carry the soup, learn from others and put the bowl on the plate first. Li Yi taught the 200 people and glared at the female slave. I can work. The female slave was so scared that her legs trembled. Humph. If you work and your wound gets infected again, I will continue to treat you. How much money do you think you can earn by delaying me for a quarter of an hour? Li Yi wanted to swear, but he held back. Since you came here, you have been learning and doing nothing. From today onwards, you have a new job to make canned food, bamboo canned food. Li personally arranged the work for everyone to do. He had just researched the method of making bamboo canned food. For 24 hours, the canned food was opened and tested. There were no problems. After he finished talking about the work, he glared at the female slave again. You heal first. Chapter 533. The oiled paper was made into a bamboo bowl. Then, it was placed in the bamboo bowl and steamed in the pot with a lid. On the other side, the braised pork was being prepared. When it was done, it was placed in the bamboo bowl and kept in the pot with the lid. When it was steamed, the lid would be pushed open by the steam of the braised pork inside, so there was no need to worry about it. After steaming for 20 minutes, the pot was opened and the lid was put back on as fast as possible. He quickly wrapped a circle of grease around the edge and waited for the temperature to drop a little before applying a layer of wax. As the temperature dropped, the braised pork in the bamboo bowl would cool down, and the lid of the bamboo bowl would be pressed tightly by the pressure. This was a bamboo can of braised pork, which could be stored for at least half a year. If it didn't leak, it could be stored for a year. Because of the oiled paper inside, the liquid couldn't leak out. Compared to making it in a porcelain bottle, the cost was much lower. Therefore, there must be more meat in the can, not more soup. It was not easy to make one, and it was not to be sold. Tell Supervisor Wang that there is a can. Ask him to ask General Gao to come and get it. Li Yi instructed Songda as he fiddled with a bamboo concealed with a layer of oiled paper outside and tied with a string. In the afternoon, Gao Lishir didn't come, but Li Longji did. Li Chengqi came to Zhuangzi. He was busy with the shipping of marine goods in the winter season. Third brother, you're here. Just in time. I wanted to ask General Gao to send the newly made cans to the palace. Third brother, please help me. Li Yi took out a can, cut the string with a knife, and opened it along the gap sealed with wax and oiled paper. The can inside had solidified, so he poured it on a plate. Third brother, look at this can. It can be preserved for a long time. In 2 days, I will ask the workshop to make a bamboo tapping machine. That kind of can be screwed, and the sealing is better. Add an extra piece of oiled paper to cover the position of the lid. When screwing, the edge of the oiled paper will be on the screwdriver, and it will be used as a sealing part. Li Yi took 2 chopsticks, handed one to Li Longji, and introduced his design. Li Longji picked up the meat and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. It's delicious. It's not greasy. Make it for the frontline soldiers. Braised mutton, braised pork, braised chicken, stewed meat with dried vegetables, deep-fried fish with extra oil. Li Yi was talking about how many cans there were. There wasn't any braised beef, but if there was beef to eat, he would eat it. There was less than 10% liquid in the can, and it was all dry. He had seen the canned food from his country's army before, and it was very different from the canned food he bought. When the can of chicken was opened, pieces of chicken were squeezed inside and poured out. There wasn't much soup. If you can transport canned food, you might as well transport more grain and meat floss. Li Longji believed that canned food was inferior to grain. Third brother, this is not canned food. This is morale. While the enemy is eating steamed rice and highland barley, our soldiers are eating canned food. Li Yi analyzed the situation from another angle. When the canned food was opened by the frontline soldiers one after another, it proved the strength of the Tang dynasty's logistics. The Ministry of Revenue might not be able to fork out enough money. The salt well hasn't made a lot of money yet. But the iron mine near the iron mine has been found and is being mined. It can't be exchanged for money. Li Longji also wanted the frontline soldiers to eat better. Now, it was usually pickled vegetables. In the past, they even had to bring vinegar cloth. The purpose was to reduce the cost of transportation. A war cost a lot of money. Don't worry, third brother. After the new year, I will start to pay taxes. But this tax will first deduct the money I used to provide the grain. After that, the cost of the canned food will be converted into the cost of the canned food. My canned food is a luxury item, and the profit is very high. So, I plan to pay 80% of the tax. The money will be used for the frontline soldiers. Li Yi said sincerely. After he finished speaking, he took a bite of the meat and found it was really good. Brother Yi, you have something new? Li Longji immediately understood. Brother Yi had a new business that could make a lot of money. It was so much money that Brother Yi was afraid of holding it. Yes, I will start to sell it before the end of the year. It is a long-term business. When the Ministry of Revenue finishes smelting the iron, I will ask them for it. They also said that the iron produced by the iron mine in Bai and County will be given to me for free. I can use it. Li Yi mentioned the agreement with Baigu. He will provide the iron mine in Bai and County, and Baigu will give him the iron when he needs it. The iron mine in Ma and Mountain is still looking for people to look at it. It has not started work yet. When they find it, they will know how big the mine is. Good, good. Then the frontline soldiers will suffer less. Li Longji's eyes were wet. At the same time, he decided that after the new year, Li Yi will pay taxes on all the goods coming to Chang'an. The shops in Chang'an will pay 10%, 20% and 30% taxes. He can't let Li Yi keep paying. He has money. He earned it with his own ability, not by cheating or robbing. Li Longji was full of confidence in the future. He didn't eat dinner and went back to the palace with a lot of bamboo canned food. In the blink of an eye, October 16th. The greenhouse in Zheng County of Huazhou was built. The ox helped to plow the land. The local people who were affected by the disaster were planting garlic sprouts and small garlic. Their houses were built by others, so they lived in tents for the time being. Recently, Li Yi had calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. Yao Chong and others were worried again. It has been more than 10 days. Why didn't something happen? This doesn't match Li Yi's daily life. Everyone, keep an eye on him. In the Heavenly World revolving restaurant, Yao Chong looked at the people walking below through the glass window and said to the other 4 people at the same table. Today, they agreed to take a day off and come out to see the people. They came to the Heavenly World early in the morning. There were seats in the revolving restaurant. No one made a reservation in the morning. There would be others at noon, so they were given the seats. The houses in Zheng County are not built yet. Besides, didn't Li Yi take out the abacus formula a few days ago? It will probably be done after the new year. Lu Huaishan also looked at the people walking on the street below. The people in Chang'an were living a good life. It was winter. In the past, people still wore unlined clothes and even put a sack on the outside to ward off the cold. Now they wore new clothes, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not just a layer. Does this can count? Zhang said while fiddling with a can on the table. This can was not sold elsewhere. It was available in the Heavenly World. The price was ridiculously high, but people were willing to buy it. It doesn't count. His Majesty said that Li Yi didn't plan to make money with it. Baigu talked about money all the time. His Majesty's bathing pool over there is almost finished. We take turns to build it day and night. Until now, I still don't know how to make a lot of money. Wei Zhigu pointed to the location of Xianyang Lane while walking around. That doesn't count. It's His Majesty's business. He doesn't give the money to Li Yi. Baigu still denied. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. New newspapers today. 3 copies. 1 extra. It's still 6 cents. No more, no more. The newspaper boy's voice was so penetrating that people in the revolving restaurant heard it clearly. 1 extra. Many businessmen are taking advantage of the last opportunity to come here to sell and buy things. Otherwise, the Yellow River can't be transported by water. Zhang Shua thought of the reason for the increase in the number of newspapers. There were more advertisements. Soon, people in the Heavenly World sent 5 copies of the dozens of newspapers that were ordered every day, 1 for each person. Everyone looked at the advertisements. Sure enough, there were more advertisements. There were advertisements on every page instead of a separate page. This is the way of de Shui. It is to be virtuous, to be close to the people, and to stop at the ultimate good. Lu Huaishan read out a paragraph that he was familiar with. It was de Shui. It's over. Li Yi is starting to make trouble again. Yao Chong closed his eyes. Chapter 534. Baigu put down the newspaper and took a deep breath. His teeth hurt. The others were silent. They all recognized the words on the newspaper and knew the meaning of the sentence. They even had their own detailed understanding of it. They believed that all the students taking the imperial examination were very familiar with it. This paragraph was marked with pinyin. At the end of this paragraph, there were detailed annotations for the half-chapter of The Great Learning printed in today's newspaper. Those who could sit in their seats instantly knew what Li Yi wanted to do. Many students of the Tang dynasty did not have books, so they could only copy. After copying the book, they had to look at the annotations again. Different people have different annotations. I think this annotation is more comprehensive than what I have seen before. Li Yi is so capable that he can annotate The Great Learning. Today's newspaper is half of The Great Learning, and tomorrow it should be the other half. What's the day after tomorrow? Half of The Doctrine of the Mean. The day after tomorrow is the other half of The Doctrine of the Mean. Huh. Lu Huaishan said and laughed dryly at the end. 6 coins a day in exchange for 3 large sheets of paper to write on and a book to read. For beginners, half a chapter with annotations is enough to study for a day. Zhang Shua shook his head. He felt cold, even though the temperature in the revolving restaurant was over 20 degrees. Baigu sighed. Is he not afraid of being assassinated? Yao Chong opened his eyes. He does not leave Zhuangzi easily. Every time he comes out, he has a group of guards. Now the students have books to read, and there are no mistakes in the words. The printing is beautiful. 6 coins to buy a piece of paper this big, and it can't be good paper. Now that he has bought 3 pieces, he can also buy the book along with the annotations that it is free. Everyone nodded. Yes, Li Yi was printing books in the name of the newspaper. Many students could not afford to buy books and had to borrow them to copy. Copying books without wasting ink. Without paper. Now he only needed 6 coins to get half of the great learning. The newspaper was published issue by issue, and the 4 books and 5 classics were all printed. After the Tang dynasty, no one could monopolize books. Li Yi might not be able to produce many books. I know. If he's willing to spend money, he can specially get a newspaper to print books. When the students buy it, it's equivalent to buying books. Wei Ziguti and some of the larger families expressed their helplessness. They couldn't restrict anything. If you want pinyin, you have pinyin. If you want abacus, you have abacus. Now, you have proper textbooks. Who knew what Li Yi was going to do next? Anyway, it looked scary. Bai Gu opened the can and poured the chestnut chicken on the plate. Xiao Yi's moves are unconventional. It's impossible to guard against them. Zhang Shua reached out with his chopsticks and picked up a chestnut. I thought the confrontation would be intense, but now I know that Li Yi can do it without making a sound. Not bad. Lu Huaishan added, when he lost money selling newspapers, everyone was focused on how he was going to make it back. Later on, when he fought with the Japanese, everyone watched the show. Seeing how much he had to put in every day just to hold on, they all mocked him. Following that was pinyin. Everyone noticed that something was wrong, but he was still losing money. They felt that he could not hold on any longer. Now that he's making money from advertising, he's starting to print books. If we want to stop him, we can only do it through the imperial examinations. We can't give others a chance. Lu Huaishan knew a lot. He was originally from a large family. His salary was given to his clansmen, who would say all kinds of things to him. It was said that the poor studied while the rich studied martial arts. In fact, studying was not something that the poor could support. It was a family of 7 or 8 people, with a few boys among them. The other children worked, while the smartest one studied. The whole family provided for him. Even so, this child lacked paper and ink. Brushes and inkstones were easy to deal with. The key was communication. If there were no books, could they buy them? If they couldn't afford them, they could just copy them. At night, the rich read with candles and oil lamps. The poor could only recite what they had memorized during the day. Annotations and annotations for the books of the predecessors were another book. This was great. 6 copper coins to buy 3 large pieces of paper. Everything was available. The winged knights are good. The empress's children are good. Yao Chong shook his head and said something that had nothing to do with the newspapers. Yung is right. Bai Gu agreed. With 30,000 winged knights and the empress's children, His Majesty can kill whoever he wants. It's perfectly justifiable. The 5 people thought about it and felt a chill run down their spine. Li Yi had been slowly pushing back, waiting for the winged knights to arrive in 8.5 hours. At the same time, he had the stamina to do so. He finally revealed his true intentions. His Majesty would kill anyone who dared to impeach his newspaper in the imperial court. He hid in Zhuangzi and secretly played tricks. Others could not rush in. Everyone, rejoice. Li Yi is from the Tang dynasty. He lives in the Li family Zhuangzi by the Bahui River, east of Chang'an. Wei Zhigu put away the newspaper, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to eat. He only saw half of the great university in the newspaper. There was no need to read the rest. Yao Chong and the other 3 looked at each other and felt relieved. Yes, Li Yi was Li Yi from the Tang dynasty. If there was a Li Yi in the foreign countries, what would the Tang dynasty have to face? He used to think that he was good at scheming, but now it seemed that he was just fooling around. He was not scheming about a person, but the general trend of the world. He kept writing medical books and made tools to benefit the people when he was free. Then he thought about how to increase the income of the people in the imperial government. When the war started, he supported the front line. This was not enough for him to scheme against, nor was it worth it for him to scheme against. His true goal was to further weaken the aristocratic families and large clans. If Kongming had half of his ability, the world would have returned to Shu. After eating 2 mouthfuls of chicken, Zhang said belittled Zhuge Liang. What is he doing now? Bai Gu was eager to try. He wanted to ask Li Yi how to make money. The Ministry of Revenue was poor. The Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were eating breakfast. Area, Shuawen Jia, Yu Piao, Classic Shiwen, these are not enough. When I was young, I had a dictionary. When I was in elementary school, I was very willing to look it up. At that time, I liked it, but I didn't think it was very good. When I came to the Tang dynasty, I realized that the Xinhua dictionary was indeed a treasure. Later, I learned that there was also the Great Chinese Dictionary and Sihai. What is Zhong Xiaojing of the Calligraphy Association busy with? I miss him. His writing is good, but I can't learn it now. Li Yi muttered while eating, and the 8 palace maids and eunuchs were already used to it. Dongzhu was always like this. He said some strange things and then promised that something good would appear. Kangxi is indeed not ordinary. Kangxi Dictionary, sigh. Yes, find Zhong Xiaojing. There has been no news from him recently, and he has nothing to do. He is a person who cares about face. Give him face and then give him money. Remind me that Zhong Xiaojing is a good person. Li Yi muttered and turned his head to speak to the eunuchs and palace maids. The 8 of them nodded in unison, indicating that they understood. Even if their class said that Dongzhu ignored them, they still had to note it down and tell the next class. Zhong Xiaojing, who was remembered by Li Yi, was still worried. It was winter, and the Calligraphy Association did not do anything big. They did not have much of a presence. The key was that he did not have money. He did get some money from selling his calligraphy, but that was his money. He could not use it on the Calligraphy Association. Where could he get some money? He could gather the students in Chang'an and find a place to settle the matter of calligraphy. He could not be the Minister of Revenue, but he could not be the President of the Calligraphy Association. His regular script would be so beautiful. Why not write a letter to Li Yi? Li Yi was rich. Zhong Xiaojing thought of who had more money and decided to use his calligraphy to impress Li Yi and get some money for half a calligraphy exchange. Chapter 535. It was the end of winter, and snow came at night. The ice in the well was thin, and the wind was chilly. In 2 days, it would be the season of light snow. It began to snow at night. Accompanied by the north wind, the chickens and ducks ran back to their homes. The heater in Zhuangzi had been turned on, and the single glass window was covered with snow, making it impossible to see the situation outside. Li Yi was reading a letter in his hand, praising it from time to time. The letter was naturally written by Zhong Xiaojing. The words used were tactful, but the main idea was clear: money. I want to come to Zhuangzi to hold a calligraphy and painting gathering in a place with beautiful scenery, saying that I, Zhuangzi, have a strong literary aura. Li Yi wanted to laugh. Wasn't the place with the strongest literary aura at the Imperial College? The literary aura at the Imperial Court meeting was even stronger. Hanyuan Palace Hall was such a good place. I think I have a telepathic connection with Kuda, and we both thought of each other. The scenery is beautiful, and the water in Zhuangzi can't flow anymore. It's snowing tonight, and it will all freeze tomorrow. Li Yi ate white meat, pickled vegetables, and blood sausage in a casserole. He was thinking about how to organize an outdoor calligraphy exchange in winter. Dongzhu, we can break the ice artificially and flush it down with the water. Bai he suggested. Shi and Chui Lu shared a casserole with meat and pickled vegetables. Occasionally, They would snatch the mushrooms from the chicken stew that the eunuchs ate. Good idea, and then drink cold wine. They'll all get sick from drinking. Li Yi imagined a group of people drinking wine in cold water, and then drinking it. That feeling. After the meal, he wrote a reply, saying that he was honored and that he welcomed everyone to come and suffer from the cold during the season of light snow. On the morning of the 18th of October, the letter was sent out. Tomorrow there would be light snow, and Zhong Xiaojing had less than a day to prepare. He didn't know how many people he could bring. The farmers cleared the snow on the road, and the ice around the well was also knocked down. Li Yi began to prepare gifts. At the same time, he wanted to show off the 80% tax item to others. He prepared to give one to Zhong Xiaojing, but not to others. It was too expensive. In the morning, Zhong Xiaojing received the letter and smiled. He felt that Li Yi was very easy to talk to. He began to organize the manpower. Although he was the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, he had been promoted from the position of a minister. However, his current rank was higher than that of a minister. The president was His Majesty, and he didn't care about anything. As soon as he called out, the news quickly spread. Something is going to happen again. Li Yi has too many things to do this year. He can't stay idle. Yao Cheng understood the situation. Li Yi was actually willing to recruit people in Zhuangzi. According to his understanding of Li Yi would not let people in if there were no benefits. My heart is tired. Why are we thinking about him all day? Why don't we think about where we still need to make arrangements? Zhang Shua was very distressed. He realized that he could not come up with any good ideas that would benefit the Tang dynasty. As long as he thought of a place that needed improvement, Li Yi's figure would definitely appear in his heart, the kind that he could not get rid of. Send people in to see the situation. Lu Huaishan was more stable. The next day, as soon as the city gate opened, Zhong Xiaojing took more than 100 people out. These people were all people who were better at writing. In the past, they organized activities to eat, drink, and get gifts. Not only Zhong Xiaojing knew, but the people he chose also knew that whoever went to Li family Zhuangzi would not leave empty-handed. At the Ba River Bridge, the group was inspected. The people of the Qianyo Guard still lived in tents, but the tents were changed from canvas tents to tents with leather outside. The ground in the tents was a thick grass mat, and there was a large pottery basin in the tent. A little water was placed in the basin, and the honeycomb coal stove in Li family Zhuangzi sat in the basin. The ashes of the stove fell down and extinguished in the water. The group of people crossed the bridge, and Li Yi was greeted by palace maids and eunuchs. This was the first time Zhong Xiaojing and Li Yi met. The two sides looked at each other. Zhong Xiaojing was good-looking. Of course, it had nothing to do with his handwriting. As for Li Yi, he was still so delicate and handsome. If it was him, he could be called a little fresh meat. Unlike the little fresh meat, Li Yi's eyes revealed a look of determination. President Zhong and all the members are here. Li family Zhuangzi suddenly has a trace of spring. Li Yi greeted first. Dr. Li's Zhuangzi doesn't show the slightest bit of coldness even when the snow falls. Zhong Xiaojing also said politely. The others couldn't get a word in. Zhong Xiaojing was now a second-rank official, and so was Li Yi. The two of them were equal. President Zhong, everyone, please. Li Yi extended his hand to invite them. The group of people walked in and looked around. They saw snowmen one after another. There were also children who had a day off during the light snow festival. A large group of children surrounded the snowmen and had a snowball fight. Everyone had a bamboo tool used to make snowballs in their hands. They were not allowed to directly hold the snowballs with their hands. If they held the snowballs tightly, it would hurt if they hit people's faces. The snowballs made with the tool were loose. They were not allowed to suppress the snowballs a second time. Dr. Li, for such a beautiful scenery, do you have a poem? Zhong Xiaojing tried to find a topic. I have a poem written by someone else. I will say it out. Can everyone guess what it is? Li Yi gave him face today. Zhong Xiaojing was indeed happy. Li Yi didn't easily write poems for others. Today, he casually said a few words and here came the poem. Dr. Li, please recite it. Zhong Xiaojing invited. Flowers are not flowers, fog is not fog. Come in the middle of the night, go in the morning. Come like a spring dream not long, go like the morning clouds, nowhere to be found. Li Yi opened his mouth and threw out the poem written by Lao Bai. At that time, this poem was even set to music. It sounded very melodious. However, people at that time gave various interpretations, but Li Yi felt that they were not very accurate. Good poem. I didn't expect Dr. Li to have a Buddhist heart. Everything is right, like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. Like fog and like lightning, it should be observed like this. Someone in the group praised Li Yi. Anyway, he chose the good words to say. Li Yi even wrote a sentence, "Why are you so white in the heavy snow? It just arrived last night. Whenever you want to leave, I will say goodbye to you." The people who came today might also praise him from the beginning to the end. Brother, you flatter me. Do you know what I am talking about? Li Yi asked modestly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Writing poems and other things? Guessing riddles? Take a look at the bungalow in Zhuangzi. It hasn't been demolished. Li Yi didn't say anything else and led everyone forward. Not long after, they arrived at the row of bungalows where the classrooms were now. The classrooms were replaced with glass windows. The useless ones were the paper windows. Li Yi stood in front of a paper window house and looked at the window. The temperature last night was low, and frost had formed on the windows. The glass was also frozen. As the sun rose, the temperature increased, and the frost on the windows melted and dissipated. Zhong Xiaojing was shocked. He repeated the poem Li Yi just recited, "Flowers are not flowers, fogs are not fogs. They come in the middle of the night and leave in the morning. They come like a spring dream and leave like the morning clouds." After he finished reciting, he smiled, "So you were talking about the frost on the windows. They are indeed flying flowers. Fogs are not fogs. They appear at night and leave in the morning. President Zhong is smart. Since you guessed correctly, I have a gift for you." Li Yi showed an expression of, "You are amazing." Qing Song, who was carrying a wooden box, put it on the ground and opened it. He took out something from it. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please subscribe to this book at Qidian. Thank you very much. The farmer bowed. Chapter 536. Qing Song took out an object that looked like it was made of copper. There was a place to hold it at the top. The copper was polished very brightly. Perhaps it was because it was relatively warm in the box, but there was a layer of mist on the copper after it was taken out. Just by looking at it, one could not tell its weight. Anyway, the shape gave a heavy feeling. It was probably about 5 to 6 caddies of copper. Is it heavy? Zhong Xiaojing looked at the object that was about to become his and asked Qing Song. No. Without adding kerosene, this lamp is 10 taels. Including this glass cover. Li Yi introduced the weight. 10 taels was more than 400 grams. It was a relatively large kerosene lamp. Just now, everyone was envious when they saw the glass window. Now, they saw a lamp without oil with a transparent glass cover. They were envious. They all knew about glass. The first batch of light bulbs that Li Yi sold was a complete failure. No one came to exchange them. Instead, they kept them. So far, there were only 3 places that could use glass. Sixli Village, Imperial City, and Li Family Zhuangzi. Some people wanted to spend a lot of money to buy glass, but Li Yi did not sell it. If you buy this lamp without oil, you can get a glass bottle. The association member who had just praised Li Yi's poem spoke again. It seemed like he had a high status in the association. It uses kerosene, coal, charcoal, and that coal. If you want to buy it, it is 100 taels. The first time you buy it, you will get a tube of kerosene. You can use this lamp to burn. A small fire can burn for 100 hours. In 2 hours, you can burn about 40 milliliters. Li introduced the price and how long the kerosene could be used. The duration of the kerosene depended on how long the cotton core was stuck out. If you sell one, you will get 4,000 milliliters of kerosene. The purity was not very high. It was less than 0.8%. President Zhong, put it here. Put some salt, or it will emit black smoke. Then, use this place to adjust the length of the cotton core. Li dismantled the kerosene lamp and explained how to use it to the new owner. His kerosene lamp could not be suppressed, but it could be suppressed. However, if it could be suppressed, it would be like a blowtorch. If Tubo were to learn from him, he would be able to barely fly a hot air balloon with 85% alcohol. Li explained once, took out kerosene, and taught Zhong Xiaojing step by step how to add it to the lamp. He then lit it on the long stick. The flame jumped up in the glass cover. With the cover blocking the wind, the flame swayed very little. If it was suppressed, its wind resistance would be even stronger. No, oh, coal as in coal. How much does it cost to buy the kerosene? Zhong Xiaojing knew what it meant. It was the same as lighter, floral water, and glycerin. Only by taking the items from the outside could they purchase the items inside. 10 grams per tube and 100 renminbi per cotton strip. Li gave the price. Burning 100 coins in 2 hours. The people behind him were shocked. How much oil could 100 coins buy? Buying a lamp like this would cost 100 coins, and burning it for 2 hours would cost 100 coins. Was this something for humans to use? Zhong Xiaojing was also anxious. It was too expensive. How many words would he have to sell before he could light the lamp? This lamp looked brighter than other candles and oil lamps. When it was lit, it was a matter of face. He carried the burning kerosene lamp and walked. Li said that the kerosene inside was extra. He wanted to see how long it could burn and whether it would be bright during the day. The group of people arrived at the garden and found a shed by the river. When they entered the shed, there were positions in the shed, and each position had a kerosene lamp. It did not feel that cold anymore. There was no ice on the water, and there was a little ice at the edge. Obviously, it had been chiseled. A small boat floated steadily on the water. It floated for a while and reached the edge of the shed. Someone was treading on a water wheel. The water wheel was a chain. When the small boat touched it, it was hooked and slowly rose. When it reached the top, the small boat came to the slide again. It slid down and continued to float in the water. However, at the bottom of the slide, the farmer placed a wine goblet. In the goblet was warm wine. More than 100 people were delighted. It was fun. There was still water flowing in the winter, and it was a wonderful idea. Everyone was satisfied because the gift bags were given to them first. Each person received a basket. The baskets contained the first batch of cucumbers, eggplants, and cowpeas. Other than the vegetables, there was also rice paper, a box of ink sticks with gold lacquer, an inkstone made of an unknown stone, and a set of brushes made of weasel hair. A set of the 4 treasures of the study added up to at least 50 liang. At least, that was what they thought. There was no need to mention the lighter, toilet water, glycerin, soap, and sanitary napkins. They were all placed in a big box. The people from the Calligraphy Association evaluated the prices themselves. According to the prices, it was more than 100 liang. The most important thing was that there was money. No, it was exchange coupons. They were all 1 liang for 10. They looked at Zhong Xiaojing with a look of worship. Zhong Xiaojing was proud. Li was too good at doing things. The people he brought were all given benefits. His exchange coupons were 500 liang. There were even officials who said that Li was always scheming behind his back. A group of envious people. Li Yi, this young man, was so good. When Zhong Xiaojing looked at Li Yi again, he found him pleasing to the eye. Everyone, please continue with the meeting. I still have some small matters to deal with. Li Yi excused himself and didn't want to play with them. He, a Dongzhu from Zhuangzi, would steal Zhong Xiaojing's limelight. At noon, the farmers sent alcohol stoves and other small boats. The boats were filled with food, just like the buffet in heaven on earth. Zhong Xiaojing didn't eat. He was invited to the cafeteria. President Zhong is here. Look, I really can't leave. Recently, I've been busy compiling a new dictionary. It's the area type. Li Yi looked apologetic. At the same time, he used his eyes to signal the other party to look at the table. There were a few books on the table, as well as the 4 treasures of the study. Dictionary? Zhong Xiaojing was naturally puzzled. Yes, many words need to be restandardized, including the meaning and word combinations. This is something that will benefit the world. Li Yi shook his head. He was gratified and distressed at the same time. Tang Yun's Qianyin and Pinyin were written on the paper. Pinyin can spell out all the sounds. The Mandarin that Li Yi learned has 4 sounds: Pingsheng, Shangsheng, Chusheng and Rusheng. Currently, there are 4 tones and 8 tones, but it can also be changed. Usually, 4 tones and 4 tones are also used. How do you spell Pinyin? For example, the Chinese Pinyin was E, 1 sound. If it was Tangyin, it would be kit. In the Chaozhou dialect, it was Zegate. The small symbol on the top was I in front of He, which represented IE. The 8 at the back was the last note of the 8th tone. In Cantonese, the first 3 letters were read and spelled together. The 1 at the back referred to the yin level of the 8 tones. Yin ping, yang ping, yin shang, yang shang, yin chu, yang chu, yin chu, yin chu, yin chu, yin chu, yang chu. When Li Yi spoke back then, the dialects from all over the world could reflect 4 tones and 8 tones. Including Cantonese, Minnan, Chongqing, Chengdu, Shaanxi, Northeast, and so on. The dialects of any place had other tones. If an ordinary person sang the song, "To Whom Lovesickness is Bestowed," they would find that the tune was wrong. Why couldn't they get stuck in that tone? That was because the tune used in this song was operatic, Kuan opera. At the same time, one could also find the same feeling when listening to the Jingyun de Gu. Generally speaking, when one said that singing was not in tune, it referred to the melody. What was really out of tune was that the notes sounded awkward, and it was a mixture of 4 tones and 8 tones. Chapter 537. Zhong Xiaojing did not know how much effort Li Yi had put in for Pinyin. He was thinking about what Li Yi had said. Doing this was to be in the limelight. Li Yi was only one person, and he was so busy all day. How could he handle it? He went forward to take a look. The ones he had learned before were all there, and the new Pinyin was also there. The most important thing was that the format was relatively new. He had to say himself, explain his meaning, and mark it with Pinyin. Words were added at the end. As long as he saw such a book, he should be able to know the relevant knowledge. He did not ask for Li Yi's permission and picked up a stack of paper beside him to read. Li Yi wrote in regular script, and this dictionary could not be written in thin gold script. Zhong Xiaojing looked down on Li Yi's regular script a little. Just a little. Actually, Li Yi's writing was not bad, but it depended on who it was compared to. Zhong Xiaojing was not in the mood to care about Li Yi's calligraphy. He saw a framework for a new dictionary. He realized that as long as he followed this framework, he could find some people to fill in the words and make a good dictionary. The most difficult part was the framework, and the rest was manual labor. Dr. Li, this dictionary of yours, can you handle it? Zhong Xiaojing looked at Li Yi with concern. Didn't I say just now? No, it's too tiring. Li Yi's face was full of regret. Dr. Li, It's not that I want to criticize you, but you can't do it yourself. How can you compile a dictionary by yourself? You have to find someone. Zhong Xiaojing lowered his voice. Find someone? Who? Last time, I asked President Zhong to help me make the words in the newspaper. I can't possibly keep an eye on you, right? Li Yi looked very embarrassed, his brows furrowed. Why can't I look for someone? As the president of the Calligraphy Association, not only do I have to guide the calligraphy of the Tang dynasty, but I also have to improve the foundation of calligraphy. This was the first time Zhong Xiaojing spoke so righteously. Li Yi was about to cry. He took a step forward and sat down with Zhong Xiaojing's arm. President Zhong, I won't say anything else. I know that you have worked hard to compile the dictionary. I will give you 10 kerosene lamps. Every kerosene lamp will be given a cylinder of kerosene every 10 days. With you guys around, my efforts won't go to waste. In winter, I can't take out anything. I'm just giving you some food. Please don't dislike it. Li Yi had stated his conditions. He would give him kerosene lamps and kerosene. If you have the ability, don't use them. Sell them all. The money you earn is yours. Greenhouse vegetables in winter, here you go. If you want to share it with other dictionaries, you can share it. If you don't, you can keep it for yourself. This was equivalent to a scientific research project. Li Yi would fund it, and Zhong Xiaojing would be the project leader. He was leading a group of researchers, and the funds were in his hands. He could distribute them as he pleased. Compiling a dictionary? He had copied a framework, but the content was the most disgusting. He had to fill it in. The workload was not ordinary. The cost was nothing more than 10 kerosene lamps, lamp oil, and out-of-season vegetables. Once he was done, he would start printing. The advertising fees from selling newspapers would be used to print dictionaries. If you pay taxes on newspaper advertisements, you have to get money from somewhere else to print them. Zhong Xiaojing didn't feel that he had been tricked. Instead, he felt that he had robbed Li Yi of the opportunity to leave his name in history. The things are secondary. The key is that it can correct the universe for the students of the Tang dynasty, Zhong Xiaojing said righteously. Yes, President Zhong is really enlightened, Li Yi quickly echoed. After cooking a few dishes, the two of them chatted as they ate. It was mainly because Li Yi echoed Zhong Xiaojing's words, which made Zhong Xiaojing feel that Li Yi was a good person and should be supported. Dr. Li, Chang and City still needs a director of the Calligraphy Association. Are you willing to be the director? Zhong Xiaojing began to support him. My calligraphy. Li Yi revealed an embarrassed expression. Your calligraphy, although there is still a lot of room for improvement, now you have your own style. You have to persevere. Zhong Xiaojing interrupted Li Yi and gave a very hurtful comment. What did he mean by there was a lot of room for improvement? President Zhong, don't worry. I will definitely do my job well as a director and help those in need. I will provide pens, ink, and paper and let the people in the association feel the warmth of a big family. Li Yi agreed. What was a director for? To give things to him. As long as you can get the dictionary out quickly, I am willing to spend money. The two of them chatted happily. Zhong Xiaojing drank a lot of wine. After dinner, they went back to the other side to exercise. Zhuangzi was supported by someone. Otherwise, he would fall easily. It's finally settled. Li picked up the chopsticks and continued eating. He had been flattering Zhong Xiaojing just now. Zhong Xiaojing cared a lot about his reputation. After he got to know people and gained power, he would always make things easier for them. That was why he was taught a lesson. It was okay to make things easier for them. But for the Minister of Revenue? Did you make things easier for them with the money of the imperial court? After becoming the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, Zhong Xiaojing had a different attitude. He was most proud of the fact that his ancestors created the regular script. At the same time, he also learned it well. He could make things easier for people in other aspects, but not in calligraphy. What he insisted on was his own belief. If he couldn't write well, how could he be promoted in the Calligraphy Association? Wouldn't that be blasphemy to the regular script? He had spent all the money he got from various sources on the association. That was why he had to use people for a long time. Li Yi was gratified. No one was more suitable than Zhong Xiaojing to be the vice president of the Calligraphy Association. Dongzhu, the brushes can be used for a long time. The inkstone is even more so. Ink and paper are expensive. Jin Ju was worried. I know how to make xian paper. Let's set up a workshop. The raw materials are not as good as those in Xuancheng, but we can make do with it. As for the ink, don't give them the ink ingots. I am the director of the Chang and Calligraphy Association. Giving them the ink will save them the effort of grinding the ink. When Li Yi agreed, he had already planned to make the paper. The ink would save the time needed to make the ink ingots. Making the ink ingots was too tiring and time-consuming. The ink was much simpler. Anyway, it could be used. In the evening, the people from the Calligraphy Association did not have dinner. They brought the packed food and other things and were sent home by the Li family Zhuangzi's motorcade. They wanted to share the food with their families and show the gifts they got. How is it? In earthly paradise, at night, Yao Chong and the rest gathered together again. They had promised not to interfere with Li Yi's matters, but they could not help it. Lu Huaishan had already gotten the news that it was arranged by Lu Huaishan. Flowers are not flowers, fog is not fog. What the hell are you guys? Lu Huaishan recited the poem. Everything has its way, like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. The four of them said at the same time. They felt that this was the meaning of the poem and not some spring dream. It's the frost on the window. Then it gave Zhong Xiaojing a new lamp, called a kerosene lamp. Lu Huaishan told them the general situation. This was the first time he realized that the frost was so beautiful. It comes like a spring dream, but not long after, it leaves like the morning clouds. 100 coins for one. There's glass. 100 coins for 100 hours. 100 coins for 2 hours. Bai Gu, who was sensitive to money, changed his focus to the lamp and kerosene. Her Majesty said that Li Yi has to pay 80% of the taxes. 80% is most likely this kerosene lamp. Zhang Shua used the word 80% twice in a row. Yao Chong added, 80 coins out of 100 coins to pay the taxes. He still has a profit. I guarantee it. I think 20 coins, plus 2 coins for kerosene, he can still earn 10 times the net profit. Wei Zhigu was not targeting Li Yi. He just had this idea. Like everyone else, he was fascinated by Li Yi's ability to make money. Chapter 538. Lu Huaishan's men didn't know that Zhong Xiaojing and Li Yi had talked about the dictionary compilation. Lu Huaishan and others thought that the biggest thing was Li Yi selling the new lanterns. And he was willing to pay 80% tax. No matter how much Bai Gu wanted, he couldn't make things difficult for Li Yi. What else did he want? I'll give you 80% of the profit, and it's 80% of the gross profit. Li Yi, this child, is honest and kind. Bai Gu, who was preparing to collect a lot of tax after the new year, licked his 3 teeth. The other 4 people lowered their heads and ate, not wanting to talk. Bai Gu didn't say that last time. Now that he knew he could get a lot of money into the Ministry of Revenue, he was shameless. The bathing center in Xianyang Lane has been repaired. Do you want to go there? Zhang Shua ate 2 mouthfuls of food and mentioned the bathing pool that was built in a rush. I can't afford it. I'm waiting for the membership card. Taking a bath is almost the same as having a meal in earthly paradise. Yao Chong already knew the price. The point is that there are more people going there than earthly paradise. I don't know where earthly paradise is. Lu Huaishan added. At this time, the bathing center in Tang Dynasty that they were talking about was doing very well. People who wanted to go to Pyongkong Square were told to take a bath first. The girls didn't tell them what to do after the bath. Including the big families in Nangkou, they also asked the maids to tell them to take a bath. Some people got the wrong idea. When they arrived at the bathing center and asked about the price, they were shocked. When they thought of the girls, they gritted their teeth and accepted the price. Those who wanted to go to Baitsu chose the simplest bath and went to find the girls in Baitsu with the receipt for the bathing pool. The girls in Baitsu took the receipt and the price remained the same. Those who wanted to go to Zhongxiu and Nangkou had to ask the girls what they liked. Then, they had to choose the right taste. They also took the receipt to find the girls. The receipt was left behind. After taking a bath, those who went to Nangkou found that it was different from before. They were still sitting there drinking tea and chatting. They chatted happily, but it was different from what they expected. "Xinyan, what do you need this receipt for?" The young man, who had spent 20 taels to take a bath, was full of doubts. "Exchanging things. Whoever takes the receipt will use it to exchange for soap and household items of the girl." "Thank you, Mr. Wang," Xinyan generously replied. "This bath seems to be expensive." The young man surnamed Wang didn't expect to spend 20 gold coins to have any special relationship with Xinyan. He simply felt that the bath was expensive. It was 20,000 yuan. "Mr. Wang, bring this with you next time. You'll get a 20% discount." Xinyan took out a small wooden tablet from a box and handed it over. "Oh, okay. Thank you, Xinyan." Wang Gongzi received the plate. Last time, what Wang Lang said was the Duke of Zhou's great warning: the mandate of heaven cannot be violated, Chenwei Ruazi. Ask Tubo if he can obtain the mandate of heaven and lead the war against the Tang. After Xinyan finished delivering the items, she continued the conversation she had with the young man surnamed Wang. He was talking about the great imperial edict of the Minister of High Learning, about the Duke of Zhou's crusade against Uncle Wugen, Uncle Guan, Uncle Kai, and Uncle Hua's rebellion. The young man surnamed Wang used a passage to ask Tubo if he can obtain the mandate of heaven to attack the Tang dynasty. What Xinyan discussed with him was the purpose of the war and the change of the situation between the two sides. This was the topic that Xinyan would talk about with her guests every day. Normally, if people spent a lot of money, Xinyan would just play a song for them. No matter how much money they had, they wouldn't have a common topic in front of Xinyan, unless Xinyan was willing to talk about simple things in life. What Wang Gongzi wanted to understand was not that the mandate of heaven cannot be violated, Chenwei Ruazi. He wanted to get some useful information about the war between Tubo and the Tang dynasty from Xinyan's mouth. It was also a strategy. In order to prepare for the imperial exam, which was still 3 months away, he spent money to listen to the lectures here. Many people who passed the imperial exam would come to Pyongkong Square to thank these experts who had tutored them. For example, the person who didn't even pass the imperial exam shouted that he could see all the flowers in Chang and in one day. That was just bragging. Pyongkong Square, Nangkou, Chang'an, was he able to see all the flowers in Pyongkong Square? Go to Baitsu. Baitsu has a lot of money. When the experts of Nangkou joined forces, they were able to confuse Li Longji, who was holding a court meeting in Hanyuan Palace. The other experts of Nangkou, like Xinyan, all gave their benefactor a discount sign. This was all part of Li Yi's bathing pool business. Taking the discount sign from the experts of Nangkou to bathe was not the discount, but to tell others that he had this good thing that was given by Nangkou's lady. Money flowed into the bathing pool continuously. At night, Empress Wang held her son and counted the bills. "San Lang, uncle's idea is really profitable. I feel that it is not inferior to earthly paradise." Empress Wang was delighted. She turned her head and kissed her son. Ah. The little boy just woke up and was still confused. After being kissed, he grinned and moved his arms and legs together. This is just a small way to make money. Li Longji looked quite calm. Now he had learned to show off. Yes. Empress Wang actually agreed. It's not a big deal to open a shop and make money. I heard from Gao Lisher that uncle started to sell lamps. 100 coins. As Empress Wang said, her head moved from side to side, looking for a kerosene lamp. The little boy followed his mother's gaze and twisted his body to cooperate with her. No one knew what he was looking at. Here it is. Bring me 100. The most expensive part of this thing is the outer shell, which is made of copper. If it is changed to Kaiyuan Tongbao, it will take 150 coins to make one lamp. Li Longji opened a box at his feet, took out the lamp, put it in place, poured kerosene, and lit it. He adjusted the cotton wick a little longer, and the light was brighter than the candle. Because of the salt in the kerosene, the salt solution sank. The kerosene on the surface had less impurities, so it was bright without black smoke. The profit is too much. No wonder uncle has to pay 80% tax. When Empress Wang heard that it could be made for 150 coins and knew that the cost of glass was very low, she judged that the kerosene lamp would be very profitable. The valuable thing is not the material, but the technology. The cost of gunpowder is also low. Others can't buy it no matter how much money they spend. Li Longji now recognized the value of technology more and more. In the past, if someone figured out a new technology, once it was publicized, no one would care. The local people wanted to offer it to the imperial court, but many stopped at the county level. The local officials didn't care. It was not good for them. If there was a patent law and someone strictly enforced it. If the technology offered by the local craftsmen was not valued by the officials, they would apply for a patent. Others used this to make money and paid patent fees. The local officials were unhappy. You should give it to the county for free. How could you take money? Okay, the county used the same technology for free. I'll give you 500 coins and give you a letter. Take it quickly. Don't be so shameless. Now it was different. At least the craftsmen of the Workers' Alliance in Chang and were very willing to study new technology and could get a lot of money. At the same time, the Workers' Alliance also had records of the year, month, and day, what kind of things were made and what kind of designs were improved. Uncle still has a month to make money tax-free. He has to take care of the disaster victims in Jing County. Empress Wang turned to look at her son and said helplessly. Ah! The little boy felt that he should cooperate, so he said. Chapter 539. Lanterns illuminate the starry sky and watch the night. With peace of mind, lanterns are presented to the pond. Lanterns, silhouettes become distant, flames turn hazy. Thinking long-term, playing chess with exquisite skill. Lanterns, light snow desolately awaits the return journey. Flying mounts, why fear the wind at night? Li family Zhuangzi's kerosene lanterns were selling like hotcakes. Don't underestimate the price of one lantern. There were still people who could afford it, and quite a lot of them. Those who were not financially well off were waiting for the ice in the river to get thicker. Once it was solid, they could drill the ice according to last year's method. The Workers' Alliance provided a rental service for the ice drilling machine developed by Li Yi. They didn't have to buy it themselves. They could rent it with some money. The ice drilling machine could be used every year. After renting it, they would get back their capital in 3 years. After that, it would be a return of 33% a year. For ordinary people, it was hard to accept. Li Chengqi also felt that it was a loss. After being enlightened by Li Yi, he realized that a return of 33% a year was not low. Yes, this is a project that benefits the people. The return of capital takes 3 years. As long as it is maintained well, it can be used for many years in the future. Li Chengqi gave up the idea of investing 100 coins today and earning 100 coins in a few days. The current ratio of investment to output was equivalent to a loan. If he lent 100 coins, he would get back 133 coins a year. Li Yi, it's too cold today. Will you catch a cold after soaking here? In Lantian County, the ponds behind Drunken Immortal residence had been built. The winter was cold, so the hot spring water was diverted by 4 horizontal water wheels. The Sioux family's canal was temporarily sealed. The Sioux family's spring water continued to flow into the underground river. 1 main hot spring and 6 auxiliary hot springs were not open to the public. Those who wanted to soak in the hot springs had to bathe in the drunken immortal residences in. Buckets of hot spring water were sent over and poured into the pool and the big buckets above to be used as shower water. Coupled with the basalt steam bath, it attracted many people. Even if the other hot springs in the capital office were empty, they couldn't be open to the public. Old man Mu Chengshi came with his wife and a young girl about the same age as Li Yi. 20 cows. Li Yi rarely came to soak. He kept the cows and allowed the family of 3 to soak. Then, he realized that the other party's request was too high. She wanted to soak with him. Madame Mu and that girl both wore one-piece oilcloth swimsuits, while the old man and Li Yi wore baggy pants. At night, Li Yi had no choice but to light 100 kerosene lamps to illuminate the place. As for why he agreed to let her soak in at such a time. At this moment, he felt quite helpless. The go board was still floating on the hot spring. No, don't worry, Elder Mu. The temperature in the wooden house next to us is the same as the temperature at the edge of the hot spring. We can't go to the middle, it's too hot. Li Yi said. The current game of Go was different from that of his time. There were some differences in the rules. It was very awkward for him to play, especially when he was playing against the old man. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he had to lay out the chessboard. If he dared to use Muramace's Demon Blade or Mega Avalanche, he would be at a disadvantage. Only after reaching the middle stage would he be able to show a little bit of killing intent. If she could come out and turn defeat into victory at the crucial moment, then that would be the most powerful setup. It would be called Qingzhenlong. The crescent moon was slowly rising, and the stars in the sky were quite beautiful. The 2 of them played Go. As the steam rose, there was a hazy feeling. Li Yi played very casually. He did not care about winning or losing. He absolutely did not believe that the game of Go was like life. Otherwise, no one would be an official, and there would be no need to go to war. In a game of Go, whoever won would have the final say. Xiao Yi, you're not young anymore. Have you taken a fancy to any family's daughter? The old man said to Li Yi. She's still young. Elder, you should be able to see that I, Zhuangzi, am now under 20 years old. I'm not allowed to have children. Women have not grown up, and it's very difficult to give birth to children. Many times, 2 lives are lost. When she's older, she should exercise more, especially the stretching of the hip joint, such as the splits. It's easy for me to get married now, and then how old is the woman? She's so young, and she hasn't learned more, and she has to take care of children. This is a kind of cruelty to women. Li Yi said as he placed the chess piece. He was very calm and did not calculate much. When the old man heard this, he turned to look at the young girl. The young girl lowered her head in the mist. Xiao Yi, it's said that one's character in Go is like one's character. What do you think? The old man asked again. Character in Go is not a skill in Go. It refers to a true gentleman who does not speak when watching a game of Go. Go can be regretted, but life, in theory, cannot be repeated. Li Yi wanted to say that life could not be repeated, but he felt sorry for the system. Then what about one's character after drinking? The old man had too many questions. This has to do with one's alcohol tolerance. Some people can drink, but they don't get drunk. Some people can't drink, but you force them to drink. If they drink too much and cause trouble, you say that their character is bad after drinking, and then you say that their character is bad. Actually, those with bad character are those who force others to drink. Alcohol numbs the nerves, and naturally, they will do some bad things. When I drink with others, I never force them to drink. When I see that others are about to drink too much, I'd rather end the drinking game than wait for them to make a fool of themselves. Judging a person's character based on their drunkenness is the most tasteless. How can you ask a drunk person to be like a normal person? Li Yi expressed his own point of view. There were many other points of view. He only insisted that he would not force others to drink too much and then make others a joke. If you think of a way to get others drunk, then you can use this opportunity to harm others, right? The old man was insidious. If I want to punish someone, do I need to do that? Li placed another piece and then picked it up. The old man had not placed a piece yet, and he could not place two pieces in a row. I heard that you are very willing to forgive others, even if they bully you. The old man did not stop asking questions. That depends on what the matter is. If both sides do not know each other, some conflicts can be forgiven. But when it involves the people's livelihood, it cannot be forgiven. Li Yi's tone was firm. At the same time, the leader of a group of people was rushing to Chang'an. He was the one who had offended Li Yi and was forgiven by Li Yi and cooperated with. Yu Huaid, he was the leader of the Tang dynasty's smuggling alliance. No, he was the executor of the Tang dynasty's wartime trade organization. He had returned from the Tang dynasty to the border between Tubo and the Turkic Khaganate to exchange many goods and livestock. When he left, he could not use the water route, and when he returned, he could not use the water route. He and the people of the alliance sold the good things provided by Li Yi at a high price, and he also sold a lot of the goods he brought with him. After that, he exchanged for furs, jewels, and livestock, mainly horses and cows. On the way back, he bribed all the way, but the money he gave was not much. On the way back, he still bribed all the way and gave more money. Seeing that they were about to reach Chang'an, everyone hurried back. They did not want to rest at night. The 500 winged knights accompanied them all the way. The scouts went out and reported back and forth. Report, the winged knights in Chang'an have come to pick us up. They are carrying many lanterns that we have never seen before. They are very bright. The scouts ran back and forth for 20 li. When the new scouts discovered the situation, even if they were from the same unit and knew many people, they still urged their horses to run back and report. As soon as he finished, the winged knights from Chang'an arrived. His speed was already fast enough, but unfortunately, the stamina of his horse was not enough. When the winged knights from Chang'an saw him, their horses were full of energy and immediately followed him. If this happened on the battlefield, this scout team would be useless. Yu Huaid and the other merchants did not think about whether the scouts were useless or not. They saw the lanterns, carried by the cavalry. The wind was blowing, but the flames in the lanterns were still so bright. Chapter 540. Winged Knights, Return. Guazi, who was leading the team, shouted. As the snow fell, the Winged Knights, who were guarding the unofficial trading team of the Tang dynasty, answered in unison, "Yes, sir." 480 horses and 500 men were coming. Some of them were riding in pairs, with one person hugging the other with their eyes closed. What happened to them? Guazi's heart skipped a beat. They fell asleep. They were the scouts in charge of scouting the rear. They ran too far and reported back. Then they fell asleep because they were too sleepy. We've been doing this all along the way. We're used to hugging each other when we're sleepy. Don't worry, no one died. The Winged Knights reported to Guazi. They saw the flag and knew that this official was now in charge of the entire Winged Knights. Guazi let out a long breath. He thought they were dead, so he brought the bodies back. Don't wake them up. Take the team back to Chang'an, Guazi shouted again. The people being hugged opened their eyes and saw many Winged Knights. They closed their eyes again and went back to sleep. The Winged Knights were carrying kerosene lamps to light up the huge caravan. There were too many cows and horses. How did they trade? Guazi looked at the good horses and the skinny cows. For the first time, he recognized the importance of luxury goods, including the kerosene lamp he was carrying. The wind and snow didn't affect the light. General Gua, what kind of lamp are you carrying? Yu Huaid was completely relieved when he saw more winged knights. Kerosene lamp. A new product from the Li family. Zhuangzi. 100 coins for one. Guazi knew that half of the money earned by these people would go to His Majesty, so his attitude was good. Yes, it's not expensive. But we're going to buy from Li Dongzhu. It can't be 100 coins for one. Li Dongzhu has to give us a discount. Yu Huai didn't care about the price, but he still didn't want to spend so much money. The other merchants also laughed. They made a lot of money this time. Along the way, they encountered bandits. The winged knights were just too awesome. Their crossbows shot one after another, and their accuracy was excellent. The key point was that the scouts were spread out in all directions and kept running. In the Tang dynasty, when Chang'an was in Sichuan, they could scout for 20 li. After crossing the Shu lands, they ran for 30 miles, wave after wave. They finally saw how powerful His Majesty's private army was. It was too stable. Even if they set up camp at night, they would choose a place with a water source. The winged knights dismounted from their horses and ran up the mountain to check on the situation. In the past, when their caravan hired people, they weren't so professional. This time, including their own goods, they had exchanged for about 1.5 million taels worth of goods. Half of it would go to His Majesty, making it a round number of 800,000. As for the other 700,000 plus silver coins, if they gave 400,000 silver coins to Li Yi, there would probably be 330,000 to 350,000 silver coins left, which would be theirs. This was a lot of money. In the past, it would take at least 3 years to earn this much money. This year, they made it in one go. After a few months of rest, they would go again next year. It would not be a problem to double it. The key was that this money was earned safely and there was no danger to their lives. The officials along the way had been bribed, so no one would investigate. They were now interested in kerosene lamps. They could afford 100 silver coins, but they were not willing to pay that money. If Li Yi sold it, they would directly discuss it with Li Yi. They were all business partners. Last year, I offended Li Yi. Li Yi is magnanimous and is waiting to go back. If you want to, go to Nankou. After all, heavenly earth is Li Dongzhu's business. Yu Huaid sighed. He still didn't know that Li Yi's temper had become worse this year and that he had dealt with a large group of people. Quick, go and report to His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Guazi didn't care what the merchants thought. He had to fulfill his duty. Someone in the team ran out and reported, but no one found a car to pick up the 20 brothers. It was not that there were no cars. No matter how much the caravan could carry, it couldn't carry 20 people. The winged knights understood that it was safest to be in the arms of their brothers. This batch of winged knights was trained by Li Yi. Don't look at how tired they were and how they were being carried by others. It was to recover quickly. If they encountered an enemy, the 20 of them could completely enter battle mode in a dozen breaths. Old man, it's snowing. Do you want to rest? This game is too stalemate. Li Yi had already exceeded his standard. Restricted by the rules, he felt that he was going to lose. It was different from his Go days. Do you see the girl I brought? She's about the same age as you, 2 years younger than you. Li Dan's mind was not on Go. 15 is too young, this. Li Yi glanced over. He didn't see the girl clearly. The steam from the hot spring was too strong. The snow disappeared as soon as it fell. You're 17. After the new year, you'll be 18. You haven't chosen a name yet, right? Li Dan said. The royal family was so old now. It was normal to have 2 children. Li Longji and Empress Wang were in their 30s and had just had a child. It was the medicine given by the youth in front of him that worked. Otherwise, how could the Empress face the world if she was childless at 30? Did he give up the position wrongly? Did that child Qing Qi make the crown prince wrongly? Did San Lang wrongly obtain the position? Old man, are you sure? Do you know who I am? Have you asked others about this? Li Yi didn't refuse or accept. I heard that you wrote a song for Princess Yuzhen and Princess Jinxian. I have a flower, planted in my heart, budding and waiting to bloom. Li Dan sang as he spoke. His voice was low. How low? Li followed the sound in his heart and found that he couldn't sing anymore. He reached the E of the piano. Would he be able to reach this pitch? Yes, but it sounded like a mosquito. It felt like he was going to die. But when Li Dan sang, he could actually stretch it. In other words, Li Dan could sing even lower. Outside the pavilion, the farewell by the ancient road was replaced by the sorrow of the Japanese. That bass was just like that. Many music students were able to relax and explore the music together. However, when she sang, there was resonance in her voice. Li Yi was jealous when he heard Li Dan sing so low. Old man, I have a song. I think it will be very good if you sing it. It's called Edelweiss. I play it with a guitar. This is the most suitable. Otherwise, it would have to be a cello. Li Yi thought of a baritone song. Li Dan, I'm talking to you about girls. Why are you talking to me about Edelweiss? Li Yi, let me ask you. Do you think the man or the woman is superior? The girl couldn't help but ask, but her voice seemed to have been deliberately adjusted. Li Yi sighed. When you ask this question, you have already acknowledged that the man is superior. Do you know ants and bees? Just like the Tang dynasty, everyone has a division of labor. This is the social system. How do ants and bees work? The girl followed up and asked about the two types of insects. These ants are divided into queen ants, male ants, worker ants, and soldier ants. The queen ant is in charge. Li patiently talked about the social structure of ants. He realized that people nowadays didn't know enough about ants and bees. People nowadays like to use the word ants to express conformity. It had both positive and negative meanings. In addition, it was to say that ants were weak, to compare oneself to ants, to compare others to ants, to be modest and to mock people. It seemed that he could write it in the newspaper and popularize it to the people, including their living habits. An ant could be printed in 2 newspapers. Bees, locusts, fish, snails, and so on. Chapter 541. The wax on the ash wood that we use is artificial and we raise the ash worms on the tree. Ants can also be raised. They like to eat the wax of the ash insects. Li Yi's voice floated in the hot spring. The other 3 listened carefully. It was the first time they heard that ants were so interesting. They were so small. How could they be raised? Report, Li Dongzhu is back. They're back. Yu Huida's caravan. The smuggling, no, the trading caravan is back. The voice traveled to the hot spring from afar. Through the voice, they could tell how excited the messenger was. Sir, I'm not playing anymore. You win this game. You can soak first. I'm going to see if there are any casualties. I'm rich. Li Yi grabbed a handful of chess pieces, placed them on the chessboard, and surrendered. Li Yi ran away before the 3 of them finished listening to the story of the ants. Who is Yu Huide? Noble consort Lu felt that the name was familiar, but she couldn't remember. He once offended Li Yi. Later, he cooperated with Li Yi and went to Tubo to exchange things in private. After San Lang found out, he sent the winged knights to protect them along the way and took half of the money as protection fee. Li Dan understood the situation, and Li Yi took out a lot of valuable things. The things can't run away. The ants aren't finished yet. Noble consort Lu was thinking about the interesting things about the ants. Li Yi had already killed the ants. He was most worried about the casualties of the winged knights. He put on some clothes and went outside. When he saw the winged knights, he asked, "How are the brothers?" Not a single one died. No one was seriously injured. They said that they encountered a few groups of people. They were not organized at all. Their fighting strength was too weak. The messenger grinned. He was happy that his comrades were still alive. Li Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. The winged knights have so many people and horses. The caravan is huge, and there are guards. How can anyone take the risk? There will always be people who think that they can do it. What if they scare them a little and the caravan gives them some benefits? Then, they can continue to scare them and slowly dig them out. This winged cavalry warrior gave him a process that he thought was more or less the same. This was the process, but the result was different from what the other party had expected. Wait for me to change my clothes. I don't want to soak in the hot spring anymore. Li Yi turned around to look for clothes. Not long after, a group of cavalrymen escorted him to Zhuangzi. Yu Huaid and his group could not enter the city. The Li family Zhuangzi was the only place that was suitable for her. With hot food and a house to live in, he could arrange for the others to stay in the Zhang family's village, which was a tourist attraction. In the palace, Li Longji, who was in charge of reviewing memorials, received the news in advance and knew the approximate amount of money. Gold, tubo, jewels, horses, oxen, cocks, wool, felt, and leather all added up to about 1.5 million. The messenger said that the merchants thanked His Majesty for sending the winged knights to protect them and were willing to share 800,000 silver coins with His Majesty. 800,000 silver coins. It's not the end of the year yet, but the accounts of the goods transported to Chang and from all over the country are out. It's 9.2 million silver coins, which is 1.4 million more than last year. Li Longji calculated the amount of money from the imperial court this year and compared it to 800,000 silver coins. How many state capitals were rented for this year? Li Shi, do you think Tubo is very rich? Li Longji thought that if Tubo could be exchanged for so much money, wouldn't it be similar to the Tang dynasty? Your Majesty, the accounts can't be calculated like this. The Tang dynasty collects rent, and the merchants' taxes have not been collected yet. Gao Lishir looked at it from a different perspective. Yes, Yu Huaid and his group went to exchange for goods, and the people they exchanged were rich people in Tubo. If everyone in the Tang dynasty paid taxes, 30 million silver coins a year would also be fine. Li Longji thought about the money and became more and more determined to collect taxes on the merchants. Did someone inform Brother Yi? Li Longji immediately thought of the good news to share. Yes, Li Dongzhu should be accompanying the retired emperor to soak in the hot spring. Gao Lishir replied. Brother Yi's marriage is really troublesome. Alas! Li Longji thought of this and felt a headache. If a woman from an ordinary family married Li Yi, she would not be of much help, and Li Yi would have to take care of her family. Unless everyone in the other party's family died. If a woman's family died and she did not die, did she cause her family to die because of her bad luck? Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu's marriage is not urgent. Many people have not married at his age. Gao Lishir advised. That's because he can't marry, not because he doesn't want to. Brother Yi hasn't married yet. Forget it, maybe he plans to marry after he reaches the age of 20. Li Longji was silent after he finished speaking, and then he continued to edit the memorials. When Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi, he did not see Yu Huaid and the others. Where are they? Li Yi asked the farmer. Including the winged knights. They are bathing in the various baths, and the food has been sent in. They will probably go to sleep after bathing and eating. The farmer pointed in a few directions. The baths in Zhuangzi were occupied, and so were the baths in the Zhang clan's village and the migrant workers' district. Li Yi suddenly understood, yes, I will go to sleep too. They must have fought hard for the last part of the journey, and want to go home early. As he said, many people fell asleep after bathing, and they were carried out of the baths, and did not eat at all. If it was not for the fact that the cows and horses needed to rest and eat, these people would not have slept for the last 2 days. Li Yi went to the courtyard to rest, and the farmers lit up the kerosene lamps and lanterns, illuminating Zhuangzi and the migrant workers. The cows and horses were thin from hunger. When they were in Shu County, it was easy to survive. Shu County was warm, and there was grass in winter. After leaving Shu County and heading east, there was less and less grass, and they could only eat hay and some grains. Now that they were back, they were labor, not food, and the farmers took good care of them. The alfalfa planted in the greenhouse was mixed with fried bean flour and green chard, and they were placed in the trough. The trough of the horses was also filled with goose eggs and duck eggs. The cows and horses were overjoyed. They ate while looking at the people feeding them, as if they wanted to remember what the other person looked like. The people who knew how to identify the horses were divided into groups, and they looked at the horses with flashlights. The horses were of different sizes. Some could be used as military horses, while others could only be used for manual labor. The horses themselves could not tell which type they could be used for, and they needed to be found by the people who identified them. In order not to make mistakes, the people who identified the horses were divided into groups. One group looked at the horses, and the other group looked at them. The good horses were selected, and they could eat fresh eggs, pepper, and sugar as snacks in the future. The horses that were not selected could only continue to eat ordinary food. Some of the migrant workers were called up to build barns and stables for the cows and horses. The farmers knew that Dongzhu did not like jewels, so they would definitely give the livestock to Zhuangzi. In the future, these cows and horses would belong to Zhuangzi. The first thing they needed to do was to build a house for them to live in, and when the sun rose, they could bait them. Cows and horses that were fed with good food were very docile. As for whether they would still be docile after being ridden, that was another matter. At dawn, when Li Yi woke up for breakfast, he saw many familiar faces. Have you all slept enough? Sleep for a while after breakfast. The winged knights came to the cafeteria to eat. Yu Huaid and the others, including the guards they hired, were still asleep. They had not woken up at all. At noon, Yu Huaid and the others woke up one after another and went to the toilet. Their heads were a little dizzy, probably because they had slept too much. Li Yi treated them to stir-fried vegetables instead of hot pot. There were many vegetables in the greenhouse, and there were also prepared drunk crabs. Li Dongzhu, we will go again next year. We have already talked to the other side. If you have any good things, we will continue to go there to sell. Yu Huaid ate a mouthful of cucumber with garlic paste. He was almost in tears. The days of being a merchant were tough. Yes, I have better things. They will definitely like it, and they must buy it. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Chapter 542. This year is the first day of the year. Time flies. The sun shines brightly, and the snow falls. The frost and the night show their love. Give me a lantern, and the night is dark. Li Dongzhu, do you want all the cows and horses? Yu Huaid asked. Yes, furs, and gold. I'll advertise the other things for free. You should be able to sell them for a good price. I'll write an advertisement for you. Li Yi made a request. He didn't want Z beads. They were useless. Z beads were useless too. They looked good, but if they weren't sold, they would be dead. He was willing to help. He could earn 400,000 yuan at once, and there would be more next year. As long as the border trade was closed, smuggling would be profitable. Newspapers are useful. I've seen them on the way. Someone brought them from Chang'an to Shu province. I heard that they would pay for each copy printed. Yu Huaid had seen newspapers before. There were always people willing to bring more newspapers when they left Chang'an. They read it again and again on the way, and they could let others read it when they arrived at the destination. At first, it was a loss. Now, with the advertisement, the newspapers are making money. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. Since it's making money, why don't we cooperate with the imperial court? Without the imperial court's approval, something big will happen. Li Yi didn't wait for Yu Huaid to finish his sentence and mentioned his background. Yu Huaid, he only wanted to say one thing, Li Dongzhu, you're awesome. The newspapers mentioned by the two were being sold today. Li Yi was preparing to sell kerosene lamps. He would make some money himself and subsidize the imperial court. He advertised his kerosene lamps in the newspaper. Selling newspapers, new newspapers, 3 pieces of 6 coins. Only 6 coins. You can read when you bring it back, and you can flip it over to use it. When it's cold, you can paste the windows. This newspaper is thicker than other papers and is not afraid of water. The paperboy ran and shouted as he sold the newspapers. When he reached the people who bought the newspapers, he gave them the newspapers. There was no newspaper box yet. Everyone gave the newspapers directly to others. Someone took out a 5-coin coupon and a 1-coin coupon, bought a copy, and went to the tea house next door to read it. Disciple by Sheng, I love listening to you read newspapers the most. Next year, you will definitely get first place in the imperial examinations. Someone was waiting and greeted him. Give Bai Shengtu a bowl of wonton. Put it on my table. Bai Shengtu is tired of studying, so he's in no hurry to eat. Disciple by Sheng, drink some warm water to warm your stomach. The people in the tea house began to give out benefits. Bai Shengtu's surname was Bai, and his name was Bai Yong. He was going to take the imperial examinations. He read the newspaper with a cadence that other people liked. His greatest contribution was teaching many people pinyin, which was why they were willing to buy food for him. He didn't even have to pay for his stay at the inn. The owner of the inn arranged a good room for him and even prepared an oil lamp for him. Every night before he went to bed, he would analyze the contents of the newspapers and share them with others. As a result, many people stayed at the inn just to listen to his lectures. Previously, the newspapers printed about the great university and the doctrine of the mean. Today, it's about the Analects of Confucius. Confucius said, "What is learned and what is learned?" Isn't that right? It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Bai Yong swallowed his saliva. He waited for the wonton and began to talk about the contents of today's newspaper. The tea house quieted down. Everyone listened carefully. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. There were annotations in the newspaper that would be translated into words that they could understand. After Bai Yong finished talking about the Analects of Confucius, the wonton was served. Normally, he would eat it and continue after eating. However, he glanced at the advertisement. The position of the advertisement was too obvious, and it was written in red. He was slightly stunned. Let me read an advertisement for everyone. An advertisement? Tell me about it. Some people wanted to listen. Anyway, the wonton was still hot, so they had to blow on it while eating. After reading the advertisement, they could cool down. When I was young, the light was the neighbor's window. The neighbor's child was inside, and I stood outside. When I grew up, the light was a dish of vegetable oil. The light condensed on the child's pen, illuminating hope. Later, the light was a wax head. The flame swayed on the candle head, wrinkles on the brow. But now, the light was kerosene. The inextinguishable flame was inside, warming the heart. The Li family Zhuangzi grandly introduced kerosene lamps. The all-purpose kerosene dispelled the worries of the monarch. Winter, summer, spring, and autumn, nothing else. Worth 100 taels, showing off the elegance. Illuminating the future, writing the nobility. Aristocratic style, leading the trend. After Bai Yong finished reading, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. The beginning was so well written, but the end was selling kerosene lamps before the 100 taels were added. Sad. Hurry up and eat the wonton, otherwise it will get cold. Everyone in the tea house. Not everyone had the leisure to drink tea in the tea house. The sun couldn't be seen in the morning. The sky was gloomy, and it had started to snow. The north wind was blowing light snow, which was the white hair wind. Many people who made money by cutting ice last year formed teams this year. They rented tools from the trade union and went to various rivers to try cutting ice. Many rich families found that they didn't have enough ice in one summer. In the past, when there was little ice, they still lived. Last year, they deliberately dug a cellar to store ice and put in a lot of ice. When the weather was hot, they couldn't leave. They either ate it or put it in a basin to cool down the room. Next summer, they would probably use more ice. When it was time for dinner, Yu Huaid and the others ate hot pot. There was less meat because they had eaten a lot of jerky on the way. Most of it was vegetables in the greenhouse. The pot was the base of the fish pot. A fish was cut in two and boiled in the pot. When the other parts were almost done, the fish would be cooked. Li Dongzhu, we saw the kerosene lamp and know the price. It's 100 yuan each. We all want to buy it. Yu Huai didn't directly ask Li Yi to give him a discount. What he meant was that there were many of them, so he should give them a wholesale price. Boss Yu, you're scolding us. It's just a kerosene lamp. There's no need to buy it. We'll each take one and use it. If there's not enough kerosene, we can come and get more at any time. Li Yi directly said that there was no need to buy it. He would give them the kerosene for free. Li Dongzhu, we don't dare to accept this. A merchant beside him felt that the benefits were too much. This, how should I put it? The Tang dynasty is preparing to collect business taxes. I'll pay them after the new year. You all have other businesses. I believe that if you pay taxes on those businesses, you'll have enough money to buy kerosene lamps. His Majesty is always worried about the lack of money in court. Next year, I can only make more things for you to trade with the Tubo and Turks. It's all for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Only by having a strong army can we not be bullied. Li Yi made things clear. After the new year, you all have to pay taxes on your other businesses. I still have good things. I'll give you kerosene lamps and kerosene. You all have to support me. Otherwise, I won't take you out to play next year. Yu Huaid was stunned. After weighing the pros and cons, he smiled and said, Your Majesty's worries are solved. But how much tax do we have to pay? Luxury goods are taxed at 10%. Restaurants are taxed at 20%. Everything else is taxed at 30%. Gross profits are taxed. For example, this kerosene lamp of mine is sold for 100 yuan. After the new year, if you sell it again, you'll have to pay 80 yuan. Kerosene is taxed at 10%. Li Yi stood up as he spoke. He held a wine cup with both hands and looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other and stood up one after another. At this time, even those who were paralyzed had to be held up. They understood that this was called a toast. If they drank, it meant that they agreed. If they didn't drink, everyone drank. They didn't care how the wine tasted or how they felt when they drank it. There are benefits to paying taxes. If your family's children can't study, after sitting down again, Li Yi explained the preferential tax policies to them. Especially for the first batch of people to pay taxes, the benefits were even greater. Chapter 543. Dongzhu, we have sold 1,200 of them. On October 25, Songde rushed over to look for Li Yi. He told Li Yi that they had sold 1,200 kerosene lamps. There were so many rich people in Chang'an. Li Yi was very calm. No rush. Chang'an has a huge consumption potential. It is just some people who are hesitating now. When other people start using kerosene lamps, they will not be able to resist it. Li Yi knew about the psychology of consumers. Do rich people spend money to buy things? What they buy is their status. If you only buy one kerosene lamp, the rich people will not be interested in it. When he bought leather bags, it cost tens of thousands. Is it because leather bags are more comfortable than other bags? To the poor people, the Li family Zhuangzi was selling things to them. To the rich, the price was even higher. How much did the first pager cost when it was introduced? Then, when it was introduced, people would rush to buy it even if the price was doubled. When mobile phones were introduced, people would make calls and shout so loud that everyone could hear them. Later on, things like mobile phones were only for a short while. Kerosene lamps were similar. They were luxury goods. Li Yi wanted to support the front line, so he had to help the Tang dynasty make money. Starting from himself, he did not have to pay taxes on the kerosene lamps he sold until next year. After the Lunar New Year, he would have to pay taxes. If he did not buy it now, he would regret it. This thing costs 100 yuan, some copper, a glass cover, and what kerosene? Where did the kerosene come from? Yao Chong held a kerosene lamp in his hand and analyzed the cost of the materials. Zhang Shua and Lu Huaishan, who were in the political affairs hall, did not have time to pay attention to Yao Chong. They were using deerskin cloth to clean the glass cover of the kerosene lamp. The kerosene lamp was given by the emperor. Every rank 3 official will get one. Every 2 months, everyone will get a 4,000 milliliters tube of kerosene. It is said that the kerosene lamp can last for 100 hours. They do not need to light the kerosene lamp at night. They just need to light the kerosene lamp before dinner and sleep. 50 hours a month, more than 3.5 hours a day. It was more than enough. Of course, if one had to wake up early in the morning to attend court, the sky would have to be a little darker. Lu Huaishan and Zhang Shua cherished the kerosene lamp very much and memorized the manual by heart. The main thing was to add salt, which would turn the water in the kerosene into a saline solution. The saline solution did not mix with the kerosene and had a high density, so it fell to the bottom. The kerosene on top was pure. When it burned, it did not emit black smoke and was even brighter. If he didn't do this, with the Li family Zhuangzi's craftsmanship, the kerosene would continue to emit black smoke. Of course, Li Yi could process the kerosene first. He had the skills to purify it. But he didn't. Every time the purity increased by 1 percentage point, the amount of money spent would increase by a few points. In the later stages, the purity would increase by 1/10 of a percentage point, and the amount of money needed to purify it would double. Just like alcohol, if you want to purify it, you have to add quicklime instead of salt. Alcohol dissolves in salt water. As for the alcohol used for the analysis, Li Yi could only apologize that he could not produce it. It was impossible for Yao Chong to understand chemistry and physics. He habitually criticized, but found that no one catered to him. What do you guys say, how about a 90% tax? Yao Chong tried to find a topic. Li Yi may not sell it. We won't have kerosene to use in the future. Yuanji, calm down. Lu Huaishan was annoyed. He couldn't find trouble with Li Yi every time. I know you're sick, but you're too sick. Zhang Shua looked at the glass cover. It was beautiful, clean, and no traces of wiping could be seen from any angle. He put down the deerskin. Didn't earthly paradise say to give us and the ministers an extra lamp? They even took care of the kerosene. It's good. You two have been bought by him. Yao Chong said angrily. Yuanji, do you want to join the group? Lu Huaishan was not polite. The group he was talking about was the first Tang Dynasty inspection group. How can I use 2 lamps? In fact, 1 is enough. I'll go back and think about it. As soon as Yao Chong heard about joining the group, he quickly turned around and retreated. He already knew the role of the group that Li Yi instigated Her Majesty to make. They were all former high-ranking officials. Other inspection officials might be resisted by the local government when they arrived, and the local government would contact the high-ranking officials in the imperial court. If it were a group of people who had been ministers and prime ministers, would they bow down? They would deal with it more fiercely. At the same time, they did not deal with each other. No one could intercede for others. This was fucking insidious. He estimated that one day he would also join the group. You said he had no power, right? He had a lot of power. You said he had power, but a group of colleagues restrained him. So what if he was the prime minister? Who had not been the prime minister? Yuanji's illness now belongs to the mental category. Zhang Shua now knew a lot, even about mental illness. He handles all the important matters. We are only in charge of the small ones. Some people also said unpleasant things. I used to be angry, but I'm not angry anymore. Lu Huaishan was always in charge of the trivial matters. He knew that he could not win against Yao Chong, but he also wanted to make the Tang dynasty better. Therefore, he took care of the messy matters that did not seem important to Her Majesty. In fact, these matters were important matters to the local government. Isn't that right? Li Yi has a lot of things to do, right? He is just a civil official. Li Yi has never asked for anything. He has always been there to help. Zhang Shua felt the same. Did Li Yi ever ask for power? If he was not angry because of the flood, he would not have been impeached. After returning to his office, Yao Chong calmed down and picked up the matching deerskin to wipe the kerosene lamp. Another 2 days passed. The wind was strong and the weather was cold. The number of people selling kerosene lamps increased. Kerosene lamps were indeed useful, especially when the wind was blowing. Other lamps required heavy objects to be placed under them. Then, when the wind blew, the candle flame inside still swayed. Although this lamp was called the Death of Anger wind lamp. The outside of the lantern was covered with paper and gauze. The outside of the kerosene lamp was covered with a glass cover. They were all rich people. There was no curfew at night. Some people carried their own kerosene lamps to the gathering and felt uncomfortable. Those who used the lantern felt that they were inferior. Who could stand this? It's only 100 coins. Why is it not the new year yet? Buy slower. What's the rush? Others were normal, but Baigu's hair had turned white. After the new year, taxes would start to be collected on kerosene lamps. If they sold so many now, who would still buy them after the new year? It was all money. After thinking about it, he wrote a poem for Li Yi. Before the new year, kerosene lamps were like stars. After the new year, a lone moon was shining. How could the Big Dipper know the Jade Rabbit? The people's suffering is in the imperial court. It meant that if you sell so many now, you can still sell one after the new year. The stars and the moon, these two things could not be mixed together. You have to know that your purpose is to help the people increase taxes for the imperial court. Hurry up and stop selling. Li Qingqi helped Baigu deliver the letter at night. Brother Yi, look at the Minister of Revenue. He's so worried that his hair is almost gone. Li Yi understood immediately. He was quite helpless. Old Bai still doesn't understand economics and consumer psychology. We must strike while the iron is hot. When the rich people in Chang'an have kerosene lamps, other foreign businessmen will be willing to buy them. How much money can kerosene lamps make? The real money is the kerosene that costs 10% of the tax. The more you use it, the more you will get. It's a long-term thing. Li Qingqi was deep in thought. He was thinking about the overall situation of the Tang dynasty. It was indeed necessary to expand the business instead of seeking temporary benefits. Eager for quick success and instant benefits will make mistakes, right? Li Qingqi asked when he was reflecting on himself. Chapter 544. Brother, this oyster was delivered in time. You should cook it for a while before you know the exact condition of the oyster. Li Yi was thinking about Baigu and talked to Li Qingqi about food. Li Qingqi's oysters in the past were for barbecue and raw. Oysters without shells were usually wrapped in ice and covered with a layer of ice. Oysters with ice must be sold at a cheaper price. Otherwise, people would not buy them. Is it okay to not wear ice? It's okay if it's only for a short time. It's not okay if it's kept for a long time. That's why many online merchants would stock up and hang them in ice. Oysters without shells were crushed by machinery. After the shell was crushed, the meat was taken out. The shell was used to make fertilizer, just like the head of codfish. It was used as a chemical raw material. Li Qingqi followed Li Qingqi's advice and threw the oysters into the hot pot. Brother Yi, If the transportation is convenient, we can deliver a lot of frozen seafood from Chang'an to the seaside in winter. Li Qingqi thought of Luoyang when he talked about seafood. When the Tang dynasty encountered water transportation, the emperor brought his officials to Luoyang when there was no food to eat. The Yellow River in Luoyang could not be traveled, but the canals could be traveled. Once the canals were frozen, they would be dug to maintain the smooth flow. When they went further south, the temperature was not very low, and the boats could break the thin ice directly. When they reached the intersection of the Yangtze River, the low temperature could not withstand the erosion of the Yangtze River. The ice would be melted by the large amount of water. I will use the 400,000 yuan I earned this time to repair the roads from Chang'an to Luoyang. Luoyang is connected to the Grand Canal. After the roads are repaired, we can transport goods from other places to Luoyang and from Luoyang to Chang'an. The water transportation can be used in summer, and the land transportation is smooth in winter. Without the support of supplies from the south, we can only rely on the supply of baggage from Chang'an and Shu lands. It will be difficult to fight the Turks. Li Yi dipped his chopsticks in the white wine and drew a simple map on the table. The map was part of Gansu and Qinghai. These places were where the Turks were. When fighting Tubo, there was the Yangtze River and other tributaries. In addition, Shu lands were rich in natural resources. Where did the Turks get their resources? Shu lands. The Shu people were responsible for most of the logistics of the war against Tubo and the Turks. They obviously produced a lot but left very little for him. The war could not be fought with the strength of a single country, so it could only be ended as soon as possible. The Tang dynasty could not afford to be involved, so it could only be dragged on. During the Tang dynasty, the weather conditions were good, and Tubo could grow a large amount of grain. Most of it was sent to Arabia. This wouldn't do. If he wanted to drag things out, it should be to his own benefit. He couldn't expect the people of Shu to suffer. To fight the southwest barbarians, the imperial court did not provide provisions, so he reached an agreement with the salt merchants of Shu. Wasn't the food provided by the people of Shu County? Plants could grow there in winter, so the people of Shu had to eat more wild vegetables and sell their grain to the salt merchants to support the front line. For the sake of a land, one should only seek profit. For the sake of a country, one should seek the safety of its people. Li Yi felt that he wasn't planning for one place. He had big plans. It was not right for the people of Shu County to only eat vegetables. As Li Yi thought about it, he told Li Qingqi his purpose. He wanted to gather supplies from the Tang dynasty for the soldiers to win the war between Tubo and the Turkic Khaganate. Brother Yi, you want to take out money to build roads again? Li Qingqi's chopsticks couldn't hold the food anymore. His hands were trembling. Brother Yi had just received 400,000 taels, and he had already thrown it out. Actually, I wanted to collect tolls, but I know they won't give it to me. If I build a highway from Chang'an to Luoyang, it will be easier for me to make money in the future. I live in Zhuangzi, Ba River, east of Chang'an. A lot of money comes into Zhuangzi every day. The extra 400,000 taels is useless. I didn't give them oxen or horses, but exchange vouchers. Li Yi was calm. Why should he count on the imperial court and others? He had money, so he could spend it. Other rich people built roads and bridges in the villages, but they were even better at building roads and bridges in the counties. Some iron chain bridges were led by the local government and sponsored by a group of rich people. Stone tablets were erected at the bridgehead. A certain place was built by the Wang family. The roads were directly named after a certain person from a big family. For example, Zhengquang Road, indicating that someone was called Zhengquang. There were also Guan Family Canal, Song Family Canal, Feng Family Canal. The places with the names of clans and families were all built by the rich. Otherwise, why would the imperial court spend so much effort to deal with the local families? The local people didn't agree. They didn't know where the imperial court was, but they knew who used the money to build the roads and bridges. Li Yi was just richer, so he didn't care about the small roads and bridges. He built a big one, widening and leveling the official roads of other people. Brother Yi, you are doing a favor to the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi was touched. Brother Yi was such a good person. Once he had money, he would throw it out. This kind of Brother Yi should impeach whoever he didn't like. Whoever he impeached, that person would be abolished. Even if the other party didn't have any major problems, he still had to adjust his position. If he helped others, he would be helped. If he helped the country, he might be confiscated. However, Brother Yi's house was right here. Who could confiscate it? So, give me power. Use power to balance the favor. Otherwise, the favor will turn into enmity. Li Yi said calmly. No, Brother Yi. Don't worry. Li Qingqi waved his hand. What enmity? You just don't say anything. If you are a prime minister, you must go down. Brother, look at this frozen autumn pear. It has been cooled with cold water. It looks black on the outside, but the meat inside is white. Li Yi took out a frozen autumn pear from the basin next to him. Many fruits were sour, but after being frozen, they would melt and become sweet. Ordinary fruits were alkaline. Eating them was good for the body. Special fruits like plums were acidic. It was not good to eat too much of them. How to test if a fruit was acidic or alkaline? Burn the fruit to ashes and look at the pH value of the ashes. Plums were acidic and would be poisoned if eaten too much. They contained vitamin B17. But pears were not. There were many pears in the south. If they couldn't finish them, they would throw them away. Want to sell them? Was it that easy to sell them? They didn't know how to make canned pears and sugar. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, Li Yi was also very distressed when he couldn't sell his pears. Li Qingqi was now used to Li Yi's way of saying things. Brother Yi, are you saying that with the convenient transportation, we can transport the pears from the south to the north and freeze them? I'm talking about the fruits from the south. As long as the road is good enough, fresh fruits can also be transported here. Even if the freshness time is short, we can cultivate them in the north using the dwarfed greenhouse method. Wait a while, I'll see if I can get a tractor. That thing can run better than a horse. The premise is that the road must be built. Li Yi talked about something else. The dwarfed southern fruits in the greenhouse. Brother Yi, write it down later. I really can't remember it. Why are there so many things? Li Qingqi found it difficult to understand. If he wanted to learn, he could only write it down. Okay. Big brother, when you leave, take a few pressure lamps with you. They're for pumping air and pressurizing. No, I can't bring them. What if I lose them? The original kerosene lamps are enough. You can't sell them, Brother Yi. Li Qingqi shook his head. He would rather not use them than to provide information to the enemy. Well, let's eat first. After we finish eating, I will write a reply to Old Bai. What he is thinking about is wrong. The Ministry of Revenue is not targeting a certain company. Li Yi said that some people's thinking needs to be corrected. After eating, he also wrote a poem and handed it to his brother. Tomorrow, his brother will bring it back. Chapter 545. In the morning, Li Qingqi left behind a pile of seafood and left with a lot of things from the Li family Zhuangzi. Now that he was rich, he became more casual. He would bring good things to Li Yi. When he took things from Li Yi, he didn't think about the value. He was at a higher level and was no longer tempted by small profits. The communication between the two became more and more natural. He really brought some things to the younger brother's house and took them when the younger brother needed them. Old Bai, no, Minister Bai, Guanglu Dafu Li Yi's reply. When Li Qingqi talked to Li Yi, he was used to calling Bai Gu Old Bai. He left the letter and ran away. I still have things to do. I can't stay idle today. Bai Gu didn't care about how Li Qingqi addressed him. He took the letter. There was no lacquer seal on the outside of the letter. It was just an ordinary paper envelope. It was considered a courtesy. When he opened it, there was a poem written on it. It was, "The great river flows for 4 seasons, the waves for thousands of miles will never stop. Chang'e's figure is only a full moon. If the green hills don't change, why worry about firewood?" After reading it, Bai Gu smiled. Yes, Xiao Yi was right. There would be more taxes in the future. He didn't need to care about the money from selling the lamps. He was too narrow-minded. Xiao Yi was a good person. He wouldn't let the matter of collecting taxes fall through. I have nothing to do today. Instead of talking about serious things, I have to talk about poems. When Li Dan was eating breakfast, she saw the 2 poems. She looked unhappy. He said to the girl next to him, "Look, isn't it boring? If he didn't write about the ants in the newspaper, we would still be thinking about them." The girl smiled sweetly. "Now we are talking about bees. Bees are so cute. It's just that bees have a hard time in winter. They have to keep moving. The ones inside have to go outside when they get warm. The ones outside have to endure the cold. Many of them die. It's also very hard for beekeepers to chase after flowers. I didn't expect that the honey we eat is obtained like this." "Yes, yes." Empress Wang agreed while hugging her child. The newspaper says that the next issue is Butterfly. In addition to the contents of the 4 books and 5 classics, you also added in the things we know about the little thing every day, right? Ah! The little guy was waiting to eat the egg and pork floss soup. Hearing his mother's words, he responded with saliva. The meat floss could no longer be called a floss. It was foam, the leftovers from making the meat floss. Then, it would be mixed into the eggs, stirred together and steamed out. Additional salt and sugar could not be added as the meat floss had a little salt and sugar in it. The egg soup was made from an egg, and it was supplemented by the child. Poor people ate porridge, while some people made minced meat. Now, it was time to cultivate the children's sense of taste and smell. Human milk was actually fishy and contained a high amount of iron. Empress Wang scooped up half a spoonful of egg soup and blew on it. She then tested the temperature with her mouth and handed it to the child. The baby kept drooling and swallowing. When he saw something placed in front of his mouth, he actually learned to blow on it before opening his mouth to eat it. Even if he bragged 100 times, no one would care. Li Longji felt that his heart had melted after the little fellow had only learned a little. This was the first time he paid so much attention to his own child. There were too many women and too many children. Of course, he also paid attention to the girl beside him. That was his eldest princess. One was the eldest princess, and the other was the eldest prince. Li Longji felt that it was perfect. San Lang, when they finish selling their things, do you have any plans for the 800,000 yuan? Li Dan did not look like he was about to die at all. He was living a comfortable life and did not feel uncomfortable. His face was glowing, and when he spoke, he was full of energy. I don't know. Li Longji told the truth. He suddenly had an additional 800,000 yuan, and he did not know how to spend it. Uncle will use the money he earned to repair the road from Chang'an to Luoyang. San Lang, should we repair it? Empress Wang fed her son another spoonful. I'll ask tomorrow night. I don't think Brother Yi will let me use the money to repair the road. He doesn't want to leave a large sum of money behind to be an eyesore. It's too easy for him to make money. He can spend it as much as he wants, and at the same time, he can leave collateral for the issuance of exchange coupons. Whoever marries him will enjoy endless blessings. As Li Longji spoke, he suddenly looked at his eldest daughter, the eldest princess. The eldest princess lowered her head and did not say a word. Empress Wang said, some princesses of the previous dynasty would be outsiders once they married. Other people would not get any power if they married a princess. If they were bullied, they would still be bullied. My uncle is different. If anyone dares to bully him, he will kneel and bury them. Ma, ma. The little boy suddenly said. It was difficult for him to say other words, But now he could say it with his accent. Obviously, he was not saying ma, but berry. On the other side, in the political affairs hall, Li Yi already doesn't know what to say. Anyway, winter is coming again. Other than chiseling ice, can he make cannons and mud? Yao Chong came in the morning with a kerosene lamp. Many ministers did the same. When the lamp was extinguished and he was eating the porridge with lean meat and pork buns with onions in the morning, he knew what Li Yi had said to Bai Gu. Yuan Ji, did you dig an icehouse this year? Lu Huaishan took out a small jar made of rattan from his backpack. He opened it. There were pickles inside. Small cucumbers with shrimp oil, small eggplants, small cowpeas, and other things were made of pickles. Zhang Shua reached over and used his chopsticks to put them on the plate. Zhuangzi doesn't sell these now. They don't even have them in heavenly earth. Yuan Ji. When Zhang Shua finished, Lu Huaishan pushed the small jar in front of Yao Chong. Yao Chong also took some. Indeed, this side dish was not for sale. It could only be eaten in Zhuangzi. He and Zhang Shua did not have it. Lu Huaishan gave it to him alone. So what if it was the crepe myrtle order? It was not for you. If you have the ability, you can go and snatch it. Others also learned to use shrimp oil to make it, but the taste and texture were different. Last year, I asked people to make coal and ice. I also asked them to knead mud and change pottery. This year, I don't need them anymore. Everyone knows how to do it, so they will probably stop for a while. After taking a bite of the cucumbers, Yao Chong put himself in the shoes of the Li family Zhuangzi. He thought and thought, but he could not think of any new tricks. He felt that there was no more increase or decrease in the winter plan. Even if Li Yi was heaven-defying, the heavens would not give him anything else. Is this not enough? Lu Huaishan thought it was enough. This winter, the people of the capital office had a good life. The tools for ice and coal can be used in the long run. It should be recorded in the annals of history. Lu Huaishan gave his evaluation. He felt that this was not bad. It could be used every year. Could Li Yi come up with a new idea in the winter? I admit that I can't do it. But isn't Li Yi powerful? The current situation is his method in the past. This year, there are many people coming to Chang'an. Oh, there are limited jobs. What else can he do? I'll leave my words here. If he can come up with a new idea now, I will. The newspaper is here. It's the new newspaper. The newsboy said that the Li family Zhuangzi is buying a large number of pine cones. As long as we find the pine cones now, we can buy them at a high price from the Li family Zhuangzi. The person in charge of waiting for the newspaper outside the imperial city ran in and shouted as he ran. The secretary, Lu Huaishan, and Zhang Shua all looked at Yao Chong at the same time. I'll say that he's good. Yes. Good. Yao Chong continued his words. It was so natural. The others' expressions did not change. They were used to it. Chapter 546. Yao Chong and the others knew about the use of pine towers. They could be burned and were easy to burn. They didn't understand why Li Yi wanted to buy so many pine towers. Anyway, they couldn't burn them. The people didn't know either. They only knew that they had to hurry to the pine towers and sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi hired migrant workers to help deal with the pine towers. Chang'an was close to the Qinling Mountains, so there were many whitebark pines. Whitebark pines are good. After the initial processing, send them to the Imperial Medical Department and let them use medicine on others in winter. Li Yi was very happy to see other people taking pine towers. Whitebark pines were suitable for treating cough, chronic bronchitis, and other diseases, but they had side effects. The pine nuts of the whitebark pine were very small, so it was very strenuous to eat them. It was also strenuous to peel them. However, they could be eaten. Li Yi bought pine towers. Some of them were used to peel pine nuts, some for dry distillation and some for medicine. Finally, they were made into fertilizer. At the same time, they could get a byproduct, rosin. Rosin was used to mix paint. In addition, the bowstrings of stringed instruments had to be rubbed with rosin. Li didn't think about burning them as firewood. The people began to worry when the Li family Zhuangzi said that he wanted to buy pine towers. There was too much work. Should they cut the ice? Should they make honeycomb briquettes? It was very difficult to find pine towers in the mountains. But when they looked at the price, they found that they could go to the pine towers first. They could go in groups. The mountain roads were not easy to walk. For a few days, a large number of pine towers were sent. Some people were bored and caught squirrels in cages. Tell them not to take the squirrels. The squirrels were released. This thing doesn't eat much meat and it looks so cute. Li saw the timid eyes of the squirrels in the cages and opened a cage himself. The pine tree jumped out and ran far away. It stopped and looked back. Seeing that no one was chasing it, it began to look around. It seemed to be trying to figure out where it was. A large group of squirrels was released. They were confused. Some turned around and looked for the way back. Their homes were there. Some were probably single and didn't have a good life in their original places. They ran to the place where the pine towers were processed and found pine nuts. They quickly stuffed a few into their mouths. Then, he continued to look for trees. It seemed that he was prepared to stay here. It would be even better if he could meet a partner. Dongzhu, Huayin County sent a lot of wild boars, pheasants, rabbits, and sparrows. They said they caught a lot, but those things die quickly, so they ate them themselves. Songda ran over from the Baishui bridge, panting as he reported. Give me the money. We agreed that we'll collect them once they're caught. Tell the kitchen to prepare to spend time processing the game. Li Yi was not interested in eating wild animals. It was troublesome to deal with them, and they did not taste as good as farmed animals. They said that they don't want money and will give it to you for free. They said that the method you thought of to catch wild boars is useful and that they can follow it in the future. Songda was still panting. Then give them the game and the rice and noodles in return. Li Yi refused to take things for free. It wasn't easy for the people over there to have some meat to eat. It was shipped over from far away. It was fine as long as the thought was there. Songda turned around and ran away again. The flour was naturally wheat flour that had been ground by hand. A bunch of flour grinding tools were rented out, and some people made money by processing flour. The number of noodles on the streets increased, and eating a bowl of minced meat noodles became more popular. In the blink of an eye, it was November. Why do I feel that there's something I should do? Help Jing County sell garlic sprouts? There's a farmer there in charge. Li finished teaching in the morning, and after lunch, he muttered to himself. He felt that he had forgotten something important. He thought it was Jing County in Huazhou. A one-story house should have been built there, but he didn't know if the roof tiles had been installed. The roof tiles were installed in winter, and they had to be repaired in summer. The destroyed houses in Weinan County should have been dealt with, and the mining in Lantian County continued. The greenhouses in the other counties were doing well so far. The road from Shu County to Chang'an was being repaired in warm places. The road from Luoyang to Chang'an could only be completed next year, and winter was not suitable for construction. He couldn't figure it out, and he was vexed. In the afternoon, when he taught the students, he wrote something wrong on the blackboard. Brother Yi, I'll stay with you tonight. While Li Yi was in a daze, Li Longji's family of 3 came over. Li Yi instantly woke up and recovered. He took the child for a checkup. There was nothing wrong with the child. He was healthy and could now crawl. When he was placed on the bed, he would crawl around on his own. Occasionally, he would tilt his body and fall. When it was time for dinner, the little fellow wasn't sleepy and would watch others eat. When he was given a carrot, he would salivate and bite it. From time to time, he would sniff to get the taste. Brother Yi, the imperial court is preparing to send left Imperial General Guo Qingguan to Anxi to be the protector general. Are you familiar with that place? Li Longji glanced at his son, and after confirming that there was no problem, he turned to Li Yi and said, "Ah, I know. Yes, it's him. He can go, but don't let him fight the remaining Western Turks. He mustn't go." Li Yi finally remembered something important. According to the information, after Guo Qingguan became the protector general, he mobilized 10,000 soldiers from Guangzhou. He asked the officials on the way to Anxi to prepare cattle and horses and help transport them. He also asked them to prepare cooked food for the soldiers. 10,000 soldiers, and they set off in the middle of winter. They went around and around, but they didn't meet a single person. They wasted their provisions, and the morale of the soldiers was low. Is there any danger? Li Longji knew that his brother Yi had suddenly become spiritual. No. In any case, winter isn't suitable for soldiers. Li Yi didn't say that they couldn't find the enemy. Yes, winter truly isn't suitable. If those soldiers go out, they might delay next year's planting. Li Longji chose to believe. In the past, he wanted to fight others and establish his prestige through external wars. Now, he felt that defense was enough. He could use the winged knights to establish his prestige. After resolving this matter, Li Yi was finally at ease. He seemed like a completely different person. In a few days, the people fighting in the southwest should be returning. They've already sent a messenger. More than 10,000 captives have been prepared to be escorted to Chang'an, as well as the 6 pandas you asked for. The southwest has suffered heavy losses, and the war won't last long. Logistics aren't good. Li Longji told Li Yi a piece of good news. The captives and pandas he asked for had all arrived. Then I won't use the money to repair the road first. I'll repair it next year when I earn more money. When Li Yi heard the number of captives, he realized that he had to pay them. One captive was 50 jin, so 10,000 would be 500,000 jin. He would use the 400,000 jin he earned from smuggling and the 160,000 jin he earned from selling the lanterns. He would pay them together with the pandas. This way, he wouldn't have to sell anything else. Next year, the money he earned from the kerosene would be enough to repair the road. Brother Yi, there's no rush to repair the road. Next year, we'll collect taxes and let the Ministry of Works repair it. There's no need for you to pay for it. Li Longji also knew that the captives had to be paid first. Thinking that Li Yi was still thinking about the road repair, he tried to persuade him. Captives can earn money, but when the time comes, there'll be too much money. It'll make people jealous, so we have to spend it. Li Yi was still prepared to pay for it. 10,000 captives was not a small amount. Who dares to be jealous? We'll talk about next year's matter next year. Li Longji said in a deep voice. At this time, a voice came from outside. Dongzhu, someone came. He said he has something good to give you. The person who spoke was Songde. Could it be the Jade Annulus of He clan? Arrange for him to eat at Ba Qiao's place. I'll look at it after I finish eating. Li Yi felt that there might be a problem. Chapter 547. After dinner, Li Yi didn't go to see the person who gave the treasure. He ordered people to take the person to take a bath and protect him. Dongzhu. He carries a heavy box with him. He doesn't let others touch it. He even wants to take a bath. Songde reported. Did you ask him what he wants? Li Yi put down his drawing pen. I did. He said he just wants to give something. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Songde replied. It means he's good at keeping his composure. I'll see him tomorrow. It's dark and he just finished dinner. It's not easy to deal with things. Li Yi continued to draw. He was going to use another set of things to make money. He wanted to earn money from the rich and the middle class. He wanted to draw an expensive design. Songda left and sent people to monitor him. Lantian County, Zhangsun Xian's courtyard. I made it. I made it. It took 5 months. I succeeded. Your Majesty, I'll give it to you. Please let me go. I want to go back. In the courtyard, a small painted house was carefully placed. 16 craftsmen stood beside it, full of satisfaction. They changed the blueprint and didn't want the spring system. They redesigned it and finally made a house-like bed. Plus painting, polishing, and adding small decorations, it took 5 months. Zhangsun Xian paid them 1,200 yuan. If Zhangsun Xian didn't hire an assistant, they would have stopped paying. The 16 craftsmen were happy. They knew how to make it. When someone needed it, they could make it again. It wouldn't take more than 5 months. They could go to other people's houses and ask. If they agreed, they would take the money. They didn't need to do other work. They could make 4 Qiangong beds in a year and make a fortune. After 3 to 5 years, everyone could buy a house in Chang'an. Zhangsun Xian didn't care about the craftsman anymore. He walked around the bed. He wanted to go in and try but didn't dare. His wife's eyes were full of yearning. She wanted to have a bed like this. It was called a bed, but it was a 3-room house. Xian, let's make money and make our own Qiangong bed. Zhangsun Xian's wife's eyes were so bright under the light. The concubine stood behind and could only look enviously. He knew that it was impossible for Zhangsun Xian to spend more than 1,000 yuan to make a bed for him. She didn't have the ability to make money to make one herself. She and his wife didn't know that this kind of Qiangong step bed was used as a dowry, but they still liked it. Alright, make money, get promoted, make a bed, give it to His Majesty, give it to His Majesty, if His Majesty is happy, give it to me, Zhangsun Xian murmured. She was stunned by what she saw. He wanted to leave Lantian County. In Lantian County, he could only find people to work for him and earn money. He could not be greedy. Several mines began to pay their taxes. The accounts were done too well, and there was no place to start. The money was also given to the Yamen of Lantian County. The Yamen made up for the deficit and actually had some savings. It was said that there were always people in the imperial court who impeached him for competing with the people for benefits. Bah! Why don't you impeach Li? Just you wait, those people from the censorate, see how I will deal with you after I give His Majesty the big bed. Light the stove, I want to guard the bed, nothing can happen. Zhangsun Xian ordered, he did not intend to sleep. November 2nd, dawn. Zhangsun Xian ate 2 steamed buns and drank a bowl of soup. She organized people to pack the bed. She also hired a large cart, padded with many cushions, and carried the bed to Chang'an. Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi started classes in the morning. After 2 medical classes ended, she remembered that someone wanted to present a treasure. Just like the last time when she received Tubo's envoy Bo Xia, there was a large long table, surrounded by winged knights. There were also 2 winged knights holding large shields in front of Li Yi. The person who presented the treasure arrived with a box. Open the box, check it. Li Yi said. I want to open it in front of Li Dongzhu. The person who presented the treasure requested. Are you dreaming? Don't you know that I am timid? What if you play some trick on me, or there is a crossbow arrow inside? Won't I be dead? Li Yi did not agree and happily took out the item. The person sneered, I didn't expect that Li Dongzhu, who was rumored to be brave and insightful, would be so timid. Are you going to fight or not? If not, then leave. Treat it as me treating you to a bath and a meal. Li Yi had no intention of wasting time. In that case, I will leave. The person turned and left. When he crosses Ba Bridge, shoot him dead. Say that he stole Zhuangzi's things. Li Yi shouted to the winged knights. Yes. Several winged knights raised their crossbows. Hee hee, I'm just joking. Li Dongzhu, don't be angry. The person turned back with a smile on his face. He opened the box and took out a big stone. Li Dongzhu, please take a look. The person placed the stone on the table and took a step back. Li Yi stood up and walked around. The moment he saw it, he smiled. Good, this amber embedded in the stone charcoal is good. Where did you get it? In the southwest. My name is Yu Jiang, originally from Shu. My family suffered a disaster and I was the only one left. I followed the others to the southwest to look for good wood. The miasma there was too strong, and the people in the group died one by one. I also fell ill. In the end, I found this thing. I wanted to sell it for a good price in Chang'an. I heard that Li Dongzhu is kind and charitable, so I wanted to give this treasure to Li Dongzhu. The person who came introduced himself as Yu Jiang. He explained his background and where the amber came from. Good, the southwest is good. There are flying insects in this amber. Since brother you gave me such a good thing, I can't take it for free. Bring me 1,000 pieces. Li Yi's smile became even brighter as he asked someone to bring the money. Li Dongzhu, why? Can't I sell it myself? Yu Jiang's expression changed. I can't let brother you live without money. Li Yi's eyes were filled with sincerity. If Li Dongzhu agrees, I'm willing to choose one of the houses by the river. I can work on my own. I actually have a small selfish motive. I heard that Li Dongzhu is knowledgeable and multi-talented. If I can learn from him, it can be considered as broadening my horizons. Hee hee. Yu Jiang smiled embarrassedly as he spoke, as if he had something to ask of him. I'm just learning a little bit of miscellaneous knowledge. If brother Yu wants to exchange knowledge, I'll be happy. Li Yi agreed. Quick, arrange a big house for brother Yu. Pick out the best bedding. Li Yi turned his head and ordered. Songda went forward and invited Yu Jiang to look at the house. After Yu Jiang and the other villagers left, Li Yi continued to look at the amber. Guazi went forward to take a look. The amber from the southwest is really beautiful. The little insects inside seem to be dancing. Li Yi shook his head. This isn't amber from the southwest. Amber is wrapped in coal essence. It's not coal. Coal essence is wrapped in amber. It's something that can only be found in the coal mines of Fushun in the northern part of Hebei province. Li Yi knew coal essence. In the past, the coal mines in Fushun used to be casually mined. Every piece of coal had amber in it, big and small. Children would dig it out to play with, but most of it would be burned. Coal essence was burned like coal until one day they understood that both amber and coal essence were valuable. It was not easy to find amber anymore. The coal essence that was burned like coal became a treasure and was used for carvings. Guazi looked at Li Yi in surprise. Li Dongzhu was also familiar with amber. Could he tell him where it was produced? I'll go capture him now and torture him. Guazi turned around and walked away. No, 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 no. Don't capture him. It's not easy to find one, so we have to keep him. If he wants to learn, I'll teach him. Li Yi stopped him. Chapter 548. Have you heard? Li Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi got a treasure. What treasure? I don't know. It's said that it's like the jade annulus of He clan. That's amazing. Li Dongzhu is going to, when the sun rose again. Zhang Sun Xian, who was waiting outside the imperial city, heard the discussion of the people. He had just transported the bed to the capital yesterday afternoon. He was too tired and didn't know what to do. He took a nap before bringing the bed over. If he was alone, he would have already gone in, but he couldn't bring such a big thing. Zhang Sun Xian laughed when he heard the people talking. Ha! Li Yi, you're finished. You took a treasure that can conquer the world. Let's see what you're going to do. Are you going to give it or not? Zhang Sun Xian thought. Even if Li Yi gave it now, he would have to explain it clearly. After the morning court meeting, Xiao Huangmen ran over. Inspector Zhang Sun, please go in. Her Majesty is waiting. Okay. Come in, I'll tell you about the bed. Zhang Sun Xian called someone to drive the carriage. The bed was too big and difficult to carry. The carriage went in and the people from the palace took over. They rushed all the way to Xingqing Palace. Yao Chong and the others didn't leave. They wanted to see what kind of bed Li Yi had designed. Li Longji's expression was calm. He already had a Qiangong step bed. Li Chengqi also had one. The other 4 people had made 2. When the last 2 were done, they would give them to him together. Their bed didn't have springs. Not to mention springs, even a nail couldn't be seen. It was all tenon structure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to show the beauty of Chinese woodworking. A little more than a quarter of an hour later, a carriage carrying a big thing arrived in front of the palace. Zhang Sun Xian stood at the side. Quickly, take it down. Take down the thing covering it. Be careful, don't break it. Li Longji was very respectful and walked out to take a look. Yao Chong and the others felt that the carriage wasn't pulling a bed, but a room. When the bed fell on the carpet, all the cushions and ropes were removed. Yao Chong and the others were stunned. This is the bed? If the house was smaller, it wouldn't be able to fit all of them. Exquisite, what a good name. Zhang Shua had forgotten the name. Zhang Sun Xian reminded from the side, Qiangong step bed. That's right. To get on the bed, we have to walk 3 steps inside. The walls are carved with patterns. How did the windows open? There is no door. Zhang Shua swallowed his saliva and sighed in admiration. Lu Huaishan circled the bed. How much did this bed cost? Not expensive, less than 5,000. Zhang Sun Xian casually said. It was indeed less than 5,000 jin. He had spent more than 1,500 jin, so 1,200 jin was his salary. When others heard this, they felt that it was more than 4,000 and was very close to 5,000. Your Majesty, what do you think? Zhang Sun Xian asked Li Longji with a smile. That's right. You've worked hard as a patrol inspector in Lantian County. I'll have to trouble you over there. I'll accept the items. Men, reward them and send them back to Patrol Inspector Zhang Sun. Li Longji nodded. He wanted the bed and rewards. Zhang Sun Xian, Your Majesty, that's not right. Why do you want me to go back? I don't want to trouble myself in Lantian County. I'll be sad there. Li Longji turned around and returned to the hall. Gao Lisher went to Zhang Sun Xian's side. Patrol Inspector Zhang Sun, please. I'll send someone to bring back the rewards. You. Sigh. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to express his inner thoughts, but he had no choice but to swallow them back. He could only sigh. Your Majesty, that bed is too luxurious. 5,000 jin. Yao Chong advised. 5,000? Humph. He spent more than 1,500 jin, and his salary is 1,200 jin. The price of a 3-step bed is slightly higher. There are also 2-step and 1-step beds. I have a 4-step bed that's easy to use. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi are excellent. When Li Longji said the cost of the bed outside, someone stared at Zhang Sun Xian. 1,500 jin, that Zhang Sun Xian actually said. Zhang Shua wanted to say that Zhang Sun Xian was deceiving the emperor. But when he thought about it, Zhang Sun Xian was right. If it was less than 5,000 jin, he could say that it was less than 50,000 jin. Your Majesty, I think Zhang Sun Xian wants to come back. Lu Huaishan helped to say. He can't come back. If he comes back, something will happen. He will only be safe in Lantian County. He doesn't know my good intentions. Li Longji nodded slightly. He had to suffer a few more losses in Lantian County before he knew what to do. Your Majesty, the left Imperial General Guo Qianguan wrote a letter saying that the remaining Western Turks can succeed in one strike. However, the Anxi soldiers can no longer fight. He wants to transfer the soldiers from the Guanzhong army. Yao Chong knew the price and started to talk about business. He first introduced Guo Qianguan's plan, then said, "I don't think so. Sending soldiers in winter is a waste of manpower and resources. If we resupply along the way, there will be a shortage of supplies." He objected to the transfer of soldiers from the Guanzhong army to search for the enemy. 10,000 people would require a lot of food. "I know. I don't allow it." Li Longji nodded. In history, he agreed with Guo Qianguan's plan. Now, he didn't need it. Brother Yi advised him to trust him. Yao Chong wanted to continue persuading, but he stopped when he heard Li Longji's words. "Is it over? Transfer him back. Otherwise, what if he doesn't listen to the emperor's orders?" Li Longji was afraid that Guo Qianguan would be impulsive and use the Anxi army to search for people there. The Anxi army fought back and forth, but they couldn't do anything. Would soldiers be willing to fight? People would die in war. "I'll arrange it." Yao Chong's heart calmed down when he heard that he was going to be transferred back. "Your Majesty, what do you think of the Tubo and Turkic wars?" Yao Chong asked Li Longji about his foreign policy. "If they don't attack, we won't attack. We need to train the soldiers and feed them well. Their development isn't as fast as our Tang dynasty. Our Tang dynasty needs to accumulate strength. When better weapons are made by the Li family Zhuangzi, then we'll find an opportunity to send troops." Li Longji changed his policy of fighting madly to focusing on defense. Yao Chong and the other two smiled. It was good that His Majesty didn't want to fight. As long as there was no war for a year, Shu would be able to recover. After all, Shu didn't have enough food to eat. If there's no war in Jiangnan, we'll waive the rent for Shu next year. We'll transport food from Jiangnan to Shu through the Yangtze River for the soldiers to eat. The imperial court will pay for it. Li Longji thought about how Shu was at the front lines, so Jiangnan should help. Yangzhou was ranked first, and Yizhou was ranked second. Yizhou was Shu. What if Yizhou became poor? Yangzhou quickly cooperated. "Okay." Yao Chong thought about it and agreed. If we pay for food, Jiangnan is indeed a good place. He knew where the money came from. Collect taxes. Wasn't this taking from the people and using it for the people? Collect taxes from Chang and first. After a few months, it would be enough to fight for half a year in the northwest. At this moment, Gao Lisher appeared at the door. "Your Majesty, the promised 2,500 horses from the Tujue and other foreign countries have arrived. Send someone to take a look. If the horses aren't good and they're not military horses, we still have to settle the account." Li Longji raised his eyebrows. The horses were here. They were said to be for Li Yi, but Li Yi didn't need them. Naturally, they would belong to the winged knights. Li Yi kept all the livestock from the smuggling caravan. Some of them could be used as military horses, enough for the Li family Zhuangzi to use. "Your Majesty, a group of people from Tubo also came. They entered Honglu Temple. I heard that there's a powerful person among them who wants to compete with Li Yi." Gao Lisher said one more thing. "Compete in what?" Zhang Shua was curious. "Everything. They'll give each other questions and bet." Gao Lisher replied. Chapter 549. They can compete just because they want to. If they ask why their hot air balloons can't fly, does Li Yi have to tell them? Yao Chong showed a look of disdain. Zhang Shua laughed silently. They had already learned about the situation from the intelligence agents they sent to Tubo. Tubo had built 100 hot air balloons. When the alcohol arrived, they began to try. They tried their best. When the intelligence came back, Tubo was building new hot air balloons. The original ones were all burned out. Many narrow-necked cans were lit together, the basket was made bigger, and the rope was further away from the fire. Anyway, they had tried everything they could, and the results were the same. Gao Lisher did not respond to Yao Chong. He continued, "Your Majesty, I heard that someone said that Li Yi had obtained a heaven-sent treasure, and that the one who obtains this treasure will rule the world. It's just a piece of amber with worms in it. How can he rule the world with it?" Li Longji received the news. "Your Majesty, you can ask Li Yi to offer this item." Lu Huaishan suggested. "No. Today, someone said that Li Yi had obtained an item that could rule the world. He offered it. Tomorrow, if someone said that he was alive, the Tang dynasty would be finished. Does he still want to offer his life? Send someone to find out where the news came from. If you find the person, arrest him." Li Longji was tough. He did not want to be used by others. Li Yi, who was in Zhuangzi, also received the news. He knew all three pieces of news. The Tujue sent the horse over. If it passed, the assassination would be over. Tubo probably thought that they had lost out and wanted to make up for it. They even came up with a question. They wanted to see what the bet was. If it could move them, they would agree. They also restricted the question. They could not ask about confidential matters. As for the rumors, it was simple. Spread the news that Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi had obtained a treasure. After studying it, he found that it had great power. He is going to imitate more of it and use it in Tubo, Tujue, Khitan, and other places. Li Yi and Songda said that since it was fake, it was fine. He didn't even have to correct her in the papers. Also, when the cows and horses are almost fully fed, you can set up carts and rent them to others. You only need to provide fodder. Li thought about the use of livestock. There were too many problems. Next year, all the farmland would be rented out. He couldn't manage the faraway areas, so he would take care of them if he could. Others provided, Zhuangzi saved the fodder, Zhuangzi made a name for himself, and renters benefited from it. Songda went to arrange for Li Yi to teach the students. He knew who was spreading the rumor. Yu Jiang was not alone. He had a group. Other than disgusting people, rumors had no other use. Of course, they could test the attitude of the emperor of the Tang dynasty towards Zhuangzi of the Li family. On the 4th of November, it started to snow and there was no wind. The rumors had indeed changed. It was no longer about Li Yi usurping the throne. It was that only Li Yi could figure out how to use that treasure. In the future, the Tang dynasty would become more and more powerful. During the morning court session, the people from the censorate acted as if they didn't know about the rumors. None of them stood up to impeach Li Yi. How is Yu Jiang living there? Did he come into contact with anyone outside? Li Yi remembered that the person who sent the amber should have come to see him. Dongzhu. He likes to chat with people there. He even sings some songs from Sichuan and learns how to knit sweaters. The second steward, Sun Xian, was in charge of sending people to keep an eye on Yu Jiang. Li Yi smiled. It's good that he can keep his composure. It's even better that he is well prepared. There should be his accomplices in the stalls outside. We have been watching Dongzhu since the day he arrived. Sun Xian felt that there was no problem. What if his accomplices came over a month ago? If it were me, I would have made arrangements half a year in advance. Li Yi didn't think that it would be useful to keep an eye on them now. The other party was not stupid. Sun Xian was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head helplessly. If they really made arrangements in advance, they wouldn't be able to find out. If they waited for Yu Jiang to go to the stall a few days later to see who he came into contact with, it would also be useless. He might come into contact with other stall owners. For example, he ate noodles there and his accomplices also ate noodles there. He talked to the noodle seller, and as he spoke, he passed on some useful information. Call Boss Yu and the others over. I will treat them to a meal and talk about making money. It's a small business. Li Yi sat there and thought for a while. Then, he said to Sun Xian. Okay, Dongzhu, Sun Xian replied. There's nothing else. You can go do your work. Li nodded. In the afternoon, Yu Huaide and the others, who had sold a lot of goods because of the advertisement, hurried over. The next day, Yu Huaide and the others left happily with small boxes. There seemed to be some kind of treasure in the boxes. Yu Jiang, who lived upstairs, had a better house. He could see the north, south, and west. There was a room in the south, a room in the north, and a mountain in the west. In winter, the houses on the mountain were actually quite cold. Most people didn't want to live there, but he strongly insisted. He said that he could see the direction of Shu. When Yu Huaide and the others left, he finally couldn't help it. He went out for a stroll. He walked and walked, crossed the Ba Bridge, and came to the stall. In the morning, there were more snack stalls. There were no soup and porridge stalls because the Li family Zhuangzi had a place to deliver soup for free here. Yu Jiang didn't eat. He went to a stall that sold frozen pears and squatted there to look at the pears. The pears were black and very hard to the touch. Your pears don't have bugs, right? He asked. The stall owner was in his 40s. His hair was gray. He shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, I found them on the mountain and picked them. It's cheap. 5 for 1 yuan. It's good that your weather is cold, but my shoe can't. It can't be frozen. I heard that those rich people have been to Shu before. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at that time. I don't know any of them. Yu Jiang flipped through the pears and seemed to have chosen 2. He put them aside and continued to pick. Next to the stall selling frozen pears was a stall selling small dates. The stall owner also divided the small dates into good and bad ones. Their shopkeeper Yu and the others. They said that they earned money from tubo. When they came back, they had a herd of cows and horses. They all left them at the Li family Zhuangzi. The pear seller chatted with them and even helped to choose a few big ones to put in front of Yu Jiang. No wonder. They came over in the afternoon yesterday and ate and drank until very late. When they left, Li Dongzhu even gave them gifts. The gift box looked good. Yu Jiang picked up a pear and looked at it carefully. He wanted to find a bug, especially at the back of the pear. The pear seller continued to help him choose a big pear. I don't know. Li Dongzhu is kind and righteous. He said that the cows and horses will be ready in 2 days. Whoever wants to use them to pull the cart only needs to give them fodder. There should be good things in the box. Okay, I'll take these 10. I'll put them in my clothes. Yu Jiang finished choosing and gave the stall owner 2 yuan worth of exchange coupons. He took the pears back. After he left for a while, the date seller said to the pear seller, "Help me take a look. If I'm hungry, I'll buy some pancakes and soup. Go ahead. I know the price. If someone comes, I'll help sell them." The pear seller agreed. The date seller went to buy pancakes. The pancakes were all round and had some bran powder. They were cheap and not very tasty. He took the pancakes and went to get some soup. He didn't go back after getting the soup. Instead, he went to a person who was sitting at a table and eating wheat rice and free soup. He chatted with the person while laughing. That person ate very quickly. Not long after, he finished a bowl of rice and left in a hurry. Li Yi was watching from a high place in Zhuangzi with a pair of binoculars. After he finished watching, he shook his head and smiled. Humph. You're not qualified to be an intelligence agent. Which date seller doesn't hurry back to the stall after buying something? Keep an eye on them. Yes. The winged knights beside Li Yi answered. Chapter 550. While Li Yi was lamenting that the intelligence agents were not professional enough, Yu Huaide and a group of people carried boxes and mysteriously entered each household. They could only find people who were relatively wealthy. At the very least, both parties had to know each other. They entered a household and stayed for about 15 minutes. When they came out, the other party sent them all the way to the door. Looking at the expressions of both parties, they were very happy. The people who followed them couldn't figure out what was going on. Until a family sent the mirror over and said, "That mirror is really useful." 3 days, right? I'll wait. There's no hurry. Yes, 3 days. You're early. If others try it again, they'll have to continue to wait. Yu Huaid was responsible for this family. The people who followed them got a word, mirror. Sell mirrors? Do they need other people's help to sell mirrors? Everyone knew that there was a mirror in the Li family's village. It was called a glass mirror. It was easy to wipe and light. Yu Huaid and the others were indeed selling mirrors, spectacles, myopia glasses, and reading glasses. Under normal circumstances, those who suffered from myopia were scholars. Rich people had more myopia. They could afford oil lamps and candles. If they couldn't adapt to that kind of light for a long time, they wouldn't suffer from myopia. It was easier to get blurry eyes with age. Yu Huaid and the others first looked for rich people to sell. The boxes were filled with lenses of various degrees. They tried them one by one. The left and right eyes might not be the same. After they tried it, they would write it down. When the glasses were made and sent to the door, they would pay. One lens was 10 grams. The frame was free. For every one sold, Yu Huaid and the others would get a commission of 10 grams. They didn't care about those who didn't have money. Otherwise, if they were cheap, how could they earn money from the rich? Brother Yi, are you going to sell the glass? Li Qingqi came over at noon. After he learned about the situation, he wanted to ask. Scholars are myopic. It's tiring to be an official and it also affects their lives. Since it can be made, let them use it. After a few days, I'll think about how to work on the frames. The prettier the frames, the higher the price. Ordinary frames can be cheap. Those with myopia and blurry eyes can wear them if they pay a little. Li Yi realized that when 220 students were in class, some students couldn't see the writing on the blackboard. They put it in the first row, but they still couldn't see it. Only then did he think about the troubles of the other scholars. The old people's eyesight was so bad that they were almost blind. Can't the two lenses form a telescope? Li Qingqi had experimented and found that the telescope could be enlarged. It's upside down, and what can you see with that kind of telescope? The lenses were thin. You've dismantled a telescope before, right? It's different, right? Li Yi felt that the effect of using reading glasses to assemble a telescope was too poor. You're always willing to give things that make money to the common people for cheap. Li Qingqi sighed. In a few days, I'll specially make a tea set. It'll be a complete set, similar to the ones I gave you and third brother. I'll publicize it in the newspapers. Li Yi made a gesture of brewing kung fu tea. He wanted to sell a batch of tea sets first. Then, it would become popular to drink kung fu tea. That way, the sales of tea leaves would increase. Of course, kung fu tea could be brewed with black tea as well as green tea. Li Yi said as he took out a teapot and 2 teacups. He opened the can of tea leaves and put some tea leaves into the teapot. Then, he picked up something made of bamboo from the side, opened the stopper, and poured hot water into the teapot. Brother Yi, what's this? Li Qingqi saw that the water was still steaming. His gaze fell on Li Yi's things. It's a thermos bottle. Use glass to blow it. Put it in a mold. When there's air in the middle, blow the inner part, and the outer part will expand. Leave an opening at the back. Then, like making a mirror, coat the inside with silver. Then, just like making a light bulb, vacuum it and heat up the opening. This way, the flask can be kept warm. Add a stopper and leave a pot of boiling water for a few hours. It'll still be hot. Li Yi explained how to make the flask. He used the techniques used to blow glass, make mirrors, and make light bulbs. You want to sell this thing? Li Qingqi actually understood. The process was simple, but in fact, he couldn't make it. Of course, I'll sell it like a treasure. It's 200 yuan for one, and I'll replace and maintain it for free. It's just that. Li Yi said that he wanted a high price. If it's broken, put the pieces together and bring it to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will give you a new one. If there's dirt inside, bring it to Zhuangzi, and Zhuangzi will clean it. If the thermos stopper doesn't work, go directly to Zhuangzi to ask for it. There's no need to use the original one. This is the service you can enjoy for 200,000 yuan. If you're unhappy, break it yourself. I'll change it for you. You should do the same without a light bulb. It's 100 yuan for one. Li Qingqi thought of another thing. Yes, I'll write in the newspaper tomorrow. It's so expensive. What if the glass breaks? Change it. Li Yi readily agreed. How many thermos bottles do you have now? I'll take them with me and send them to Her Majesty. I want some in my house too. I'll help you promote it. Li Qingqi didn't hesitate. He knew the cost was very low, and he didn't want to resell it. I've just made it 2 days ago. Everyone is still familiar with it. There are only 160 qualified products, and more than 2,000 failed products. Li shrugged when he talked about the difficulty of making the bottle. In the mold, the inner bladder was blowing against the outer bladder. If one didn't control it well, the inner bladder would stick together. During the vacuum, the inner bladder would easily leak out from the heat and explode with a bang. Alright, I'll take all 160 bottles. You have to be gentle with them. Li Qingqi didn't care how many bottles were broken. The craftsman could gradually become proficient, and it was convenient to use them in winter. Otherwise, someone would have to watch over the fire and take care of the hot water. In the afternoon, he sent people over to help carry the bottles. They had to use straw to cushion the bottles. They mustn't touch the bottles, especially at the mouth of the bottle. He took away 1,000 stoppers. He had to test the stoppers after filling them with water. In his hand was a thermos bottle filled with hot soup. He entered the palace and went straight to Baifu Hall. In less than 15 minutes, Empress Wang arrived with her child. After a while, Li Longji arrived. Li Longji received news that King Song should have come from Li family Zhuangzi with many things. When he arrived, the palace maids were carefully pouring hot water into a few thermos bottles. The stoppers were soaked in water. After pouring the hot water, they put the stoppers back on. Third brother, you're here. I'll show everyone this. This is the hot soup I poured into Zhuangzi at noon. It's been 3 hours since then. Li Qingqi asked someone to bring 5 bowls. He pulled out the stoppers and poured the soup out. When the soup was poured out, it was steaming hot. It's mushroom, wood ear, egg and sleeve toss soup. There's also lean meat and carrots. Empress Wang's focus was different from the rest. Li Longji touched the bowls and blew on the soup. The hot air blew on his face. It's hot. Even after 3 hours, it's still so hot. Li Longji said as he blew on the soup. He put his mouth on the bowl and sucked before spitting it out on the floor. It was hot. The palace maids hurried over to wipe the soup. The quick-witted eunuchs ran to fetch spoons. The spoons were brought over and scalded with hot water. Everyone scooped the soup and blew on it. Uncle's soup is better than the one in the palace. In the future, if you want to drink soup, you can get it from Li family Zhuangzi. Empress Wang found the correct use of thermos bottles. They were used to store soup. The palace maids and eunuchs don't have to look after the hot water. Noble consort Lu thought of the people who were working. Yes, I have to prepare a few more in the palace. However, they still have to look after the fire. They have to heat up their own food and keep warm. Am I right? Empress Wang turned to ask her son. Ah. The little boy stared at the soup bowl, as if he wanted to drink it too. Chapter 551. Selling newspapers, selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi promises that those who buy kerosene lamps will be replaced and repaired free of charge. Even if it's broken, it can be replaced. Selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi will introduce thermos bottles filled with hot water. They won't get cold for a day and night. Free repair and replacement. Early in the morning, the paperboys were running on the streets wearing the uniform cotton-padded clothes for selling newspapers. They worked hard to promote Li family Zhuangzi and didn't care about other people's advertisements. The rich people who bought kerosene lamps hurriedly bought a newspaper to read when they heard that they would be replaced even if it was broken. They immediately felt relieved when they read that they would be replaced as long as the glass pieces were roughly pieced together. They looked at the magical thermos bottles. They cost 200 liang for one, which could buy 2 kerosene lamps. Wait 2 months before selling. What's the hurry? In the Ministry of Revenue, Baigu trembled as he picked up a thermos bottle to make tea for himself. His mind was filled with the 200 liang thermos bottle in his hand. According to his understanding, thermos bottles had to pay the same tax. 80%. If he sold 1 bottle, he would have to pay 160 liang. 10 bottles would be 1,600 liang. 100 bottles, no, calm down. I can't think like that. Li family Zhuangzi's money isn't mine. Yes, but how can thermos bottles keep earning tax? Baigu thought about how the kerosene oil from kerosene lamps could be taxed for a long period of time. If the thermos bottles were sold out, the Ministry of Revenue would be at a loss. How can it be like this? No, I have to write a letter. Baigu was vexed. As the Minister of Revenue, he had to think about the revenue of the Tang dynasty. He picked up a pen and wrote without thinking, kerosene shines alone in the sun and moon. The wind of the 4 seasons blows lightly. Exchanges can always be saved. How can thermos melt 100-year-old snow? After he finished writing, he stamped it and put it in an envelope. He thought for a while and called someone, send it to Li family Zhuangzi. The messenger didn't have a horse. He ran out of the imperial city and saw a carriage. He stopped it, to the west of the city. Go, I'm. The driver lowered his voice when he saw that it was a 7th-rank official from the imperial city. Take me to the Li family Zhuangzi. It's urgent. Everything else can wait. Quick, here's the fare. The person who delivered the letter directly took out a 10 renminbi exchange voucher. This official, I actually. The coachman didn't take the money. $20. Here you are. Don't talk too much, or I'll teach you a lesson. The messenger handed over another $10 coupon. Okay. The coachman took the money and urged the horse to move faster, humming a song. The messenger was satisfied. This was the use of power and money. If you were told to go, you had to go. When the carriage arrived, before it stopped at the head of Ba Qiao, someone began to greet the coachman. Old Baldy Song, are you here to pull goods again? Old Song, you came back so quickly this time. The coachman smiled, I even earned 20 coins. I was going to say it's on the way and I don't want any money. This imperial city official is very nice. The messenger, he wanted to do it all over again. He wanted to go back to the time when he ran out of the imperial city and heard the second sentence from the coachman. He would definitely listen to the other party. Now, who will reimburse him for the 20 coins? He secretly felt sad and found the villager who was delivering free soup to him. He told him the purpose of his visit and the villager ran to find Songde. Songde came out and brought the letter in. Li Yi was in class. When the class ended, he took the letter and shook his head, Old Bai really doesn't know how to make money. That's right. Who else can know how to make money better than you, owner? Songde laughed and showed his teeth. His mouth was wide open. 8 pills, are you trying to bite me? Wait, I'll write a reply. Li Yi said to Songde and sat at the side to write a letter to Old Bai. He knew what Baigu meant. The kerosene lamp oil needs to be used all year round. If it's broken, it's fine to replace it. There's only one use of a thermos bottle. If you change it back and forth, you won't be able to make any money in 100 years. Lee thought for a while and wrote, "It's the time for silkworm larvae to be reared." Meticulously waiting for the silk to form a knot. The unmoving weak cocoon awaits the heavens, breaking out of the cocoon and spreading its wings will eventually transform into a butterfly. He stopped writing and shook his head. He wrote another sentence, "Old bye, I'll give you 3 sets of tea sets. One set has 1 grain, one set has 5 grains, and one set has 20 grains." After he finished writing, he put it in an envelope, bring the 3 sets of tea sets and hand them to the person. Songda nodded and took the letter to look for the items. Other than giving Baigu 3 sets of tea sets, there were also benefits for the 7th-rank official who delivered the letter. Now, Songda felt that anyone below 5th rank was a small official. The person who delivered the letter had already drunk 3 bowls of free soup. He stood up from time to time and stretched his neck to look. When Songda's figure appeared, he relaxed his eyebrows. "This is the letter. These are the 3 sets of tea sets that my family, Dongzhu, gave to Minister Bai." Songda first handed the letter sealed with lacquer to the person. After the person kept it well, he gave him 2 bamboo baskets. In one of the bamboo baskets, there were 3 sets of tea sets in boxes. In the other basket, there were vegetables in the greenhouse. The vegetable basket was lined with gunny sacks to keep it warm. The things in this basket are also for Minister Bai. The person who delivered the letter did not know what was in the basket. "It's just a few cucumbers. Minister Bai can't accept it." Songda shook his head. A smile appeared on the face of the person who delivered the letter. He understood. It was for his vegetables in the greenhouse. "I'll give 30 coins to whoever sends me back." The person who delivered the letter did not care about the money anymore. 50 coins in exchange for such a basket of vegetables. It was a big profit. "Let's go. I'll bring you along. I'm going to deliver the goods anyway. It's a detour." The coachman just now had finished loading the vegetables and was about to send them to the people in the city. He came over and stretched out his hand. The person who delivered the letter took a deep breath and looked at the others. No one moved. Then, he would pay. He did not know the rules. When he shouted out the price, everyone around him heard it. Someone was quick to speak first, and the others did not move. If he found an empty carriage, he would whisper the price to someone. No one heard how much he said. Even if this person asked for a low price, it was not a problem. Although they were all doing manual labor, as long as a group of people were doing the same work, whoever broke the rules would be punished. The carriage that was loaded with vegetables slowed down. When the person who delivered the letter returned to the imperial city, it was already noon. Baigu did not eat. He was waiting. The person who delivered the letter handed over the letter and the basket containing the tea set. He said goodbye and took half a day off. He had to bring the vegetables back home. Baigu opened the letter and read it. He only knew that Li Yi meant that there was a follow-up. "I've already sold the thermos. How can I get more money? If you want to give me a tea set, you can just give me an expensive one. Why give me a cheap one?" Baigu opened the 3 tea sets. He could tell the difference at a glance. The difference in price was reflected in the quality. There are 3 types of tea set. Maybe there are more expensive ones. In the future, I won't be able to afford to drink tea. Baigu had already seen the introduction in the newspaper on how to make kung fu tea. It was very complicated. At the same time, there were advertisements in the newspaper for selling tea sets. It was not something for ordinary people at all. He looked at the tea set and prayed again. He hoped that people would buy less. After the new year, they would buy more so that they could collect taxes. On the other side, in Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian was in a bad mood. He could not return to the imperial city. He still had to be an inspector in the county. "I can't make any money. I can only do a few small businesses. What will I do in the future?" Zhang Sun Xian and 4 aides sat there drinking tea. He received a set of 10 tea sets from the drunken immortal house. He learned the method described in the newspaper and patiently made kung fu tea. The 4 aides followed and frowned. The boss could not go back to Chang'an. They had to go through the channels. Boss, I have an idea to make money. The canned food will be sold in a few days. Now, before others react, let's find a place first. Luo Aocheng took a sip of tea and found that it was cold. He poured the rest of the tea away.